Hello. Welcome to the first season of Return of the Shattered Constellation. And first of all, I wanted to say thanks to all of you for your great support to this series. And if you want me support financially, you can join my Patreon only for $5. My goal is 50 Patreon and then I will become a full-time YouTuber. And special thanks to my first Patreon Zoa C and second Patreon Dale Williams. If you want to support me, Patreon and Discord links are in the description. Beginning of this series we see that a message popped up saying, "We will now begin the jury's vote on the Twilight of the Gods." In the Divine Punishment trial, our protagonist says, whenever someone faces danger, they begin to search for a god. Whether it be God, Buddha, or some other deity, they think of the god they worship, and they beg for salvation. Another message popped up saying, the vote is being tallied. Our protagonist is captured by some and says, but if that god happens to be in danger. Another message popped up saying, the votes have been tallied, the result is. After that we see that our protagonist is laying down in a flower field. He thinks, this place is. I'm sure I was dead. No, to be precise, I was annihilated. Since death is a word that correlates to creations. He says, system. A message popped up saying, the window could not be opened. Insufficient access authority. The system does not function smoothly here. Please inquire about the precise circumstances to the manager of this area. He thinks, my divine status, divine seat, faith, and status were all forcefully degraded. My divinity was revoked, and my divine power disappeared. By why is my mind alone intact? And onto of that, these words. Then a boat with two men on it approach him. One of them is carrying a big scroll. He opens the scroll using magic and says to our protagonist, the Twilight of the Gods, Lee Changxian correct. Father Lee Jamyeong. Mother, Suyua. Born in Korea on Earth, on December 25, 2001. For an unknown reason, you went to the planet Arcadia in the year 2027. An abominable god, you became a star and killed millions of gods. Then, you were caught and brought to an execution ground. You bear his appearance as well, so will you not answer? Changxian jumps toward him ready to attack. Changxian's hand is about to touch him. He is surprised to see that. Changxian stop right before touching him. And some yellow cubes surround him. Those cubes tie his hands, he thinks, divine suppression steel. However skilled a god may be, this restraint weakens them to a level worse than that of mere creations. Changxian is angry and thinks, I didn't see them after the divine punishment trail, so as thought I was free of them. Changxian says, who are you people? Man with the scroll says, I apologize for the late introduction. I am the top reaper of the underworld, Yule. Changxian says, underworld. Are you saying this is the afterlife? Yule says, that's correct. The place you see before you is the Styx. Changxian says, I'd heard that a god sent to the divine punishment trial would be unable to avoid annihilation. So, why am I in the afterlife? Yule says, that's because you were originally under our jurisdiction. Let's discuss the details while you travel with me. The person who brought you here is waiting. Arcadia is completely different from the planet you were originally from, Earth. Changxian is sitting in the boat and they are going somewhere. Changxian says, is that related to the jurisdiction you mentioned earlier? Yule says, correct. All humans live out their lives with their lifespan and destiny written in the record of life, and death can only be used in the place it was written in. Yule says, but one of those records suddenly broke away. We tried very hard to find you, but you ended up at quite the peculiar place. Changxian says, are you saying that it was Arcadia? Yule says, correct. On top of that, you had become a god and made a real mess. We had to give up quite a lot in order to bring you here. We see that Changxian is standing middle of the road and sky in front of him splits in two. Changxian says, why did you do all that? Allowing me to simply annihilate on that side would have been beneficial for you side as well. Yule says, who knows? I only do as I'm told. Changxian says, then who is this superior that made that decision? Yule says, Thanatos. He is the head of Tartarus and Erebus, and some call him the king of the underworld. They arrive in front of big palace. In middle of the mountains. Yule says, we've arrived. Follow me closely from here on. They both go flying super speed. Yule says, below us, you can see the hell of fiery pit. This is the hell of cold ice. There are some statues below them. Changxian says, their statuses seem to be different, what were they? Yule says, I've heard that you were a battle god before you became an abominable god. You seem interested. They are fallen stars. Not only does Thanatos judge the sins of the souls of the dead, he also has the job of sealing demonic or evil gods. Changxian says, I've never heard of that before. Yule says, would you chatter on about such things if it injured your prestige in heaven? They are those with lesser sins, sentenced to manual labor. After that they reach a really big gate. Yule says, this is it. Yule says, First Class Reaper Yule. Under your order, my king, I've escorted the twilight of the gods, here. They hear a voice saying, enter. And really strong energy is coming from the room. A message popped up saying, the atmosphere is overwhelming. A pair of eyes observes you from within the darkness. Changxian gets excited and smiles and says, this looks like it'll be fun. After that Changxian go inside the room. Thanatos is sitting on the throne in front of him. Thanatos says, are you the twilight of the gods? I will ask a question first. If you continued to live on Earth, where do you think you would have ended up after you died? Changxian says, who knows, I've never thought about it before. Thanatos says, it's hell. Changxian says, and the reason? Thanatos says, 21st of June 2024, your pro gamer days. Due to your teammate's mistake, you swore at him like crazy, and that teammate took your words to heart. Yule, what level of punishment will he be receiving because of that incident? Yule says, yes. You will be punished by getting your tongue ripped out for 15 days, in the heel of tongue ripping. Thanatos says, what he said. 9th of April, 2024. You ignored a request from a broken-hearted friend because you were gaming. You'll be heading to the hell of the Mountain of Knives. They keep telling him his sins and his punishment. One of his sins was, for 26 years you weren't able to hold a girl's hand. 6 days in the hell of darkness. Changxian shouts and says, just what on earth are you playing at? Thanatos says, that's a joke. You lived a normal life on Earth. But you became a completely different person in Arcadia. You fought like crazy. Changxian gets angry and says, so, what are you trying to say? And what's your reason for saving me? Thanatos says, I want you to do a job for me. Changxian asks, a job? Thanatos says, yes, there are some gods that have broken their oaths and have reached out to humans. Go to the mundane world, in my stead, and seal them. Changxian says, you will reincarnate me. Thanatos says, to be precise, I'm simply returning you to the place you're supposed to be. Thanatos shows him planet Earth. Thanatos says, your eyes will pop out of your hand. I thought you were emotionless, but it doesn't seem like it. Changxian says, well, it is my home. Thanatos smiles and says, seeing what will unfold from here on out, you will faint. Changxian says, what? He shows him someone on the earth that looks just like him. Changxian says, that. No way. Thanatos says, I will send you to that place. You will focus on sealing the gods in my stead. That is the sentence that you will be receiving. Changxian says, for what reason are you giving me this opportunity? Thanatos says, because you're most fit for the hunt. To hunt the divine beings of the other world, such as Ahura, Diva and Chen of Arcadia. Changxian says, did those guys do something? Thanatos says, the dungeon break this you went through. Why did you think it happened? Changxian says, that's what you meant by breaking the oath. Did they desire for Earth? Thanatos says, yes, they are slowly approaching. Changxian says, why aren't those from the underworld taking action? Thanatos says, because they are the loopholes of the oath. Changxian says, we have no justification to intervene, but if a human intervenes that's a different story. Because there is no mention of that in the oath. So, you want me to be your hunting dog? And after the hunting is done, you'll kill me? Thanatos says, no, it's penal labor. When the job is done, I will release the chains on you and give you a new life. If you don't like how I explained it, how about we have a deal? I don't think this is a bad deal for you. Of course, I'm not telling you to just go seal them out of nowhere. I will give you a gift. Changxian says, and what's that? Thanatos says, authority. Changxian says, are you sure you can just give that away like that? Something like that should be against the laws of the underworld. I am the ruler of the entire underworld. It can be considered a gift from a ruler. So, are you going to do it? Changxian with an epic smile says, if you're going to give me that, then there is no reason I should refuse. Thanatos sighs, alright. Then, the deal is struck. From now on, the reincarnation, I mean regression will start. All of you get ready to open the gate of rebirth. They are sitting in a boat and going toward the gate of rebirth. Yule says, please don't forget. You've come back not as a god, but as a human. You must start from the beginning, without any of your abilities and experience. Changxian says, I'll keep that in mind. Yule says, also, your soul is still being restricted with the divine suppression steel as before. Bear in mind that if your suspicious circumstances are detected, it will be activated once more. Changxian says, my ears are gonna bleed from his explanation. Yule says, then, please go now. They right in front of the gate of rebirth. Changxian jumps toward the gate with a smile and goes through the gate and says, let's meet again next time if there's a chance. Yule says, I'll be waiting. And you must always remember. You are a reaper who has received the power of the king of the underworld. A message popped up saying, you have successfully passed through the gate of rebirth. You will be connected to a new server. Data is being downloaded to ensure smooth processing. The system is being updated, please wait a moment. Your current authority is administrator. After that he wakes up on Earth. He laying on the ground inside a forest and there are a lot of other peoples. And there is barrier surrounding them called safety zone. A message popped up saying, accomplishment. Regressor with memories of his past life. Reward, maintenance of memory, all stats +5. Changxian sees that and thinks, even things like this have been made into accomplishments. Other are screaming says, what's happening? Everyone is confused and scared and says, a gate has suddenly appeared, I've never even heard of such a thing. Changxian thinks, black hair, black eyes, speaking Korean. I've truly returned. He suddenly stands up. And thinks that Thanatos said, for now, I'll have you understand something. The place where you will open your eyes is Earth, but it is also not Earth. Since it's not easy to connect to another place whilst avoiding the eyes of the gods of another world. Changxian says, then, where will I wake up? Thanatos says, a dungeon. In a random break. All the other in the dungeon are scared and one of them says, my phone isn't working either. Let me out. System says, welcome to the instant dungeon, Rosewood Forest. Current number of attendees 431. An error has occurred. An omitted attendee has been detected. The number has been newly calculated. Current number of the attendees, 432. The dungeon mission has started. In order to judge the attendees, individual strength, a mission with the appropriate level of difficulty has been arranged. Mission theme, reclamation. Defeat the monsters that are lurking in the Rosewood Forest, and climb to the top of the hill on the other side of the forest. The forest has been divided into a total of 5 sections. Please keep in mind that the monsters inhabiting each section are different, and the required method of reclamation is also different. All attendees may access inventory, status window, and skill window to aid their mission. The instructions are written below, please take note of them. Then, we wish you the best of luck. The first section has been opened. Changxian starts to run toward the forest as soon as the first section opened. A girl sees him and thinks, but, doesn't he look a bit familiar? She says, could it be? Tyrant. Changxian is running and is out of breath and says, this really sucks, I haven't even ran much but I'm already out of breath. I'll have to first get an accurate grasp on the stat E of my body. System window open. A message popped up saying, the window cannot be opened. You do not have the access rights. Your rights are currently forfeited. The system has been partially updated. The status window has been opened using the qualifications of administrator. All his stats are hidden, he cannot read any of them. Changxian sees that and says, as expected this is a mess. But where's the thing the king of the underworld promised to give me? His stats window update and now he can read all his stats. And he possess the authorities called Soul Extortion Level 1. Executioner's Sword Level 1. Soul Extortion's effects are, wound recovery, physical body strengthening. Changxian says, thanks to the power he has to preside over souls, the king of the underworld is held in high regard. Among the authorities, Soul Extortion concedes some of this power to me, Changxian, and even allows me to use the flames of purgatory. Whenever I catch monsters, I can extort their souls. And receive more experience. In the face of multiple enemies, I can avoid having stamina depleted and the danger of injuries stacking up. When I need information, I can summon the souls and continually torture them to get answers. Then effects of the executioner's swords are, execution of divine punishment, punisher of evil, extortion of authority. Authority is the strength of the divine. If I use executioner's sword to seal the gods, I'll be able to take their authority too. In theory, that means I can collect infinite authorities and even become omniscient and omnipotent. Changxian says, thankfully, it doesn't seem like I've been scammed. Even if he's the king of the underworld, it mustn't have been easy. Looks like he's really angry at the gods of the other worlds. But executioner's sword is still too difficult to use for now. In terms of abilities alone, executioner's sword is superior to soul extortion, but the requirements are too demanding. My opponent needs to be a criminal who has clearly broken the covenant. And even if they're a criminal, if I can't defeat them properly, I'll receive damage. For now, I'll just keep this sealed. Until then, a monster called Black Mamba detects him and comes toward him to attack. They equip the rusted dagger for beginners and thinks with an epic smile on his face that I'll become stronger. Very quickly, the cuts the Black Mamba in two from the center. System says, you have successfully defeated the Black Mamba in one blow. It was a perfect attack. Skill, low-grade dagger technique has been learned as a reward. And his level goes up by 1 and his strength increases by 2. And dexterity increases by 1. A message popped up saying, the divine being, good season for hunting, is looking at you with interest. Changxian says, and I'm going to become a rookie who can make those bastards drool. After that Changxian says, dungeon, to humans, they are natural disasters. As well as a new door of opportunities. And that's also the same for the gods and stars. They'd use dungeon missions to select priests or clerics candidates that'd spread their own gospel. They'd select apostles that would execute their will as well. Numerous humans who need the power of the gods and stars entered the dungeons. And countless of them died while those gods and stars paid no attention to them. To the haughty gods and stars, a mere being that would eventually perish is not worthy of their eyes. Only a very small number of humans would have the luck and blessing to meet their requirements. Or, if they might show that they possess an incredible talent. He says, good season to hunt. This could be considered a jackpot. Changxian says, good season to hunt, her true name is Pabilsag. She looks really awesome. Changxian says, she's famous for being the goddess of war that uses every type of weapon to enjoy hunting. But the jackpot that Changxian was talking about was the fact that her mother was the primordial evil dragon. Tiamat. Such a big shot shows an interest in me so early on. I guess the dagger techniques must have been pleasing to her. System says, divine being, good season to hunt, is curious as to what king of hunting techniques you might show her. Changxian spins around his dagger and says, I'll show you what you want then. The first half of this forest is filled with poisonous air. Most of the monsters are probably poisonous as well. In that case, among the various plans I have planned circa 2 Black Mamba attack him from behind. He turn around with super speed. And says, I'll go with the snake hunter approach. The specializes in hunting snakes. He successfully exterminate the Black Mambas, using low-grade dagger technique. And gain experience points. He kill a lot more Black Mamba and gains experience points and levels up a bunch. System says, you're exterminating the Black Mambas, that are ruling over the front territory of the Rosewood Forest, at a quick pace. Your senses are getting sharper. He kills 3 Black Mamba with 1 attack. And System says, thanks to being revitalized in batter, you're now able to focus batter. Changxian thinks, they were just scared. That a mere mortal would be able to stand above them. I had no such intentions at first, but if that's what those bastards are scared of, then I'll do just that. After killing a lot of Black Mamba, he's standing in middle of the corpses and blood is dripping from the trees around him. System says, skill, low-grade dagger technique's highest level has been achieved, a higher grade skill is made available. Skill, intermediate grade dagger techniques has been acquired. Divine being, good season to hung, has burst out in awe at you exceptional dagger techniques. Changxian says, it's still too early to be surprised. System says, your stamina has been depleted. You're in an exhausted state, please move to a safe zone and rest. Authority, soul extortion has been activated. He uses flames of purgatory on the Black Mambas. System says, flames of purgatory have been activated and you've successfully obtained the ashes of the Black Mamba. You've recovered 5% of your stamina. You're no longer in an exhausted state. System says, divine being, good season to hunt, doesn't know what type your ability falls under and is puzzled. Changxian starts to kill a lot more black mamba and uses flames of purgatory to replenish his stamina. Changxian thinks, she wouldn't have guessed that a novice that has just entered a dungeon would have received the blessings of the king of the underworld. It's obvious that she's thinking about the abilities or attributes that players get when they first awaken. Even if she might be super curious about this, she wouldn't make any moves towards some ambiguous guide due to the restraints of the principle of causality. There wouldn't be any person crazy enough to cross the principle of causality just to see a novice's date. Even if such a thing happens, I'm not worried. He has killed hundreds of black mamba. He thinks because the protection system given by the underworld is that sturdy. If not for that, my status window's information would have been exposed already. After that he kills the last black mamba. System says, you've acquired a new achievement. Snake Hunter who hunter 444 black mambas, rewards. His strength stat goes up by 5. And gets low-grade poison resistance. He opens his status window and says, my level, stats and skill are steadily increasing. His level is already 6. He says, now that I've gained magic power stats thanks to my achievement, I should be able to start using my skills. System says, unique detail, there's a god that's interested in you right now, please gain that god's favor by doing even more. Changxian smiles and says, on top of that, Pabilsag's curiosity and interest in my has increased. Very good. He thinks, since I've taken care of the black mambas, are the red mamba and bloody mamba next. I do have poison tolerance although it's low grade. I should be able to make it through easier. The bloody mamba is considered a boss mob that controls the mambas. While it's ridiculous for a novice that's not even a level 10 to go for it. Changxian was thinking of defeating it in a solo raid. He thinks, this would be a great opportunity to attract the attention of the gods but more importantly. The bloody mamba's poisonous fang. I need it to gain a shortcut to poison immunity. While being inferior in numbers is one of the reasons that the Twilight of the Gods lost in the war. It was also because he became helplessly weak due to curses and poisons. The curse of Gia. I need that fang in order to win against that. His dagger's durability depletes and it's shattered into pieces. Qiangxian thinks it's amazing that it was able to last until now. A sword falls from the sky. Qiangxian sees the sword and says, dragon scale patterns. In that case, that means it's a weapon from Tiamat. What are they thinking? System says, divine being good season to hunt, is putting that present at stake for a bet with you. Upon failure, as the price for wasting her time, she will kill you. He says, I knew it. Qiangxian smiles and thinks, so she's telling me from the get-go that if I fail, I'll die. The writers only thinks of themselves as important, and that the others are for entertainment. This is why I hated the gods and the stars. He picks up the sword and thinks, but now, things have turned out for the better. If I play my cards right, I will be able to get a lot out of this. On top of that, Tiamat's dagger. It'll be a big help if I'm able to obtain it. He says alright. What do I need to do? System says, you have accepted the bet. Divine being, good season to hunt, has laughed loudly due to her liking you courageous spirit. Sudden Quest Hunter's certification has been created. After that we see that in the safe zone someone says, please gather around here. They says, what's happening? Does he want to act like the boss or something? He bring out his card and says, I am 2nd Lieutenant Park Heezong. I'm a C-rank player of the Awakened Force under the command of the Military Defense Support Command. As an emergency order, everyone please follow my instructions. They say, I'm glad that there is at least one player here. I totally agree. But will that guy be okay? The guy that ran as soon as the dungeon mission appeared. Other one says, oh, that guy. I hope nothing bad happens. Did he go because he thought he would make a fortune from it? A girl says, no way, that guy probably has a lot more money than you guys. Someone says, how do you know that? She says, that guy is the tyrant, he's the lead of the Saint Band. I knew I saw him from somewhere. Although he has a shit personality, because he was handsome, he shot a lot of ads. He was raised with a golden spoon, too. Why would someone like that go out there? She says, I heard that he become an alcoholic after retiring as a pro gamer. She gives an evil smile and says, who knows? He might have gone to commit suicide because he was tired of living. A man standing behind her says, shut up. Are you still not sober? She says, what did I do? A message popped up in front of everyone saying, all the black mambas in the dungeon have been killed. All of them are confused. A girl says, all the visitors are gathered in the safety zone, but the monsters were killed. System says, white worm has been killed. All the blue crows have been killed. The red mambas are being killed at a rapid rate. Player Li Changxian is going berserk. She see the message and thinks, this. How is this happening? She gets frustrated. Qiangxian uses Fire of Purgatory. And he gets Hunter's certification, category sudden. System says, explanation, because the growth of good season to hunt in divine status has been stagnating, she is showing great interest in an apostle and priests to increase faith toward her. However, all the decent talents are already sponsored by patrons, so with no choice but to monitor the novices, she discovered you. Good season to Hung considers you, the one with great hunting skills, a condition to become her apostle. However, you cannot be accepted so suddenly, so you will be verified first. For now, within 24 hours, defeat the bloody mamba with the provided temporary dagger. Conditions upon failure, death. Upon success, evil dragon Snaggletooth. Apostle candidate selection. He thinks, so that's how it is. No wonder she was showing such interest in me from the start. Her situation must be quite urgent. Now that I think about it, recently there was a big conflict between Tiamat and Bel Marduk. Does that have any connection to it? I'm not certain, but if that is true, there will be a lot more to get from this. And this isn't just any ordinary weapon either. Item window appears saying, Evil Dragons. Snaggletooth. For the sake of her child, the primordial evil dragon pulled out her tooth to create the dagger. It has its own personality. Category, Sacred Dagger. Attack power, cannot be determined. Effect unknown. This sacred item is its borrowed state. Its original abilities cannot be used as the conditions have not been fulfilled. Changxian says, this is exactly what I wanted. But aiming higher is better. Changxian says, by chance, would you be interested in adding an additional bet? Divine Being, good season to hunt, is tilting her head in confusion. He says, 30 minutes. System says, Divine Being, good season to hung, is confused and is still tilted her head in confusion. He says, from this point in time, I will kill the bloody mamba within 30 minutes. Because I'm giving you more entertainment, please give me a bigger reward. System says, Divine Being, good season to hunt, finds you request amusing and is smiling widely. Divine Being, good season to hung, has to accepted your request. However, if the bet is not successful, you death will know peaceful, she says with her canines showing. Changxian is really happy and says, thank you. And starts to run and kills all monster in his way with ease. He goes crazy and kills monster left and right with rapid speed. His level increase. His strength increased by 3. He kills a lot of flying monster and his level increase again and his stamina goes up by 2. System says, rumors of the bet between good season to hunt and you have spread like wildfire across Heat. Some gods are watching your performance with suspicious eyes. Some gods are stroking their chins with interest in your battle experience. He is standing in front of blood mambas. He says, yes. The more interest, the better. System says, Divine Being, good season to hunt, is confused by the number of unexpected visitors. Divine Being, good season to hunt, is strongly warning the gods that are showing interest in you, the one she has chosen. He is hiding from blood mamba and thinks, how many additional gods have been secured? I hope there is a decent one. His level increases and he reaches level 10. System says, you have reached level 10, you have surpassed being a novice. Achievement accomplished. The talent who escaped from a novice in the shortest time. He sees all this and thinks, this is it, the secret class. All his stats goes up by 5. Secret class unlocked. Changsung thinks, in my previous life, I was a spearman, but this time I cannot be just a normal class. Either a Dragon King of Darkness would be nice, but that would be difficult. If it's this route, then Berserker would be best. Berserkers have a high attack power but lose their sanity, however, this can be overcome with complementary measures. I have to choose Berserker in order to complete this absurd bet. This monster is hard to kill even for players on level 20. All the options appears in front of him. He checks them all. He was not able to find Berserker. He thinks, it's not here. Berserker. And only 6 minutes are left. He thinks, I only started the bet believing in the Berserker class. But it's not one of the options. What the hell? System says, the divine being, good season to hung, asks you how you will complete the bet within the remaining time. 3 anonymous gods are curious about your choice. He thinks, it can't be helped. This is the only other choice. He selects Rune Keeper secret class. He thinks, though drawing runes will be annoying. But in terms of destruction power, it's stronger than Berserker. And will allow my body to compensate it for my insufficient combat ability. System says, you have selected Rune Keeper as your primary class. You have changed class to a Rune Keeper. Your dexterity has increased by 5. Magic power has increased by 5. A new stat. Intelligence has been added. A new stat will has been added. The class skill, lowest grade rune production, has been created. The class skill, lowest grade rune engraving has been created. The divine being good season to hunt is greatly shocked by your decision. An anonymous god is laughing at your decision. Skill window appears saying, lowest grade rune production produces rune letters. Production success rate increases with skill level, and production time decreases as well. Skill level 1. Category class, active, production. Effect, letter production. Another skill window appears saying, lowest grade rune engraving. And brand rune letters produced beforehand on the wanted subject. The wanted subject. The wanted subject will change from objects to humans as skill level increases. Skill level 1. Category, class, active, buff. He thinks, these 2 skills appeared, like I thought. That's all I need. I have around 4 minutes left. He adds 30 stats point into intelligence's stat. And 25 stats point in will stat. Blood Mamba sees him and attacks him. He jumps to dodge the attack. He activates the lowest grade rune production. The success rate increases as much as the increase in stats. He cuts his finger with his blade. And thinks, to think that skill I learned by force from Gramps would be so essential at this time. He activates lowest grade rune engraving. Then engraved the rune of explosion. On the dagger. System says, the divine being, good season to hunt, anticipates what you're trying to do and laughs. A lot of energy is coming out of his sword. He thinks, it's done. System says, the divine being, good season to hung, is curious about how a novice like you knows about rune letters. You have not failed to produce and engrave a single rune due to your remarkable focus and will. The skill level has increased. As a reward, the rune of explosion will be 5 times more effective for 1 minute. Magic power has been consumed. You have fallen into a state of hunger. He gets excited and smiles. And attack the Blood Mamba. He thinks around 3 minutes left. That's more than enough time. A big explosion happens in the forest. The players in the safe zone says, it happened again. There have been continuous sounds of explosion from the forest, but this one was a lot louder than the rest. The see huge clouds of smoke and says, what the hell? What in the world is going on? A message popped up in front everyone saying, player Li Changxian has begun the booze raid. Boss monster, Bloody Mamba. They all are surprised to see that. They says, what? Boss raid? Already? They all starts to panic and thinks, a girl says, the bastard's trying to kill us all. He was like this during the matches too. He just does whatever he wants. She says, hey soldier. Do something. We're all going to die at this rate. Soldier says, as I've told you before, please stay where you are. She says, but, he says, everyone will die as soon as the formation collapses even a little. Soldier thinks, if I'm right. And that light is caused by the skill effect that shows when you deal a critical hit. There are a lot of explosions are happening in the forest. Soldier sees that and thinks, then his skills are beyond my imagination. We have a chance. What is the world is going on over there? Some really strong winds are coming from the forest. Changxian is fighting with Blood Mamba. Blood Mamba has a lot of small injuries. And Chanson as well. He hits Blood Mamba with another strong attack. A message popped up in front of everyone saying you have succeeded in hunting the first boss monster, Bloody Mamba. They all are surprised to see the message. System says, you have succeeded in conquering the first section necessary for the dungeon mission reclamation. Temporary ranking will be totaled. Soldier is also speechless after seeing this. Ranking window appears. Total, 5,000 points. First place Li Changxian 4,999 points. Second place Park Hezong 1 point. Rewards will be given based on your achievements. Soldier thinks at this moment. I may be witnessing the birth of a new member of the 10 Kings. After that we see that a Blood Mamba appears outside the safe zone. Blood Mamba attacks the other players. Changxian comes from behind it and kills it. They all are surprised to see him. Soldier sees him and thinks what's with that look in his eyes. Changxian says, I assume you guys are players. Soldier says, yes, that's correct. Changxian says, the boss has been taken care of. I'd like to request for you to take on the small fry. Soldier thinks, a request. No, this is an order. Soldier says, if you'd like to rest, we can prepare. He says, it's fine, you all seem to be uncomfortable with me here, so I'll go find a place to rest for myself. He drags away the monster with him. They says, is he really the tyrant? Are you sure it's not just look similar? I wonder. He seemed like a completely different person. Could he be a demon? No way. If he were one, wouldn't we all be dead already? Right. A girl there gets really angry. I wonder. He seemed like a completely different person. Could he be a demon? Changxian hear all that and smiles and says, a demon. I don't think it's weird for people to refer to me as such, but... System says, a short break will be provided before the second section is opened. 1 hour break. He thinks, this should be fine. He engraved the ring of obstruction on a stone. A barrier appears around him. His skill level increases. System says, lowest grade rune creation. Has reached the max level. A skill of higher rank has been unlocked. Skill low grade rune creation has been generated. He says, I should organize the rewards first. System says, 2 rewards befitting you achievements spoils plus ranking. And 3 rewards from the quest a hunter's certification are on standby. He says, achievement reward confirmation. System says, the spoils reward will be give. Please pick the category you desire from the list below. Skills, effects, items, achievement points. He says, picking spoils at a low level is pointless, and I'm fine with the evil dragon Snaggletooth for now. So picking this is obvious. He picks achievement points. System says, you have picked the 4th category, achievement points, as your spoils reward. You have gained 10,000 karma. You have picked the 4th category, achievement points for your ranking reward. You have gained 5,000 karma current achievement points 15,000. Changxian smiles and says, the one thing the human world and the realm of the gods have in common is that the rich win. I'll have to prepare for when the shop opens later. Next is my status. System window. His level is 15 and he has really high stats. He says, nice. Looks like taking down the bloody Mamba alone was well worth it. System says, of the 3 rewards from the quest, the first, Evil Dragon Snaggletooth, is now in your possession. The divine being Good Season to Hunt shows much covetousness towards you. A few gods have begun to openly show interest in you after the results of their bets. A few starts have begun to be amused by you. The divine being, Good Season to Hung, strongly warns them once again that if they lay a hand on what's hers, the wrath of a dragon will follow. The divine being, Good Season to Hunt, asks you what you would like as an additional reward from the bets. The second reward will be given. The draconic treasury has been opened. A list appears in front of him. Changxian sees the treasury and thing, there sure is a lot of stuff. It must be because it's the draconic treasury. The divine being Good Season to Hunt has told you to say whatever it is you desire. Asserts that when it comes to appeasing you, no treasure would be too much. A few gods are surprised by the offer given by Good Season to Hunt. A few stars are showing interest in the treasury of Good Season to Hunt. Changxian thinks, I can't be satisfied with just this, though. I'll just be led around by the nose by Pabilsag if I take a reward here. The list has been closed, you have not picked any reward. The divine being, Good Season to Hunt, wonders what you're thinking as she frowns. A few gods have raised doubts regarding your hidden intentions. Changxian smiles and says, I know that if you let the reward system accumulate, you can use it very handily. That's how I'd like to use it. System says, the divine being, Good Season to Hunt, makes a dissatisfied face. The divine being, Good Season to Hung, suggests you receive candidacy as an apostle. Changxian says, sorry about this. I'd like to get a bit more experience first, and I have no intentions of remaining as a candidate. The rewards you did not receive will be substituted with Akivemtine point. You have gained 1 million karma. Current total achievement points, 2,015,000. Maybe it's because I was betting with the gods, but I sure earned a lot. The divine being, good season to hunt, flares her rage at you for ridiculing her. She says, you will regret this, and roars at you violently. He thinks, there's no reason to look weak. System says, a few gods have brought popcorn to watch this entertaining scene. A few gods pay attention to you. Ambitions of not being satisfied as just an apostle candidate. A few of the gods who had given up on you now show amusement and interest in you. There are a lot of messages popped up in front of him. He thinks, if you show unparalleled worth, then that many entities will flock to your side. On top of that, if the fight with Bel Marduk is true, then Tiamat's side will need more talented people. The divine being, good season to hunt, has turned her head after glaring at you with burning eyes. He thinks, everything is falling into place, just as I'd planned with things there. I think I should be able to move on to the next step of my plan. He says, now then, how about we get things started? Since this kind of boss monster doesn't have a single thing to waste. He acquired Bloody Mamba's blood. He acquired 5 Bloody Mamba's tendons. And 2 Bloody Mamba's eyes. System says, a few gods wonder what you will show them next. Rumors of the bets and how you rejected the offer from good season to hunt to become an apostle have spread throughout heaven. The gods that have become curious about you have begun to connect to Dungeon Channel KR97211 after another. The current number of connection is question marks. The total number of gods showing interest in you is question marks. One of players in safe zone thinks, don't you think I'd be able to do it too? A hunter sitting with says, what? He says, being a player. The other hunter stands up and says, are you crazy? What did you say? He says, a drunkard can do it, so why can't I? He gives an evil smile and says, no, I can definitely do it. I didn't know about it before, but this is a place where you can awaken your talent. Just watch me. God's message. A message popped up in front of him saying, the divine being, all that pierces through the twilight, has a vested interest in the talents of player. Jaeon Chonghi. Other hunter says, all that pierces through the twilight. Have you ever taken an awakening text? An administrator appeared. Administrator says, pleased to see you all. I am Harold, the administrator of the KR channel. Administrator starts laugh with a golden clock in his hand. They are surprised to see him. Administrator says, oh my. It looks like I've unintentionally disrupted all of you rest. You're all curious as to why I'm here, right? It's because something has happened that I need everyone's understanding for. Soldier is surprised hear that and says, what? Administrator says, due to the administrative bureau's policies that are non-interference and high degree of freedom, we try our best to not to get involved with everyone here. But there has been a spike in the transmission rates in this dungeon channel. Because of this, the upper management is annoyed. Everyone, I'm sorry, but it seems all have to adjust the difficulty. The all gets scared and says, what? Wait a minute. Administrator destroys safe zone barrier. System says, based on the current achievements acquired, the difficulty will be greatly adjusted. The safety zone will cease to exist. The monster's aggression will be increased. Monsters, attack power and defense power will be increased. The all gets really scared and says, how can you do that? Soldier gets angry thinks, it's the same as the last time. It's filtering. We see flashback where only soldiers survive and all the players are dead and system says, what a disappointment. Soldier thinks, at that time, the gods and constellations also summoned an administrator to increase the difficulty greatly. To test and find out exceptional novices that could be an apostle. Must I see numerous people being sacrificed again? Do the gods believe that he has that potential? Li Changxian. System says, due to the increased difficulty, the remaining resting time has ceased to exist. The monsters have been granted a higher degree of freedom. They are currently in a state of hunger. Please start by surviving the attacks of the famished predators. You may begin to organize parties from now. Each party may consist of 10 members and depending on your contribution, you may be given various equipment. In the case where you manage to hunt the monsters, there's a chance that you will obtain orbs of fire. Each party must gather 99 crystals in order to pass the second stage. They all are really scared. What on earth is this? I've never heard or seen anything like this before. In 5 seconds, the monster wave will begin. Administrator appears behind Soldier and says, "Ho. So you're the player, Park Heesong." Soldier says, "You know me. Of course. Aren't you the sole survivor of the evil dragon's den? You're someone that the administrative bureau is paying attention to as well. There's no way I wouldn't know who you are. I'll pray for you to stay safe." Administrator disappears and the second stage starts immediately. Some white wolf and bird mix monster starts to attack them. They all get scared and says, "Damn it. What are those? Attack them." Jaeon runs towards the monster to attack them. Jaeon thinks, "This is an opportunity for me." System says, "The blessing of the divine being, all that pierces through the twilight, is with you. And an unknown divine being's blessing is also with him." Changxian obtained the black mamba's poisonous fang. He gets happy and says, "Wait for me poison immunity. I'll come for you soon." System says, "The second stage has started. The gods that are interested in you are curious as to what you'll be doing in this stage. The gods that are interested in you have placed a bet on how well you'd survive in this stage." Changxian says, "Did the filtering start already? I thought I'd have a bit more time. Is it because I won my bet with Pabilsag? I guess it led to more gods paying attention to me than I had expected." He HP is 151 out of 448. And MP is 8 out of 250. He says, "How pathetic." And his stamina is almost out. He says, "The bigger problem here is my stamina." He starts to run toward the monster and says, "I wanted to rest because of my stamina, but things just aren't going my way." A fire lizard appears right beside him. He sees it and thinks, "Fire lizard. The first stage was living organism poison. And the second stage is now fire poison. Then, would the following stages be ice poison, metal poison, and corpse poison, in the order? In that case, the thing that I'll need to obtain here would be accumulation of fire energy." Changxian cuts the fire lizard with a really powerful attack. Fire lizard for fire breath. He spins around to dodge the fire, and cuts the head of the fire lizard. With a single attack. He says, "Its stamina doesn't even compare to the black mamba. Hunting it would be tough if it moved in packs." He gets the orb of fire from it. He swallowed the orb of fire. He acquired 20,000 fire energy. He thinks, "I need to eat more orbs." That leads to the second condition to obtain poison immunity. 8 trigrams earns heat energy. There are a lot of small fire monster there. He jumps ready to attack, and says, "I'm able to gain the embers that are required for that here." Poison immunity. That is the unique ability of Changxian's old foe, Antares, the Scorpio of the 12 zodiacs. And it allows to have the talent to have resistance to all poisons. And the Tria to recreate the poisons to form blood poison. Because of this, though Changxian had the power to go against Antares, he fell into the curse of Gia, which dramatically decayed his divine status. And ultimately lost to him. However, he ended up in the underworld due to some strange fate. Thanks to Thanatos, Changxian was able to learn a portion of the secret arts of the fallen stars. Thanatos says, "You will learn as many secret as possible here. It will be very effective in taking down most of the 12 zodiacs. It will be beneficial for you as well." The fallen stars were tried as criminals and sent to the underworld. The 12 zodiacs made many enemies to get to where they are today. And there were several among the fallen stars who had a grudge against them. The fallen stars that Changxian referred to as the 10 elders each gave him their teachings. And of the first one was the shortcut to gaining poison immunity. There was a fallen star who claimed to have lost his daughter to Antares. Because he was the first one who gave him his teaching, Changxian called him the first elder. He devours a lot of fire orbs. He is sitting of mountain of corpuses of fire lizards. He thinks, "But I can't light the 8 trigrams earn with this level of energy. I have find their base. And eat the beads of stronger and more tenacious bastards." After that we see back where the safe zone was. Jaeon also kills one of the fire lizards. System says, "You have defeated the first lizard." Player Jaeon Chongjae is running wild. Jaeon smiles and thinks, "Yes. This is it. Maybe I'll be able to leave that bastardly Changxian in the dust." Dungeon ranking appears in front Jaeon. He is at the second place with 565 points. And Li Changxian is in the first place with 7,500 points. Jaeon gets really frustrated to see that and thinks, how is this possible? He's definitely using some sort of shortcut. A divine being advises him to use a shortcut as well, if the opponent is also using. Jaeon gets really excited and says, a way to climb faster than this. What is it? I'll do anything. Please, please give me more power. The divine being says, if that is the resolve of his family, then he shall help you. All the other are tired and says, I guess the world is only for the talented. If only we could grow as strong as them. Everyone's become tired due to the 3 consecutive days of monster waves. But their jealousy toward the others is becoming stronger. It's understandable, since the normal people they were with became that strong. And not only 1, but 2. Jaeon comes to all of them and says, I got a new skill just now. He says, God has answered my deepest prayers. It is a way for us all to become players and survive. A fire monster comes running toward them with rapid speed. They thinks, everyone will be killed at this rate. If it's mother, the queen of the mountain, then that bastard isn't human. Jinhyuk kills a rat monster. He eats the fire orbs. A rat attacks a girl. Changxian kills the rat with a single blow and saves her. And says, are you okay? She gets scared to see him in a monster. He says, it's me. Li Changxian who came in here with you. Don't be so scared. He asks her, why are you alone? Where's everyone else? She says, they're all dead. My friends, too. They were abandoned by someone called Jaeon Chongjae. She show him a mark of owl on her hand and says, Jaeon Chongjae, no, that bastard. Said that he could share the power of the goddess with this. He says, you were scammed, that's the brand of a demon. This seal symbolizes that you sold your soul to a demon. The seal of the true owl. That pierces through the twilight, isn't like this. If the branded person dies, their vitality and soul are taken. The vitality goes to the host, and the soul goes to the demon. He says, that bastard Jaeon Chongjae, he must have become very strong. Even so, the brand is too high quality. If it's a demon, it must be a great demon that surpasses the demon king rank. He walks away from here and thinks, no, it still won't do much against me. She jumps toward him and says, please help me. He get annoyed and thinks, what to do with this child? Isn't it enough that I saved you from the firework bear? She says, you can make me do anything. I can clean, do laundry, and cook. In exchange, please help me get stronger. He see toward her and thinks, her eyes are different. Is it because you want to avenge your friends yourself? She bring out her chocolate and says, if you really need it. This is my last sweet. He says, I don't. He says, can you really do anything? She says, yes, anything. He says, then, let's first edit that brand. Other are dying and he keeps getting their vitality. He thinks, I'm getting stronger. More even more. One of them comes to him and says, Chongjae, you. He says, what? Other player says, nothing. He says, this seal. It keeps restricting our actions. He shouts at someone and says, you moron, can't you run any faster? What happened to the thing I told you to find? He says, I found it. His friend thinks, he's made us all his slaves. This is a jail. Jaeon smiles and says, it was hidden as a place like that. All of you, get up. We'll be doing a boss raid starting now. Lee Chanson. Just you wait, I'll throw you into the gutter, no matter what. Just like what you did to me. The divine being looks at his family brooding over his rage with keen eyes. She is running and thinking, what is this? System says, there are currently people connected to the dungeon channel. There are currently gods showing depth interest in the corresponding dungeon channel. You are currently activating the skill Gale Sprint. A lot of zombies appears in front of her. The system says, the rune of captivation has succeeded in captivation the rotten zombies. Changxian cuts a lot of zombies' head. We see a flashback. Changxian says to her, you have talent in running away. I will engrave the rune of captivation on you. With this, T the monster will focus on only you. You just need to run between them to draw their attention. Don't worry about what happens behind you. He kill all the zombies and says, is this the last one? She appears behind him and says, yes. As you ordered, I've brought all the monster in a 300 meters radius. He says, and the preparation. She says, all done. I've even confirmed that it functions properly. Is there anything else you need? He says, get as far away as possible. You won't be able to do anything against the ones who will be showing up. He thinks, her eyes are so burdensome. She says, okay. He thinks, if it all goes according to the plan. Some kind of liquids come towards him. He says, poison. Some spider legs come out of the ground. System says, the final boss monster, decomposing plague spider, has appeared. The spider starts run toward her. She see that and thinks, what the hell is that huge spider? He appear right in front of the spider and activates viper eyes. Spider attacks Changxian. System says, divine being snake that wraps around the world, thinks highly of you and is bestowing a benefit onto you. Skill snake eyes will temporarily become viper eyes. It is an active type skill. Its effects are, grasping key points, sharpening senses. Changxian thinks, to give me benefits without any sort of condition, it looks like he wants to find out what I'm capable of. I'll show you what I'm capable of, then. A target mark appears on one of the spider's leg. He thinks, starting from there. He covers his body with fire. He activates low-grade poison resistance. His low-grade poison resistance levels up. The accumulated fire energy has purged out the poison that has entered your body. System says, achieved accomplishment. Root of fire extinguishing that has gathered 666 orbs of fire. Reward, fire attribute strengthening, his stamina goes up by 5. He cuts Dun 10 spider's leg with his dagger. He jumps above the spider and thinks, in order to fan the flames of the 8 trigrams urn, I'll need something that burns. And venom burns the best. Among the types of venom, the plague spider's venom glands are the best. He uses viper eye to find the core of spider. And thinks, over there. In front of its heart. He was not able to pierce its skin. He thinks, it's tough indeed. Spider throw a lot of acid balls at him. He dodges them all and says, there's acid as well. The level that I've gained over the last 3 days was indeed insufficient. He smiles and says, then, for the starters. He starts to run a ways, and says, let's run. System says, you're leaving the area. Jaeon and other player reach zombies section and sees that, all the zombies are dead. He says, what is all this? He gets really angry and says, Li Changxian no. That's definitely something else. A great accomplishment is occurring right now. Dungeon ranking window appear in front of Jaeon. Ranking are the same. Changxian is on the first place. Second place is Jaeon. And third place, Park Heezong. Divine Being says to Jaeon, you won't be forgiven and you keep sullying my name despite being my representative. Divine Being warns him and informs him that this is your last chance. He thinks, that's crazy. He thinks, there must be something wrong here. Otherwise, there's no way a normal person can get strong so fast. Whether it's the more efficient way or it's cheating, I'll take it all for myself so that I can get recognized by the goddess again. System says, player, Li Changxian, is fighting with decomposing plague spider. Jaeon starts to run and says, I must kill Li Changxian. Changxian jumps from a cliff and spider follow him. System says, the decomposing plague spider is in a very agitated state. He thinks of when she says, to him that, I've gathered all the monsters within a 300-meter radius here. What about the preparations? She says, I've completed all the preparations. I even made sure that they all work. Is there anything else you want me to do? I've completed all the preparations. I even made sure that they all work. Is there anything else you want me to do? They reach the ground. Spider also reaches the ground. A huge shock wave appears. Changxian see that and says, nice. He activates the rune of explosion. A big explosion happens. Spider burns. Divine Being, snake that wraps around that world, has exploded in laughter at the horrifying trap that you've set up. He also activates the rune of penetration. Divine Being, snake that wraps around the world, laughs at the pitiful spider that has fallen into your trap and is flinging around. Achieved accomplishment. Rat that's in poison. He intelligence stats by 5. And he gets the skill, low-grade trap setup. He is hanging by a rope above his own trap and says, this is just the start of my traps. Spider is still alive and screams. Changxian says, you're indeed the final boss. You spurt a lot of blood. Changxian cuts the rope to dodge the spider's attack. And hits the spider sometimes. The spider starts to run away. Changxian runs after the spider and says, are you trying to run away? He grabs a rope and says, I won't let you go. He hits the spider again with the rune of penetration. Jaeon also reaches there where they are fighting. They all thinks, if we join in, we'll all die. Jaeon thinks, I need to let them damage each other and wait for the right timing. A little more. Let's wait for them to be weaker. Jaeon thinks a plan and says, that's right. He sees toward other players and thinks, if I throw these normal people at him forcefully, then we should be able to wear him down more. On top of that, that guy tries to avoid harming the normal people, so this would make this much easier. In order to make sure that we succeed, it'd be good if we could have another card at hand, like a hostage or something. She is running. Jaeon thinks, isn't she supposed to be dead? Did he save her? She says, Ajusi's fight is amazing, incredible. Jaeon gives an evil smile and thinks, looks like things are about to get a lot easier for me. Changxian is cutting the spider left and right. He finally managed to hit the spider with a critical hit. Spider blows up to pieces. System says, you've successfully accomplished strikes that possess the law of increase. You've obliterated the remaining health of the decomposing plague spider, with you critical strikes. You defeated the decomposing plague spider. He gets the orbs. And eat it immediately. He levels up a bunch and his level reaches 20. System says, you've reclaimed the last section, the 5th section that's required for the dungeon mission reclamation. We'll calculate the final scores now. Dungeon ranking. Max points, 100,000 points. First place, Li Changxian 97,450 points. Second place, Jaeon Chongjae 2,000 points. Third place, Park Heezong 550 points. He gets some large amount of achievement points. A lot of gods are interested in him. The dungeon will start to close. He is sitting by the corpse of the spider. Divine being snake that wraps around the world is scoffing at the gods and stars that are one step behind. Snake that wraps around the world tells him to remember that he showed his interest first. Jaeon is ready to attack him and thinks, I got him. Is he unable to get up because he's too tired? Jaeon orders other player to attack him. Everyone attack Li Changxian. He thinks I'll hide among them. Jaeon is surprised to see him. Changxian starts to laugh. Jaeon sees that and gets scared and thinks, he's laughing. Divine being is bursting out in laughter because it seems like something interesting is about to happen. Changxian starts to laugh really loud and hard. System says, player Jaeon Changjae and the rest around him have fallen into a trap. The all gets really scared. Jaeon says, what? What are you talking about? Chagshan says, what? Jaeon tell others to kill him. They all run toward him to attack him. He hits them with small attacks. A sudden quest escape the ambush has appeared. Divine being is observing the sudden quest with great interest. Changxian reaches to Jaeon. Jaeon and Changxian block each other's attack with their daggers. Changxian overpower him, and breaks his arm. And uses a really powerful attack. Jaeon barely dodges his attack. He asks all the other players to stop him. Changxian hits them and get past them. Jaeon see him and thinks, he's too strong. I need more power. Soldier is seeing all the from the distance and says, Jaeon Chongjae was indeed just a plaything of the gods. They were all set on Li Changxian from the start. Jaeon starts to kill the other players himself. Soldier thinks, Jaeon Chongjae was just a decoration for Li Changxian's tutorial. Just like back then. But he failed to get the power of the dead players. Changxian attacks him. Jaeon tries to block it with his dagger. But was not able to. Changxian cuts one Jaeon's arm. All the life force that Jaeon collected goes to Changxian. Jaeon sees that and thinks, how did he? Changxian says, Jaeon Chongjae, your name sounds so familiar. Changxian says, ah. Jaeon says, do you finally remember me? Changxian says, I still can't remember you. Jaeon says, what did you say? Jaeon gets really angry and says, why can't you remember who I am? It was because of you that I was kicked out from the team. He is shocked to hear that and says, I remember now. Changxian says, that guy who came to me and complained about getting kicked from the team. That guy who behaved in such an unsightly manner while complaining. That was you. But that unsightly part of you hasn't changed a single bit. Jaeon says, I'm unsightly. I'm no longer the old me, I now have a goddess backing me. System says, divine being looks on at the pathetic servant as a worthless being. Jaeon says, no, this can't be it. Jaeon says, am I just a side character in your story again? Jaeon screams and thinks of the flashback. where we see that Changxian's team has won the competition. He raises the trophy in the air. Jaeon thinks, I shouldn't have been jealous of him. I shouldn't have followed him back then. If I didn't follow him, I wouldn't have been swept into the gate. All this is because of. Changxian cuts Jaeon's head off. System says, the cursed player, Jaeon Chongjae has died. System says, based on the contract of Stigma, your remaining life force will be going back to you host. There's a lot of life force. It will take some time to absorb everything. All the life force goes to Changxian. The see that everything is going toward Li Changxian. After that we see a flashback where Changxian changes the stigma on her hand. He says, I'm changing you stigma. You're now also a host like Jaeon Chongjae. But if you receive that power, you won't be able to withstand it and die as a result. Which is why I've made a rune of path beside it. This way, you can receive the power. Snake that wraps around the world. Is recommending that you take time to absorb all of this power as the incoming power is very different from your E16 power. It's no good to be too greedy. Sometimes, it may be necessary to throw away some of the power depending on the situation. He starts to absorb all the power at once. Snake that wraps around the world. Is deeply impressed that you know how to hack a stigma of that level. Snake that wraps around the world, praises the use of that low-level rune to be a medium for receiving energy is a very good idea. Changxian thinks, it feels like I've eaten a 100-year elixir. The quality isn't that great though. Changxian says, Divine Being, says that it was indeed an interesting tutorial that went according to expectations, and is in awe of you. Changxian thinks, I was indeed being tested. Who on earth is this? Divine Being, is thinking of the present that would be given to you for putting on such an interesting and entertaining show. The present has been decided. The surprise present will be revealed in 5 seconds. All the other players injured and hanging on the spike. Soldier sees that and thinks, it's happening again. If Li Changxian wasn't up to their expectations, if he wasn't interesting enough, his entire being would disappear all of him. Li Changxian. His eyes are so emotionless. He's decided to take in all that life force. There's no reason for him to reject the gifts of the gods. He's no hesitating at all. No. Changxian rejects the gift. Divine Being is puzzled and is unable to understand your decision. Divine Being, says that you need is magic power and is just helping you to acquire that as your reward. Divine Being, advises that a human's life is a convenient tool in various ways to gain more magic power. Changxian says, I can't trust some whose name is constantly hidden. Divine Being is puzzled and doesn't understand what you're saying. Divine Being just realized that its name was covered and gave out a laugh. Divine Being is revealing its name. Divine Being's name is the great demon that chases after the abyss, looks at you and gives a wily smile. Changxian is surprised to see that and thinks Mephistopheles. Divine Being, the great demon that chases after the abyss, asks if you know him. Changxian thinks, shit, I've made a mistake. No. I was just surprised at the word, great demon, in your name. Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles is one of the strongest great demons even among that great demons. He's so powerful that even Tiamat would need to prepare in order to win against him. He liked being alone and was known to keep himself hidden from public view though. System says, Divine Being, the great demon that chases after the abyss, says that somehow, it feels like that isn't the reason, but he doesn't mind it. He says, why would someone like him be here? Divine Being, that great demon that chases after the abyss, asks you to tell him what you desire. Divine Being, good season to hunt, is strongly protesting against the great demon that chases after the abyss, and asks him to not lay his hands on you for you belong to her. Changxian Pilbasog. I thought she'd left as she wasn't anywhere to be seen. To think she'd have her guard up against Mephistopheles as if she's a mother or something. System says, the closing of the dungeon that was paused will now reuse me. Everyone, please brace yourself for the impact. That girl come running to him and says, a juicy. Wait a minute. The target of the rune of captivation has been captivated successfully. She says, please give me your contact number. He throws the dragon boon knife toward her. He says, if you take that with you to the address that's the back of that knife, you'll be able to completely remove the stigma. I'm not that good at doing stigmas. Let's meet again if the opportunity arises. He says, stay safe. The dungeon has been completely destroyed. Great work, everyone. They all appears out of the dungeon in real world. Other people says, survivors. There are survivors. It wasn't an outbreak. There are a lot of reporter taking pictures. One of them says, student. Hey, do you hear me? Her parents come to her and hugs her. She thinks, I survived. Wait, that a juicy. She looks around for him. Betty's not here. He's nowhere to be seen. Changxian is sitting on top a bridge and looking towards the sky. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, says that living an intense life is good, but enjoying the quiet night skies all night is nice too. Divine being, the great demon that chases after the abyss, is still waiting for you answer. Changxian thinks, Gramps, although the method is different from what you'd thought. I'm back. He starts to walk in good season to hunt expresses extreme hostility towards the deities that are interested in you. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, laughs while licking its tongue. Divine being great devil, ignores the hostility and awaits your answer. Divine being goose season to hunt is asking you to listen to her. Changxian thinks, I thought that it would be a success if I managed to catch the attention of 2 or 3 divine beings. But because I cleared the tutorial pretty well, quite a lot of them are interested in me. No, this must be the first time that this many gods and stars have been attracted. A scenario quest appears, protection god choice. Players can choose a protection god who will bestow them with their blessings and powers. Carefully choose between their offers, and choose a protection god who will be with you until your death. Good season to hunt confidently claims that she is the best choice, as you possess excellent skills in hunting, as well as dagger skills. The divine being has promised you the role of the first arrow. Snake that wraps around the world suggests that it will be the best fit for your personality, as it is insidious and yet pursues for power. The divine being has promised you the role of the wise enlightened. Great devil quietly waits for your reply. The divine being has promised you the role of the final observer. He thinks, the ones that will be that most help amongst these, are Babilsag, Jormungand, and Mephistopheles. I don't need the rest, they're not even recognized compared to those 3. He thinks, no except one. Divine being, all that pierces the dust, shows deep favor to you. He thinks, Minerva, the real owner of that seal that Mephisto claimed to own. For the god that always fights for justice to be interested in me. It seems that I caught her eye when I overcame the temptation of the seal and saved the others. Thanks to that, the scale that was tilted towards the evil side has found its balance. Systems show the righteous and evil scale. Righteous is 40% and evil is 60%. All gods are waiting for his answer. System says, 9 gods are on their toes, waiting to see which one of them you will choose to be your protection star. When you do not have a protection star, you will not receive any blessings or powers, which will make you significantly fall behind players of the same level. It is suggested that you make your choice as soon as possible. His time passed. He didn't choose anyone. System says, you currently possess no protection star. Achievement made. An enchanting man who has rejected all offers from the gods. All the gods who were interested in him are angered and sickened by his endless greed. System says, your fame has increased. Your achievements have stacked for 100,000 karmas. He thinks, I feel like this is more difficult than when I was in the dungeon. After that we see a World Player Council for Freedom, WPCFF for short. Known better as the Association, it is an organization under the UN Safety Management Bureau. Made to effectively manage the dungeons and gates that appeared abruptly, decades ago, that completely flipped over the ecosystem of Earth. Sometimes, they possess extreme power, such as transnational status, as well as investigation authority. Of course, that's the case for the higher-ups that run the association. A girl says, what the hell is this? A man sitting in a surveillance room says, what do you think it is? He says, it's the work of the damn press who's busy taking shots on us. She hits the table and says, I suffered for the past 5 days, as the one in charge on site. She says, I evacuated the residents, made a barrier line with the police and the military, and completed the preparations to be supported by nearby countries for emergency measures by grabbing the collars of the executives. And what about that? She is Cha Yan, third-class agent of the association. That man says, loot at the bottom-most article. It says, the person in Veil L who is her. She lights a cigarette and says, where do you think it got leaked from? He says, it's a no-smoking zone indoors. She says, I told you to thoroughly block all contacts from outside. He says, that's not as easy as it sounds, you know that. But thankfully, it seems that the press just sees it as a tabloid. They're not giving any attention to Elle either since. A rookie that just showed up closed a 2-star dungeon all by himself and then disappeared without a trace. Who would believe that? She says, how did a civilian? Could he be a demonic? We need to contact him ahead of the clans. But no matter how we try, we still can't find him. We went over all the surveillance cameras as well. Some come shouts and says, we found him. She says, where is he? That man says, he said. That he's at his house. She says, say what? Changxian reaches his house and says, I'm back. A woman cooking food and says, have you eaten? He says, not yet. He thinks, this smell. Kimchi jjigae. He is covering his face with his jacket. She says, what is with that terrible look? He thinks, this is the first time I've smelled kimchi jjigae in hundreds of years. My consciousness is fading away due to this delicious smell. He picks up his dog and says, enough. Ko-sun. It's nice to see you too. But stop licking me. She says, the jjigae is almost done. Go take a bath. I'll set up the table. He thinks, I'm actually home. After hundreds of years. He hugs his dog and says, I'm back. After that we see that they all are sitting to eat silence. Changxian thinks, yeah, this was it. The reason that I avoided sticking. A man says, I'm off. And a girl also says, I'm heading out too. He thinks, as my father's family owns a conglomerate of sorts, my father inherited a big hospital. And my mother's family consists of famous scholars who either work in legal industry or as diplomats. Following in my father's footsteps, my older brother went to a medical university, and my older sister majored in music and won numerous awards in musical competitions. Compared to them, I who have been very competitive since young and we especially obsessed with games, has always been treated like an alien. The youngest of their family came back looking like a beggar after a few days. How is it that they're not the slightest bit worried? I guess they only want to good memories. It's because of this that I don't feel anything towards this house. But has kimchi stew always tasted so good? His father puts down the chopsticks and says, you're just going to stay silent. His father says, when the Jamsil gate or whatever opened, did you know that your mother fainted? People came looking for you, saying that you might have been swept into the gate. Worried that you might have been sent to an emergency ward, you older brother called up every singles hospital in Seoul. And you older sister helped you mother to look everywhere for you and couldn't go for her overseas work trip. But having been gone for a few days, all you're doing is to eat after coming back looking like a beggar. You're able to eat still. Not even the beasts act like you do. If you're going to live this way, then go live somewhere else. Stop causing trouble for you mother and siblings. His mother says, you should stop too. He's probably like this because he's sorry for what's happened. Changxian, say something, you father was really worried about you. His father picks up his bag and says, I'm going to work. She says, you know it too, right? That your father just says whatever he wants when he gets angry. Don't take it too hard. Changxian says, yes, mother. He sees her and thinks before I realized, she already has so many wrinkles. I've been negligent. I was just waiting for my family to worried about me, but I hadn't thought of approaching them first. He says, go and rest in your room. I'm sorry. She says, what did you just say? He says, I'm sorry, mother. I'll be careful in the future. We see that his room is a mess. He starts to clean his room and says, did live in a pigsty like this. This is really serious. His dog come to him. He picks up his dog and says, how can I untie this complicated knot? Well, let's first start by cleaning up. We see a yellow sports car going at full speed. Some says, wow, isn't this the new model that there are only 100 units of in our country? How did you get your hands on this? But more importantly, how did you manage to buy this with our paltry salary? Cha Yan says, I take on a lot of contract jobs. You know. He says, those are illegal, aren't they? She thinks, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Elle looks. Changxian lie down on his bed and says, I can finally lie down. Divine being, good season to hunt, is interested in what you'll do from now on. She's appealing to you by saying that she'll be able to help you in improving your hunting techniques. Divine being, snake that wraps around the word is telling you that rest is important too. He think, they're even interested in things like that, huh? He thinks of his family and gets up and says, I need to show them that I'm different now. That I'm no longer the alcoholic that mooches off others. That I'm an adult who's able to do his part. If I focus on being a player, I'm sure my family will slowly open their hearts as well. This start is way better than expected it'd be. It feels like I can proceed with my second plan earlier than I thought. That Void Monarch guy would be here, right? We see a flashback where Changxian says to Thanatos, who's the one I must first deal with in the mundane world. Thanatos says, that would be the ruler residing in your world of course. Changxian says, who is that exactly? Thanatos says, it's someone you know very well. The tiger that has been trapped in hardships. He thinks, one of my arch nemesis who was there at my divine punishment trial. I still remember vividly how he laughed so heartily in front of me. But it won't be easy to get him since he's very crafty. He's as brutal as a tiger, very fast at catching onto things, and also has a lot of underlings. A recruitment notice appears says, the White Tiger clan will be recruiting new players in a month. He see that and thinks, the White Tiger clan. Since the gates started to open, numerous gods and stars have begun showing their faces on Earth. As a result, groups that have received blessings and baptisms have also emerged. And that's what a clan is. The Void Monarch is the patron saint of the White Tiger clan. He really sucks at naming things. Just because he's a white tiger. He also named has followers, white tigers. A large clan that's ranked first in Korea, they're definitely big for sure. Recruitment notice since I don't have the power to start a war right now. I'll have to slowly start by cutting of his limbs one by one from the bottom without letting him notice. That is why I have to finish the preparations within a month no matter what. He goes to remote spot. He thinks, no matter what, I can't be disrupted while doing what I'm about to try now. Not by humans, nor even animals, not even the slightest disruption can be allowed. But, did I eat too much kimchi stew after not having eaten it for so long? My stomach isn't feeling very well. Shall I take care of it like how I did in the dungeon? Let's do it the normal way here. My body will be in shock. It's been hundreds of years since I've used a toilet. How refreshing now, shall I get going? I should be okay this far in, right? He cuts his hand and uses blood to make runes on the trees. He deployed the rune of stealth. He removes his clothes. And says, I should keep my clothes safe. He opens the inventory. System display the contents of the inventory. He has 13 bone spear carved out of the ribs of a firework mountain goat. 21 small shield made from crushing a fire salamander's skull. 1 bloody mamba's poisonous fang. 9 firework tiger's burned toenails. 1 ice kite's ice poison beak. 2 burrowing scorpion stinger. He bring out the plague spider's poisonous gland. And thinks of the flash black the elder told him that, there's nothing like using venom as a fire starter to start a big fire. The pure fire energy that's accumulated within my body. Fires is usually known to push back poison, and destroy evil. Since it's a purifying fire that specializes in purification. And the stronger the foreign substance is, the stronger the fire will burn. It's only then that the fire will become the fire of the 8 trigrams urn. As the fire of the 8 trigrams urn burns, all foreign substances and accumulated waste will also be burned and purified. There's no better way to thoroughly purify your body than this. Since I have enough fire, I'll start with my heart. After that we see that poison is spreading in his body. System says, Bloody Mamba's poisonous fang has infiltrated your heart. The venom is spreading quickly. Low-grade poison resistance activated, the effects are insufficient. He screams with pain. System says, alert, you must get rid of Bloody Mamba's poisonous fang immediately and start detoxifying. You have completely absorbed the Bloody Mamba's poisonous fang. You have discovered a hidden piece. You have obtained the snake venom's gene. You will be able to produce a little of the Bloody Mamba's poison from now on. He gets 50,000 karma. System says, you are currently in a critical state. The firework tiger's burned toenail has infiltrated your liver and intestines. Divine being good season to hunt, is horrified and wants to know what you are doing. She is asking if you possess any item that can help you out of your situation. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, has exclaimed in surprise after seeing that you've discovered the hidden piece. He adds that you definitely have something up your sleeves again and is curious about what's going to happen next. Divine Being, the great demon that chases after the abyss, is waiting for you reply. Divine Being, all that purses through the twilight, is cheering you on. The burrowing scorpion stinger has infiltrated your spleen. You are now on the brink of death. He drinks the venom of the spider. System says, plague spider's poisonous gland has permeated into you lungs. You have discovered a hidden piece. All 5 of you major internal organs have been filled with venom. The 5 different poisons are in conflict with each other. You poisoned status has been severely intensified. He is in extreme pain and thinks a little more, just a little more. He activates low-grade poison resistance. System says, low-grade poison resistance has been rendered ineffective. Warning. Message popped up saying, you must attempt treatment quickly. If this goes on, you might die. He thinks not yet. System says, warning. Please attempt detoxification immediately. If poisoned status continues, severe disabilities could present themselves in your body. Warning. All of you bodily functions are paralyzed. He says, now. He puts mana into the fire that was dormant within him. A lot fire comes out of his body and surrounds him. Poison shell on his body starts break. System says, the fire has awakened. The fires started raging. You have discovered a hidden piece. The fire is raging even more. System says, congratulations, you have successfully ignited the legendary ancient sacred fire that has been forgotten, the fire of the 8 trigrams urn. System says, you have gained the ability to use the fire of 8 trigrams urn. You are revering. All your blood and energy pathways have been opened. All your meridian pathways have been opened. Your magic power organs are being regenerated. You have obtained a magic power brazier. You have gained the attributes of fire. You have gained the attributes of poison. He gets the achievement, the phoenix that rose from the ashes. His rewards are, all stats points goes up by 15, continuous purification. His traits are, immunity against 10 poisons. And skills are, blood poison. He gets really excited and says, it's done, I've obtained the immunity against 10 poisons. He sees his system window. He smiles and thinks, next would be getting weapons. Che Yan reaches Changxian's home and says, is this Li Changxian's home? Someone says, please come in. I guess the association really lives up to its name. It's slow as fuck. He says, but you're actually earlier than I thought. It's been Awihil, Agent Cha Yiyun. She sees them and thinks, what's with them? Since when did they? Wu Yongjun, the Sword of Wisdom clan's head of human resources, aka Black Shamshir. The White Tiger clan's raiding Team 2's leader, Saber-Toothed Tiger, Xiao Zhongguan. She thinks, I was too careless. After that we see at Sungsu neighborhood Shoemaker's Alley. Changxian come out of shop while eating something and says, sure enough, there's simply no comparison between filling up myself with magic power and filling myself up with food. Based on what I've had, the trait Twilight of the Gods is the king of weapons. We see a flashback where Thanatos says, in that case, you'll need a wide range of weapons when you return. Wouldn't you require a blacksmith that can satisfy your needs? Does such a person exist? Thanatos says, of course. A man appears behind him and says, young man, if you need something, come over here and take a look. He is standing in front of a shop that has been closed for more than 5 years. He sees the lock and thinks, it's been 5 years since they've closed. Despite that, he smells something and says, the smell of divine fire. This means a decent brazier is being used. Divine Being, good season to hunt, is getting interested as she says, she smells the scent of good steel coming from inside. He thinks, there's definitely a brazier in use inside. He breaks the lock and opens the shop. Divine Being, good season to hunt, is showing a good response towards the fragrant smell of metal. He thinks, there are so many weapons here. Divine Being, good season to hunt, says that this is great and there's no better place to call paradise on earth than this place. Good season to hunt, is looking at all the good quality weapons and crinkles her nose. Good season to hunt, is screaming because she's really excited. He sees a broken and rusted sword, it looks like thousands so years old. Divine Being, good season to hunt, is criticizing you for looking at this strange weapon instead of all the other good weapons around. He picks up the old looking sword. Good season to hunt, asks him to throw away that weird thing and quickly go look at the other weapons. Changxian sees the sword and thinks this is. A man with the dog comes and says, who are you? Changxian sees him and thinks, a blind man. Changxian's mother gives some fruit to the Tiger Guild and Association members. They see her and thinks, how elegant. An actress is different indeed. White Tiger Guild member says, it looks like the values of rookies have really gone crazy recently, huh? From team leaders to department heads, does that make sense? Cha Yaon thinks, that's strange. These aren't the sort of people who would personally make a move just to recruit a rookie. She says, things are different if we're talking about a super rookie though. She thinks, and all this is happening within a day. The face of the White Tiger clan that possesses the strongest battle power in Korea, rating team leader, Seo Jungwon. He's someone who wears a fake mustache because he thinks all strong warriors have mustaches. The 5-star Sword Clan, which started from being the affiliate of big corporation, the 5-star group, and quickly grew into a large clan in a short period of time, their human resources department head, Woo Young-jun. And the uncle of Woo Haibin, one of the survivors in the gate this time round. Is this all possible for just a super rookie? Lee Changxian, there's definitely something different about him. But Lee Changxian is just one person. I'm sure they'll make sure that the other can't recruit him if they can't recruit him. She says, I'm sure you're all busy people, what being you here? Seo Jungwon says, if I don't do this, people might think I'm a free rider or something. You can't be thinking of trying to get in the way of our business, right? She says, you guys are the ones who first disrupted our business. You stole our secrets, remember? He says, isn't this abuse of governmental authority? She says, not at all. Isn't it more like you are obstruction official government business? Changxian's mother says, so, you're both here to recruit my son. The both says, yes, that's right. They starts to tell here about the benefits, if he joins them. She says, yes, I've heard both of you. But this is something my youngest son will have to decide for himself, so I don't this you should be talking to me. But I have something to is everyone present. We were told that my son had spent the last 5 days in the Jamsil dungeon. May I hear more about what happened there? About what he did in that place? Changxian is talking to the blind man and blind man says, and so? You want to make a weapon? Changxian says, that's right. Blind man says, what a funny person. You're asking me to do it even after seeing my current state. Why would you trust me? Divine being, good season to hunt, says that the blind man's words are right and is nodding ferociously. She says, that the good weapons in her are probably not made by this blind man. Divine being, snake that wraps around the world, says that she is damn noisy, and tells her to please shut up and just watch. Blind man starts to walk away and says, if you're here to make a fool out of me, then you've done enough, please go away. This blacksmith shop has closed for a long time. Changxian says, despite saying all that, your brazier is currently in use, huh? Those calluses on your right hand seem pretty new too. Blind man gets angry and says, what nonsense are you talking about? Changxian says, it looks like you're having some financial difficulties. At the very least, you shouldn't let your buddy who has become your eyes starve. Changxian says, I'll give you 10 million won for each completed request. When you finish everything, I'll give you an additional 50 million won, regardless of the quality. But if the quality is much better than expected, I'll make sure to give you an ample bonus. Tell me your account number. Changxian transferred 10 million immediately. His mobile's eye says, 10 million won has been deposited into W Bank. The name of the depositor is Lee Changxian. Changxian says, that's just the down payment, it's not an advance payment. Is that insufficient? Let me know if so. Blind man says, give me more. Changxian says, what? Blind man says, give me 5 million won more. I need to pay the rent I owe. He sends him 5 more millions. Blind man says, so? About the thing you want me to make. Changxian says, boss. Blind man says, what? Changxian says, you're the promise. I'm the promiser. You will only work for me when you take my money. Call me boss. After that we see that blind man says, so the weapons that you want include a 5-meter long whip, a long spear that can be assembled, 5 huge aces and a small hand axe, 4 different kinds of swords and a shield. Is that all of it? Changxian says, no, a bow and some arrows as well. I'm also thinking of making armor in the future. Blind man says, I can't do it. Changxian gives him additional 100 million won and says, that's for the material cost. Tell me if you need more. And don't says things like you can't, because you'll need to pay 3 times what you received if you break the contract. Blind man gets angry and says, crazy bastard, annoying. Changxian says, I hear people say that often. Blind man says, just why do you trust me to do this? This is our first time meeting, right? Changxian says, first time meeting. I guess you're right. On top of that, you're a nobody and you're highly disadvantaged because you have a disability. But don't you think the person who takes on request has no need to question the one who makes the request? You make the items and I pay the price. I think what a good contract would be like. Blind man says, alright. I'll take on your request, but it's too hard to make everything, there's not enough time. It's been a long time since I've worked with iron, so I need to get used to it again. And every item that you've requested is troublesome to make, it'll probably take a while for me to find out how to make them. And more importantly, there's a big problem. Changxian says, what is it? I need a special hammer to work with my brazier, but I don't have that hammer. Changxian says, a hammer? Did someone take it from you or something? Blind Mons says, my senior brother. My father's former disciple. After my father died, he joined a big clan and he stole the hammer that my father used to use. Changxian says, what poor judgment of people. Where is it? The place that you senior brother joined. Blindman says, high off. Changxian says, high off. Blind man says, you don't know them. They're one of the top 10 clans. I'll get it for you. Where is that place located? Blind man says, what are you talking about? That place is very dangerous. Changxian says, it doesn't matter, since I just need to get rid of everyone there so that no evidence would be left behind. Blind man thinks, yeah. This is it. I keep feeling like I'm getting drawn to this guy. I don't know the reason, but this person know if it's the boss, then I feel like he can do it. Blind man, it's in a grave at Seoul, Junbriang, Bonghwa Mountain. After that we see that at Seoul, Junbriang, Bonghwa Mountain. Changxian says, a senior brother in high off. There's only one reason they would have recruited Jin Daewon, that bastard. To open the grave. High off has been known since a long time ago. For wanting to clear some dungeon that's shaped like a tomb secretly. And that place scouted Jin Daewon. In order to open the last room within the tomb, I think it's in the shape of a lock or something. It seems to be a hidden piece, but they probably recruited him because they couldn't find it. Changxian thinks, just what kind of place is it? If it's that hard to find, then I guess there should be pretty good rewards in it. He sees toward the moon and thinks, the time right now is around 8:40 p.m. He messages his mother and says, I'll eat dinner. He thinks, I'll eat dinner outside before going back. He thinks, let's find out about Clan High Off. He says, drugs, drinking, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassination contracts. They're all trash. If this is the case, it'll be alright even if I kill all of them. The divine being, all that pierces through the twilight, I pleased with your sense of justice and nods. A special benefit will be provided. You have obtained an unbending spirit. Changxian presses thank you and thinks, it looks like there's been a misunderstanding. But if you're going to give a benefit, then it would have been great if you gave me discerning eyes or the goddess blade and dagger. He brings out a mask and says, first, I need to hide my identity. Mask is laughing haha mask. Defense 50 to 70. Effect, recognition obstruction. He bring out the daggers made from Ice Kite's feather. And says, I don't want to kill them easily though. He throws the knives toward them. It hits one of them in head and an ice explosion happen. He kills a lot of them using ice dagger and goes running toward their base. He breaks them into pieces. And says, this isn't good enough yet. Trash like you guys need to suffer more. He uses blood poison on them. System says, because of the blood poison, the ice poison from the daggers made from Ice Kite's feather has been enhanced. They all are screaming with pain. He thinks, the additional skill that I obtained after gaining immunity against 10 poisons, blood poison. I didn't think I'd be using it so quickly though. Since it's not just ice poison, but ice poison enhanced with blood poison. The effect of the poison is now stronger. The divine being, good season to hunt, is enjoying how you're doing things. He says, don't bother detoxifying yourselves, just die very painfully. The divine being snake that wraps around the world, was amazed at your recklessness and is observing what's unfolding with great interest. He goes inside their base. It is the bestless tomb dungeon. It is so dark in there. He gained visibility because of his mask. He thinks, so this is why Ou Yeji lent me this. He probably placed the brazier in front of the boss room so that he could go there and make keys frequently. If I could get the rewards in the boss room while I'm here, it'd be great, but... The Dungaran mission starts. Mission theme, rob the grave. Defeat the guardian that guarding Bestla's tomb. And steal the treasures in the last room, where the owner of the tomb is resting in. The tomb is split into 3 huge sections. In each section, there are several items that have been installed to protect the owner's rest from the grave robber. Please take note of that. Good Season to Hunt is looking forward to what you're going to do. Good Season to Hunt asks you what's wrong in a state of confusion. Changxian looks behind and says, come on out. Good Season to Hunt says that there's no one there and questions your actions. He says, you're not coming out. If you're not coming out, then you leave me no choice. I have no choice but give this to the next administrator that I meet. Administrator says, my, you're a player who's way more impatient than I thought. It's alright if you take it easy, though. Administrator comes out and says, nice to meet you, I'm the dungeon administrator. Herald. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt is surprised and asks why is that kind of bastard appearing here. Administrator says, this how you react. You're so mean, it looks like all the others knew that I was here. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt loses her temper and asks what you mean by that. Administrator says, it's the truth. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt looks at the other gods channeling in shock. She shocked and says, this impossible. Good Season to Hunt praises the stealth skill of Administrator, Herald, for being able to fool Eva God's authority. Administrator says, I never used anything that great, though. Changxian says, enough with the useless chatter. You're following me for the sake of writing the report right. Administrator is shocked to hear that and says, you know about the report. Changxian says, since the tutorial has already ended. Administrator is really shocked to hear that. And says, the report has details about the targets that the gods are interested in. That's the evaluation that the Administrative Bureau has put together in great detail. How does a novice know about it? It looks like you're much more knowledgeable than the usual novice, no, even rancor. I ought to put this into the report too. If the recording rights go to another administrator. What should I do? I don't think they'll overlook this. Changxian says, the recording rights. You can have it. Administrator gets really happy and says, what? Alright. He says, in return I need a favor from you. Administrator says, what is it? Changxian says, I'll tell you later. Administrator thinks, I don't feel good about this. Changxian says, it's nothing difficult. I'll tell you about it before I leave this dungeon. Administrator says, I don't have a choice alright then. However, I can't fulfill it if it's outside of my authority. Please understand. Changxian smiles and says, you don't have to worry about that. I take it that the contract has been concluded, then. A mana chain appears in between them. System says, player Li Changxian and Administrator Herald have made a covenant of mana. Administrator gets scared and thinks, he knows the covenant of mana as well. He's not a novice. No one would be surprised if he said he was a veteran. Divine Being Snake that wraps around the world is delighted, is there someone who's more sly than it is? After that someone says, it looks like the key's a failure this time. He punches the wall and says, damn it all. Just how badly do you have to screw up? For you to handle things like this. He is high off rating department head Lee Jesung. He says we will be punished again. I might actually end up becoming a sacrifice offering. This won't do. Jin Daewon. Get that bastard here right now. They drag someone to him, they says, please spare us. Please spare us. Blood. He says, I heard you guys failed again. He is Jin Daewon, Ou Yeji's disciple who stole the hammer. He says, my department head. Please spare me. If you could provide me with a little more blood, I could. Department head kick him in the face. And says, didn't I provided you with everything you requested? People offerings, and even the sacred fire. Yet you've done nothing but fail. Is there any need for me to spare your life? Even when my life could be at stake. He says, the sacred fire you gave me was used in the new brazier that I mentioned. Department head says, so it's my fault. He says, of course not. It's just because I didn't have enough time and blood. Just one more time. Please give me just one more chance. Department head thinks, I shouldn't have trusted a good-for-nothing like him from the start. Department head says, is blood all you really need? He says, yes. Out of the 3 stages of the lock, I've already succeeded in unlocking up to the 2nd stage. The blood got depleted earlier than expected and I failed due to the lack of power, so I just need to have more blood. Department head says, alright. I'll take you for your word for now. But if you fail again, I'll definitely find both you and your family and tear all of you apart. Bear that in mind. He says, thank you. He says, why aren't the items coming in? I'll go check on it quickly. System says, new data has been added. The ranking system will be updated. Li Changxian's rank is 57. Department head says, what's this? Administrator player Li Changxian. He's a truly unique player. Various god and constellations along with good season to hunt, were interested in him. His unique combat methods can be seen in the dungeon this time as usual. Administrator hears a sound. He runs toward it and says, why are you so fast? A huge metal ball is coming toward him. With super speed. Administrator sees him and thinks, he took less than 30 minutes to clear each section for Toe out of the 3 sections. Not only was he able to cut through a large metal ball as it was appearing, he also managed to knock away arrows coming from all direction without seeing them. It's as if he has memorized the locations and orders of all the traps. Based on my memory, it's the 4th year that Dungeon KR 921 hasn't been cleared. But this player might actually be able to clear this place. I know this based on having been an administrator over a long period of time. He's talented, has good senses, and perfect traits. I'm guessing that the battle between the gods and constellations to make him their apostle would get even fiercer. Player Li Changxian has such exceptional abilities. The he have that attention of the 12 constellations of the 28 mansion. He reminds me of a certain someone in the past. Administrator thinks of the past Changxian, Twilight of the Gods. This content would probably cause a few gods frown after reading it, but Twilight of the Gods. That light that shined so brightly and mocked numerous gods and constellations. He who had fallen. Changxian is tied up in sea toward Void Monarch. How dare you scoff at me? Changxian jumps and dodges the traps. The divine being, good season to hunt, thinks that the air here has a nasty smell. He thinks, the smell of blood. Something's here. The divine being, all that pierces through the twilight, warns you and says that evil is being radiated from every single corner. There are a lot dead bodies in front of him. The divine being, all that pierces through the twilight, is infuriated at such a horrible sight. The divine being, all that pierces through the twilight, orders you to execute justice. I heard that they were going to make the key for the boss room. I wonder that sacrifices were offered up. He hears someone saying, get moving, quickly. You guys are so slow, seriously. They tied some people and says, this is why the department head is always so angry. Should we just cut off 1 or 2 head to get them to move quickly? One the guard says, move quickly. We're lacking 1 person right now. If we don't hurry up, they might just use of us to make up for that 1 person. Damn it. This so frustrating. One of the get trapped inside the ice. Changxian breaks him. Other guard says, bastard, who are you? Changxian stabs him in shoulder. He says, who are you? How dare you attack the high off? He sees Changxian's eyes and thinks, these aren't the eyes of a human. He starts cry and says, please spare me. Changxian says, do you want to live? Then tell me what's happening inside, how many you are there, how powerful they are, and all the information that you know. He starts tell him about everyone inside. Changxian thinks, there are a total of 30 people preparing the ritual. And among them, I only need to be careful of a guy named Li Jesung. He says, since I've told you everything, please spare me. Changxian says, about that. Changxian equipped the dagger made from sharpening a firework tiger's fang. And says, I only asked if you wanted to live, though I didn't says, I'd spare you. Changxian kills him, he levels up once. The divine being, snake that wraps around the world says, that it was an incredible joke and that it likes it. The divine being, the great demon that chases after the abyss, nods his head slightly at how you slyly killed that guy. Changxian uses soul extortion. Changxian absorbs his corpse, and starts to walk. His body is covered in dark pink aura. Prisoner sees him and says, is he a ghost? Some guards walking and saying, is Li Changxian the name of the person that the boss asked us to find? Li Changxian, I thinks I've heard of this name a couple of times. Right, that famous pro gamer. I heard he's now a vegetable though. He's probably someone different with the same name. Changxian come running from behind them. He kills them and an explosion happens at the spot. Their boss thinks, these bastards. Why aren't they here yet? The dungeon ranking has been updated. Dungeon ranking Li Changxian is on the 11th spot. After that Changxian reaches 8th spot. Boss is getting anger to see that. Changxian reaches 6th spot. The boss shouts and says, where are they? Changxian gets to the 2nd spot. Boss thinks, shit, are they all dead? Someone's come there and says, save me. Boss sees him and says, son. He says, save me. Boss says, hey, come back to your senses, assistant manager son. There are a lot rune or written on his body. He says, a ghost is coming. He blows up. Boss get hits by the shock wave. He suffered terrible burn injury. He was poisoned from corpse poison. He was also poisoned from acid poison. A warning message popped up saying, your stamina is being depleted at a fast rate. You need to detoxify quickly. You're near the brink of death. Boss see toward the spot of blast. Changxian is approaching there and system says, death is approaching. Changxian attacks him with really power attack. Jaesung blocks his attack using his sword. Changxian thinks, he blocked it. Jaesung shouts and says, I'll kill you. And he starts to swing around his sword. Changxian sees that and thinks, the poison should have kept him from being able to see properly. He can keep up with my movements with his senses even without his sight. Well, it does seem like he knows how to fight. A message popped up in front of the Jaesung saying, warning. Your stamina is being consumed at a rapid pace. You must detoxify yourself. Changxian thinks, to think he's this skilled at level 30. Is he using something to enhance his power? It's odd that such a peaceful country would persist to have such dangers and continue having human sacrifices. There's definitely something wrong here. I came here because of Oyu Yeji. But I'm starting to get interested in these secrets. It's about time for the reinforcements from the headquarters to come. Now, it's about time for the sacrifices too. After that we see that someone comes running inside a room and close the door. He says, this is the place that the masked guy mentioned earlier, right? Someone say, yeah, I think so. After that we see a flashback where Changxian says to the prisoner, go that way. After passing 2 doors on your left, if you go to the alley on the side, the 3rd door will open. Hide in there with the door closed. No matter what you hear, don't come out. Then you'll be able to survive. After that we get back to the present and they say this is it, right? Changxian says, I've made sure to keep it simple, so they must have managed to hide well, right? Now then, he used 30 extra stat points on strength. His strength goes from 51 to 81. And he also uses 30 extra stat points on dexterity. Dexterity goes 49 to 79. Changxian throws a box toward him and says, you're looking for an antidote, right? Eat up. He picks it up and open it. It's empty. Changxian appears behind him and says, are you stupid? Why would you believe that? He gets really angry and attacks Changxian using his sword. Changxian jumps to dodge the attack. And attack him. Jaesung throws up blood. Divine Being, good season to hunt, is enjoying this overwhelming battle. Divine Being Snake that wraps around the world, declares that you are the craftiest and is watching you battle with joy. System says, skill intermediate grade dagger technique, has reached max level. A high grade skill has been unlocked. Skill, high grade dagger technique has been created. Changxian cuts his sword to pieces. He says, impossible. Changxian cuts him down. As Jaesung is about to die he says, why me? Changxian says, how strange. If you're willing to take innocent lives, you should at least be aware that the same could happen to you. Changxian uses soul extortion to absorb his body. System says, the flames of purgatory has been activated and you have succeeded in acquiring player Li Jaesung's soul. Changxian's stamina recovered by 6%. Divine Being All that pierces through the twilight, is deeply impressed by your righteousness. Changxian thinks, righteousness, it says, what a joke. Divine Being, all that pierces through the twilight, has given you a privilege, inner peace. Changxian sees that and thinks, inner peace. System says, inner peace, one who possesses this will not falter in the face of any chaos. Take pride in you wisdom and courage. Type, blessing. Protection effects, mental immunity, constant courage. Changxian thinks, even considering unbending spirit, to think I'd get inner peace. I'm not some kind of apostle. Changxian thinks of his past and says, forever cruel and vicious. I, who is called an evil god. Although he's said to be a wise and intelligent warrior god, contrary to the terrifying rumors about him, he's surprisingly sloppy. Divine being good season to hunt, feels anxious on seeing the two privileges granted to you by all that pierces through the twilight. Divine being good season to hunt is rummaging through her treasure chest to see if there's a privilege she can grant you. Changxian thinks, although I don't think I've become as much a pushover as this one. Changxian reaches the boss room and says this is it. System says, the door of the boss room is currently tightly shut. The key is hidden somewhere, find it and unlock the door. He bring out an bone spear. And throws it. It hits someone. He cough out blood and falls to the ground. He picks up the hammer and System says, unknown hammer. An unknown hammer, it appears to be made from a meteor and after many years has. Type, hammer. Effect, unknown. As you are not the owner of this item, you cannot use it. Changxian sees that and thinks a meteor. No, for now, I should open this door that High-Off hasn't been able to open for years. If it were Oyu Yeji, I think he'd be able to fashion a key somehow. But there's now need for such pointless labor when there's a better method available. Herald, come out. Administrator appears there, and says, why did you call for me at a time like this? We had an agreement. Open it now. Administrator says, it seems like you don't know this because you're a novice. But it's against the regulations for an administrator to interfere with a dungeon mission. Changxian says, cut the bullshit. You can bend those rules however much you want depending on the situation. Administrator is surprised to hear that. Changxian says, if you don't want to, then you don't have to. I guess I won't bother with writing the report either. Administrator says, yes, I understand. I'll do as you say. Divine being, good season to hunt says, that seeing the administrator's bewildered face is a joy while clutching her sides. Divine being, snake that wraps around the world, shows great admiration for your ingenuity. Administrator says, I might be punished for this. It'd be nice if it would end with just a pay cut. System says, the stone door that had been closed has been opened by the administrator's authority. Administrator gets really happy to see inside and says, I've opened it for you. Hurry on in now. Changxian sees him and he is confused. Changxian goes inside the boss room. Door closes and administrator starts to laugh. System says, you have entered the boss room. There is a really big monster in front of him. Changxian's eyes starts to bleed. System says, you are beginning to be affected by a curse. The dungeon's master will begin its attempts to steal your body. Boss monster says, obey me. System says, resist until the end and break the golden casket atop the altar. If you fail to resist the curse, your body may be stolen, so exercise caution. The hypnosis will now begin. Boss monster says, worship me. Stand in awe of me. System says, the brainwashing has begun. Monster says, how dare you attempt to disturb the king's slumber. You lowly being. Hand over you flesh. After that we see that administrator is laughing really hard. And says, I don't think this'll be so easy. This boss room's mission is very simple. Guard your mind from the dead master of the tomb, who has nothing but his thoughts left to himself. However, from what is saw earlier, this tomb's master is the thoughts of the enormous Bestla. Administrator starts to dance and says, will a mere novice really be able to withstand this? Administrator gets angry and says, how dare a mere novice toy with me? Reruel, you rude brat. System says, unbending spirit has been activated, your mind will be well protected against external invasions. Inner peace has been activated, your mind's protections have been greatly fortified. Administrator is surprised to see that. System says, the dungeon's mission has been completed. The final rankings have been tallied. Changxian is on the first place with 175,550 points. Rewards will be distributed according to these results. Administrator is really surprised to see that and says, impossible. Dungeon starts to close. Administrator says, that's right. That guy was a runnerkeeper. Changxian is holding a golden key in his hand. Administrator sees him and says, I failed. System says, the dungeon will be completely closed. Good work, everyone. After that we see at the Sungsudong Shoemaker's Alley. Changxian give the hammer to Oyu Yeji. Oyu Yeji says, hey. You this. Changxian says, boss. I've brought you your hammer, so you can start the production now, right? Oyu Yeji says, okay boss. However, like I said, 1 month isn't enough time. I have to regain my feel for this hammer since it's been so long since I've last used it, and I have to clean up the brazier too. Changxian says, 1 week. Oyu Yeji says, what? Just the whip alone would take over 2 weeks. Chonigshan says, for getting your feel for the hammer, this whip, and the lance, I'll give you a month. I'll pay you 3 times as much for asking so much of you. Changxian picks up the rusted sword and says, I'll take that as a yes, then. I'll come back in a month. Right. Changxian says, this is for sale too, right? I'll take it. Oyu Yeji says, no. That's an item my father said has been passed down for generations. I can't ever sell. Changxian give him 100 million won. Changxian says, payment. Let's consider the price of recovering the hammer to be included as well. That much is enough, right? You've just been using this as kindling anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? Oyu Yeji says, just what is that bastard's deal? He goes into his world shop and remove his shirt and says, whatever, the past is in the past. I don't know what's going on, but let's try doing this properly. Changxian thinks of flashback, where Thanatos says, Oyu Yeji is in the soul, so how about seeking him out? Changxian says, Oyu Yeji. I heard that all contact with him had been lost after he created Capricorn's divine artifact. Was he originally a human instead of a god? Thanatos says, however, he'd be too old for that. Changxian says, then. Thanatos says, Oyu Yeji was originally the name of a single man. It's the name passed down to his successors. Capricorn, without even knowing this, had immediately killed Oyu Yeji after receiving his divine artifact. He doesn't know that his successor still lives on. The problem is that many of Oyu Yeji's secret skills have been lost because of your actions. As a result, with the family carrying on in that state, it had deteriorated severely. Of course, as the one to carry Oyu Yeji legacy. The weapons that he creates are incredible, only one of a handful. Changxian thinks, Thanatos gave me some good advice. He modern-day Oyu Yeji will blossom from Choi Buyong's hands. No, from my hands. After that we see that Changxian is holding a key. He thinks, Pedro's key. If the dungeon is Bestla's tomb, then why would the great treasure inside be Peter's key? It's too late right now, my mother is likely worried, so let's hurry home. Someone hits the table and says, what about the guy that closed that dungeon? Did you find him? Someone else says, no, we haven't yet. He says, just what do you guys think you're doing? Find him, no matter what. Dead or Alice. Hyoff's raid department head, Go Sungwon. She says, you have to get back Peter's key from him no matter what. Damn it. If the Bangwa Mountain Gate's real owners, the White Tiger clan, find out, we're done for. We had to use human sacrifices in order to get Peter's key. So we had a secret contract. Get the car ready. We're going to Bangwa Mountain immediately. I can't believe this. Not only was the dungeon closed, we even had Peter's key stolen from us. If White Tiger finds out about this, hurry up. This won't end with my life alone. Seo Jungwon especially. If that bastard ever finds out, then my entire family will be. I can't leave things as they are. I have to find it no matter what. Someone come to the White Tiger Guild member and says something to him. White Tiger Guild member gets really angry and says, what did you says? Association member says, Seo Jungwon. Hey. Swordsman says, just what are you doing, team leader Seo? He stops. Swordsman says, how could you use Tigrine evil spirit with civilians around? Seo says, it's getting late. It doesn't seem like that Li Changxian guy is coming home tonight. So I'll be heading back now. Association member says, are you alright? Changxian's mom says, yes. I'm fine. They say the awakened live in another world compared to us. So it was true, is our youngest like that as well? He acts rather brusque, but he's very delicate inside. I'd like it if he weren't hurt anymore, but that seems quite difficult. Please head back. Swordsman says, thanks to team leader Seo, this has ended being a pain in the neck. We can't just head back. Without even seeing him. What are you thinking of doing now, Miss Cha and Mr. Jin? He thinks about the girl that was with Changxian in dungeon saying. Uncle, Li Changxian a juicy. Please bring back Changxian a juicy. He says, if you two are planning to stay here, I'll ask the secretary to bring you coffee. Jin says, I'd like a hot caramel macchiato. Cha hit Jin and says, no, that's alright. As we have other matter to attend to after this, unfortunately, it seems we'll have to come again next time to see Li Changxian. Jin says, we get off from work after. She hits him again before he could complete his sentence and says, we appreciate the sentiment. Swordsman says, I see, it can't be helped then, see you again next time. She says, yes. Please take care on your way back. You, follow me. Jin says, what's with the serious expression? Jin gets a code red message, and says, what is this? Cha says, I'm leaving you behind if you don't hurry up. Jin says, yes. Changxian is swinging rusted sword around divine being good season to hunt, is grumbling, asking just why you took that with you. He thinks, there's no way an item being used as kindling in a mythical braziers would be just that. To think the legendary divine artifact, the Yuchang sword, would be used like this. If I use the evil dragon's snaggletooth and the Yuchang sword properly, nothing else in the player world would come close to them. System says, Yuchang sword. One of the 9 famous blades forged by the first Oyu Yeji, referring to as the divine artisan. Type, dagger, divine artifact. Attack power, cannot be measured. Effect, cannot be discerned. As the qualification requirements have not been met, you cannot use the divine artifact's abilities. And you cannot confirm details regarding the divine artifact. He thinks the 9 famous blades, which define Oyu Yeji, are absolutely priceless. Actually, after one of the 9 famous blades, the Zanlu sword, had appeared on Arcadia, a bloody war had broken out over it. In the aftermath of that war, I think 2 empires and 6 kingdoms had fallen into ruin. Who would have thought that one of those famous swords would be used as kindling? The original owner of the Yuchang sword was an assassin, so they say this blade drew the most blood out of the 9 famous swords. It's considered an evil sword, full of the incredible resistment and tenacity of its victims. But because of that, not much is known about its appearance. There was also talk about the first Oyu Yeji being called the divine artisan because he hated seeing blood. I don't know if it was the first Oyu Yeji, or a successor coming after him, bearing his name. But it seems like all recognizable patterns on it had been removed in order to erase it from this world, leaving it just as a way to preserve the mythology. Divine being good season to hunt is grumbling about why you're so happy holding something that weird, snickering to yourself. Divine being, all that pierces throat the twilight, looks upon you with satisfaction. Changxian says, I guess gathering all of Oyu Yeji's 9 famous swords would be nice, if I ever have the chance. I wonder if I'll ever meet him. System says, you have taken out the bone spear made from shaving a firework mountain goat's rib. Changxian scents something, and throws the dagger towards it. That dagger hits the tree. Swordsman is there and he dodges the attack. And says, even if I was hiding my presence, you're going too far. How could you attack so abruptly? Changxian jumps toward him with super speed. Swordsman sees Changxian's eyes and says, his eyes. Chng Son swings his sword with full power. Swordsman blocks it with his sword. Swordsman says, what kind of rookie is this strong? Swordsman thinks, his swordsmanship. It's crude and lacks any patterns. But he lacks any superfluous movements. He says, it's as if his skills were trained in combat, his blade meant to kill. He's no rookie. He's like a first-generation player that's faced all sorts of hardships. I only approached him to test his skill. But I'll end up disgracing myself if I make a mistake here. I'm sure my niece will reprimand me for this. But no, I want to fight to the fullest. No, rather, I need to give it my all. That's the only way I'll be able to face off against this rookie. 10,000 notes have been into arrows. Swordsman uses full power to swings the sword. Swordsman says, he throws the sword to the ground and says, I surrender. Changxian gets angry and says, what are you doing? Swordsman thinks, I almost lost myself there. What was I thinking? He says, I apologize for mindlessly antagonizing you. I simply wanted to measure your skill. It seems I lost myself in my excitement. I apologize for the misunderstanding that this has caused. System says, Divine Being, good season to hunt. I crying out OT make an example of this man, who carelessly lunged at you. Changxian says, who are you? Divine Being, good season to hunt eagerly awaits for you to fight. Swordsman thinks, informal speech. Swordsman bring out his card and says, my business card. Changxian thinks, 5-star sword. Head of Human Resources, Wu Yunjin. He says, actually the reason why I sought you out is because I'd like to scout you for my clan. Changxian thinks, their deity is the nameless giant god, right? Its real name is Upwam. It's a god of wealth that often guards you houses storerooms and assets. Changxian says, experiencing something like this so suddenly, I'm no particularly pleased but more importantly, how do you know who I am? Wu says, it seems you aren't aware yet of how famous you've become. It's not only us, but many other clans in the country that have taken an interest in you, Li Changxian. Changxian thinks, they've taken action much more quickly than expected. Changxian thinks, it seems I shouldn't look down on them just because they're players. Wu says, I'd like to speak with you for much longer if I could, however. As I've made a grave mistake today, I'll contact you again once your anger has settled down. System says, Divine Being, good season to hunt, is nagging you for letting go of a man who was picking a fight with you. Wu says, feel free to contact me if anything comes up. System says, Divine Being, God season to hunt, exclaims that someone who is to become her apostle ought to never lose while jumping about. Divine Being snake that wraps around the world. Rebukes her, telling her to go off somewhere else and fight if she likes fights so much. Divine Being, good season to hunt, offended, says that she might just end up fighting the snake that wraps around the world. Divine Being snake that wraps around the world, smiles coldly while telling her she's free to try. Divine Being good season to hunt, has gone berserk, claiming that she'll have snake soup. Changxian says, anyway, I felt like I've seen his face before. Did I see him somewhere before I went to Arcadia? Changxian says, wait, if someone like him is passing through here, that means. Are they at my house too? Damn it, I'm sure she's worried. Swordsman hands is bleeding. Changxian says, Mon, just now. She says, you're back. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Go wash your hands first and then come take a seat. His mother says, do you have something you'd like to say? Changxian says, Mom, there's something I'd like to say. We see a flashback but where Changxian is killing God. And God says, so something so young can already show a face full of killing intent. Changxian says, what's with this old geezer? Fuck off if you don't wanna get you ass beat. Old man says, you sure have a shitty personality. Changxian says, the hell are you saying? If you're just gonna spout bullshit, fuck off already. Old man says, that won't do, we can talk after you've taken a few hits. We get back to present. Changxian thinks, one mother has gone by. The White Tiger clan's recruitment notice. Why did I have a dream like that? It's time to really start taking action now. We see White Tiger clan interviews. Instructor says, please place your hand on the magic power capacity measurement device. Changxian puts his hands on the device. The device blows up. Device says, cannot be measured. Cannot be measured. Instructor says, being over a higher ranked measurement device. Instructor says, number 1031, Li Changxian. Please try putting in your magic power again. Someone says, Li Changxian. His name sounds familiar. She says, it's the tyrant. Changxian says, I wore this hoodie because I figured something like this would happen too. I was too complacent. Someone says, Li Changxian the tyrant. I heard he became an alcoholic. And that he was forced to retire after his team disbanded. I heard he ended up crippled. He's got a pale face and he looks like a player, what's he all stiff for? Man ought to look like us after all. A girl says, you guys are always going on about look like a pair of dried squids. Some of them thinks what's he coming here for after shutting himself up in his room playing games all the time. It hasn't been long since he retired, right? What's he doing here? His level is 25. And his magic power triple plus rank. Everyone is surprised to see that and says, what? The says, what? Level 25 and on top of that, that rank. Damn it. We can't handle something like this in our lane. Tell the section chief. No, tell the department head. Hurry. The head of second team. See the news. The Haitov scandals that have been hushed up until now are finally coming to light. Prosecutors, with the association's cooperation, have seized and begun searching Haitov's headquarters. Cha says, to reporters, the 21 human sacrifices that have occurred over the past 7 years. Just what caused this horrific tragedy? The association's Chai Yan, the Witch of Steel, has announced harsh legal action against Haitov. The White Tiger begins an all-out war against Haitov. The investigations that White Tiger has already been doing regarding Haitov's crimes have been publicized. White Tiger second team head says, the matters regarding Haitov have been cleaned up nicely. Cha says, there are also those who wish to show their gratitude to the hero Haho mask. However, any clues regarding the mysterious Haho mask are yet to be discovered. Someone says, he's the man that stole Peter's key. I have to find him. Instructor come in his room and says, head. A super rookie has appeared. Head says, what are you making a fuss for? Both Executive Director O and Director Kim are coming to Area C as a result. Head says, why? Instructor says, Lee Changxian, do you remember him? Head says, that name sounds familiar. Instructor says, it's the rookie you were waiting for a month ago with the black shamshir and the Witch of Steel. Head is surprised and says, the guy from the Jamsil Gate. I wanted to scout him out to our side. But with those high-off bastards making such a mess, I didn't have the time, right? But what about him? He seems to have come to apply for our test. They says, what? What are the results? Instructor says, he's come out on top in everything. On top of that, his magic power rank is SSS with 3 pluses. Head says, let's go. I'll have to get my hands on him before anyone else can. C Division Examination Site. Changxian see an article and says, there's an article now. The incredible resurrection of the tyrant, Lee Changxian. The rising star, the first SSS rank in Korea in 15 years. They says, that's the tyrant, right? Yeah, that's him 100%. You think just anyone has a face like that? Damn it. He was born with a silver spoon as his mouth and now he's got that awakening rank too. That fucking talented bitch. Damn it. Why'd he have to apply today, when we're going to end up being compared? It's already my 5th try. I'll seriously get kicked out of my house if I fail again. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt, has become incredibly proud of herself as a result of the incredible amount of attention you are getting, exclaiming that you are the talent that she has set her eyes on. Divine Being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, observes you, amused. Changxian says, he's here. Divine Being Snake that wraps around the world, has surmised that he must have some sort of plan in mind for you. Instructor says, the test will now begin. Instructor says, the test is monster hunting. From red orcs to twin-headed ogres, we'll summon whatever monster you wish to compete against. Changxian says, are those all the monsters you have? Instructor says, the strongest monster we have right now is a drake, but... Changxian says, then summon that please. A really big monster appears in front of him. Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, desires to evaluate you skill. Everyone see that and thinks is that alright? Isn't that too dangerous? Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships looks upon you with suspicion as you stand immobile. Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships has determined that you will die. Changxian thinks of his flashback where his is tied. He sees toward White Tiger. Changxian sees him and thinks, you dare laugh in my face. Changxian smiles and thinks, I'll have to fulfill you expectations, when? Come, Huju. After that we see that monster runs toward Changxian. After that we see a flashback where Ou Yeji give him his weapon. Changxian says, you're really here. You look very tired. Ou Yeji says, who do you think caused this? Let's not talk. Changxian says, where's the item? Ou Yeji says, here you go. Changxian asks him, what's the quality like? Ou Yeji gets angry and says, you'll know if you take a look. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt opens her eyes wide. Divine Being Snake that wraps around the world, exclaims, I have seen an exception item. It's nameless twin spear. Type, long spear, infantry. Attack power, 150 to 200. Effect, sparrowheads are connected, overlapping damage. Blessing amplification. System says, this artifact belonged to you. When you give it to others, the defects may disappear. The creator has not given it a please give it a suitable name. You have outstanding spear techniques. You have understood the principles of burst, lacerate, thrash, and strike. Divine being good season to hunt is wide-eyed at you spear techniques. She is quite amazed at how a blind person can make such an item. He gets a skill called, low-grade spear technique has created. Ou Yeji is also confused. Changxian uses some spear attacks to check the spear. Ou Yeji thinks, he was a spearman. After that we see back at the exam, he brings out the spears and hit the monster in its eyes. It cough out blood. Everyone there is surprised to see that and says, just when? What was that? Even divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is surprised to him. Team 1 leader of the White Tiger clan Park Sangho sees him and says, you're right. He possesses agility that's not befitting to his level. The same goes for his accuracy. Even if he had used a bow, he would have done well with it. I'm afraid I must have him. Changxian uses nameless 9-section whip, a whip made by Ou Yeji's heir. System says, this artifact belongs to you. When you give it to other, the effects may disappear. The creator has not given it a name. Please give it a suitable name. Some says, what's that? It's not just a spear. Changxian takes out the spears from the monster's eyes using 9-section whip. He caches the spears and jumps above the monster. He attach both spears to each other. He hits the monster in the center of its head with a critical hit. Monster screams with pain and attach Changxian with its tail. Changxian dodges the attack by jumping. Everyone see him with surprise looks on their faces and says, no way. What the hell are those weapons? I can't believe a level 25 is that fast. And his effects are all gold. There are no other effects. They're all critical hits. Is he really human? Or a monster? Changxian activates blood poison, and uses it on the monster. System says, the paralytic poison is spreading throughout the drake's body. The drake has been poisoned. The drake has been paralyzed. The drake can't stop bleeding. It is dying of excessive bleeding. Changxian looks toward the monster with an epic look on his face. And uses a powerful spear attack. Monster gets blown up to pieces. System says, the drake has been disposed of. Changxian levels up twice. System says, skill low-grade spear technique has leveled up. Divine being good season to hunt praises you, saying that your hunting skills are getting better day by day. You benefit increases you strength by 5. Changxian see toward the divine being White Tiger. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, was impressed with the fight. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, strongly expresses his desire over a new fang. Park says, I knew it, I must have him. Bring him here. Something goes flying right by him. Changxian see toward it. The second team captain hits Changxian with a really powerful attack. Changxian blocks his attack with ease. Team captain gets really excited and says, you're blocking this. My Tigrine disaster and even my Tigrine evil spirit. You're even better than I thought. Changxian sees him with an angry look on his face and thinks, disgusting. The disgusting smell of Huju is filling the air. Team captain says, I like you. Come under me. I'll do a great job of grooming you. I'll teach you what the real tiger is like. Changxian thinks, should I counterattack? It will attract more of Huju's attention. But I'll need to take that out of the dark red mountain, though. Someone says, I think that's enough, right? And uses a slash attack to separate them. Second team lead says, do you want to die? Team leader Park. Park says, compared to the uneducated team 2 leader, your rude attitude to your seniors is still the same as usual. Park and team 2 leader starts to argue. Everyone sees that and says, are the raiding team leaders fighting amongst themselves right now? Are they fighting just because they want to recruit him? This is crazy. Team 3 leader and Team 4 leader also comes there and says, we to get involved as well. Team 2 leader says, you punks, just because the higher ups were nice to you guys, you think that all team leader have the same power. Changxian sees them and smiles and says, I hope we'll see some bloodshed here. All team leaders are about to fight. Changxian sees them and thinks, these guys who've received blessings from Huju as their patron god. I must eliminate them. Someone says, what do you think you lot are doing? They all start feel extreme pain and chow out blood. One of them says, this is. One of the White Tiger's executive directors appears there and stops them all. His name is Siwon. Chang Xian sees him and thinks, it's him, the second in command of White Tiger. Chang Xian's nose starts bleed. Divine being good season to hunt has her eyes wide open while saying that's a pretty good sensation of power. Chang Xian thinks, he's a high ranker. I understand why that is now. Siwon says, how unsightly. Are you fighting amongst yourselves in order to take in this one person? Sang-ho. Instead of reconciling with your junior as the highest in posture of the team leaders, you join them in their squabble. Chang Xian sees him and thinks I can't see any holes in his defense. However many times in simulate it, I always lose. He's strong. Team 2 leader thinks, I guess our fun's over now that Executive Director Siwon is here, since he's on my side. I can't wait to see your smug face crumple away, Team Leader Park. Siwon says, I don't want to see any of you, scram. And this child here who caused such an uproar. If I take up one side, the divide between you will only worsen. So I shall take him myself. All the team leaders are surprised and says, we've been had. Siwon says, there's a lot of blood on it, so change into this. Chang Xian changes his shirt. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardship stares at you drooling. Divine being good season to hunt has an anxious face while yelling out for them to scram. Siwon sees him and thinks, he has an incredible body. A body forged through many battles, muscles built for fighting with no superfluous elements. I've never seen a talent like him before either. What kind of life have you led, Li Changxian? Siwon says, I've already heard the news about you. Our patron god is greatly interested in you, so I shall ask you straightforwardly. What do you want? Money. Chang Xian says, I have so much money, I'd never be able to use it all up before I die. I didn't come here for such a trivial matter. I want OT join the Future Strategies Department. I've heard that you directly supervise the Future Strategies Department. Don't you think you ought to make connections with the authorities? Siwon says, what? And starts to laugh really hard. And lot of mana energy starts to come out of his body. Chang Xian thinks, just his laughter alone is making me dizzy. Siwon says, it seems to me as though you're saying you would have no interest if you aren't connected to any authorities. Alright, you have to have at least that much ambition to be a white tiger. The Future Strategies Department is the white tiger's backbone as it is the head. If you want that, you must first prove yourself. What will you use to prove yourself to everyone? Chang Xian says, in that case, how about attaining a new record in the Blackish-Red Mountain Range? I've heard that all newcomers go through the Blackish-Red Mountain Range as interns. Will attaining a new record there be enough? Siwon says, not showing yourself to be the top ranked in training. But a dungeon ranking. Chang Xian says, yes. Siwon, no one would be able to oppose that. Chang Xian sees toward him and thinks, he's hesitating. That means there's something else that he wants, I know. Chang Xian says, I'll try to clear it as well. Siwon gets happy and says, yes, that would be good. Truthfully, that is so old, that we've been looking into other training centers. Chang Xian says, so there really is something then, at the Blackish-Red Mountain Range. I might be able to grab Executive Director Siwon's weak point like this. Chang Xian says, I'll close the doors to that place myself, quietly. Siwon says, it seems I'll have much to speak freely with you about from now on. Chang Xian smiles and thinks, thank you. There's something else I'd like to request. I'd like to use the White Tiger's library before going to the mountain range. Siwon thinks, he even has a hunger for knowledge. I really like him. Siwon says, White Tiger's library is the best in the world. Use it as you wish. After that we see that everyone in news and social media is talking about Li Changxian. Team 2 leader is crying in front of Siwon saying, Hung. Just give him to me. Is he an item? Is he meets a mentor like me, he'll be on highway through life. Siwon says, what do you mean highway? It'd be more like a gravel path. This is the clan, if you don't watch you manners. You could lose you position as a team leader. He says, damn it, why do you keep saying no? Siwon says, that man volunteered for the Future Strategies Department, and it's become clear to me that he will simply resign if he doesn't get what he wants. How am I supposed to put a man like that in the second raid team? Just wait for now. Once his training ends, he will become mine. Of course, I will assign him missions as I wish, and who do you think's I'll pair him with the most then? Team leader says, so that's what you were planning. Siwon says, so stop bothering me and scram. Team leader says, you know I love you, right? Anyway, I haven't been able to see Lee Changxian at all recently. Where did he go? Siwon says, what's the point of telling you? I knew this would happen, so I locked him away in the place you ate the most in the world. After that we see that a few days later, Changxian enters the dungeon, blackish red mountain range. He thinks, I have to cleanse the entirety of this massive mountain. An explosion happened on top of the mountain. Changxian see that and thinks, that's. And someone is hiding in the bushes behind him. Changxian feels some strong wind. We see a shadow of a big dragon. Changxian sees that and says, there it is. My goal. System says, since a long time ago the blackish red mountain range has been in a deformed state as a result of the negative influences of an unknown entity's magic powers. Find the culprit and eliminate and bring the ecosystem back to its proper state. The mountain range is divided up into 8 areas. Each area has a unique heteromorphic organism living inside it that cannot be found in a dungeon, so please take caution. In order for all participants to be able to carry out the mission's theme, they will be able to carry out the mission's theme. They will be given inventory, status window, and skill window. Changxian thinks, they said the mountain was huge and blackish red all over. Guess it was true. It's a horrifying place. I think I saw a similar place in Arcadia as well. Changxian sees someone hiding behind the tree. System says, skill, faint wind is following behind you. Chng Son thinks, so they've been observing a new trainee since they time in the library, huh? Executive Director O, what are you trying to do? A few days back Fierce Tiger Library. Changxian sees. After that we see that Changxian is in the library. And says, just like Thanatos said, it's massive. We see a flashback where Thanatos say, Huju, was he not an annoyance that caused many disturbances in heaven as well? Changxian says, that's correct. Thanatos says, then, what kind of tendencies will the devotees who've received his blessings have? Changxian says, they'll likely form enemies in many places as well. Thanatos says, just forming enemies, is that all? They will extort, exploit, and make an exhibition of them. They will take this as their trophy, all while declaring that this is a great deed that will bring eminence to their patron god in this world. That very place is the Fierce Tiger Library. Thanatos says, if you'd like, I can get you a list of rather useful items. Changxian says, I'll pick them out on my own. Thanatos says, even though there are definitely things that you'd like there. Changxian says, I'll hear you out. Thanatos says, the Zodiac Sagittarius's movement techniques. Sagittarius Rookvart. His 6 martial techniques that seem to allow one to become light itself. No, his divine powers. Thanatos says, Snow Runner, Flight, Reed Stepper, Launch, Grass Runner. And you're saying Huju has one of these? Changxian says, however, a war hasn't broken out yet, which means that Sagittarius isn't aware of this. Just where did you get this information? Thanatos says, I wonder. Changxian says, so it's the fallen star. We get back to present where Changxian thinks, what I need to get here is Advent Steps. It won't be easy. Changxian thinks, Advent Steps is the divine ability that allowed Sagittarius to become a zodiac. Before he became a star, he was an ancient, distant old star named Deus Ex Machina. A divine ability that he learnt by stealing a part of his reigning treasure. It is known that he can take over a certain space in an instant and project his divinity there, making it possible for him to become an absolute being. Because of that, wouldn't the divine beings of the zodiac want to be in the same space that is close to Sagittarius? If I can obtain that, then when I awaken my divinity after transcending, no one will be able to stop me. But, if a problem comes up, divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is observing your every move. Someone says, you'll only be able to use it for a week. The whole library is open for 24 hours and excluding the first and second grade libraries, you are able to use every other library. Moreover, please note that the books here cannot be taken outside of this place. And my girlfriend asked me for your autograph. He thinks, he's handsome. Changxian ignored him. He gets angry and says, he ignored me. In order to avoid Senior Director O and Huju, I need to be extra cautious. We see a flashback where Thanatos says, after seeing Huju's exhibition hall, A one-horned tribe's martial library, you tried to imitate it, right? I'm sure that observing will have its own fun. Changxian activates imperturbable mind. Peace of mind has been applied. Someone says, how many days has it been? I have no idea what he's up to. Is he really reading? Changxian thinks, he doesn't have a specific criteria for the books that he's choosing. Some are about spearmanship and others are about swordsmanship. There are also books on divine law and books on simple breathing techniques or a god's deification. For the rest, he just briefly skims them and puts them back on the shelves. Siwon says, watch him carefully and report anything suspicious. He thinks, just what am I supposed to report to the senior director? The result of what I've observed these past few days is that the reason why Changxian is cooping himself up in the library is because he's putting up a front to make it seem like he's from the outside. Those who are talented also don't neglect their personal studies. There's nothing more picturesque than this. He starts to cry and says, please just go home. Damn it. This is so depressing, I'm depressed. System says, you are in a state of concentration. You are solely forced on reading. You will be able to understand and memorize all the content you are reading. You are in a state of concentration. Your speed of obtaining knowledge has increased. Your qualities of being able to read between the lines, and understanding terms and parts that are difficult to understand have increased. You are in a state of madness. Warning. You have obtained too much knowledge. You have been overloaded with information. You have a deadish. Warning. You have exceeded the acceptable amount of knowledge that could be obtained. It is recommended that you take a rest. Achievement obtained. A book reading maniac. No, light. Affects intelligence +10, tenacity +5 title light reader. Divine being good season to hunt seems to be getting tired of your endless reading. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, is curious about all the information you have acquired. You have obtained a piece of knowledge. Your understanding of the figure that has been trapped in hardships has increased. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is looking at you with excitement. Changxian thinks, how stupid. Obtaining the Advent steps isn't my only goal. The karma that constitutes that bastard, Huju. In other words, I'm also referring to his skill tree. From the beginning, the Fierce Tiger Library was a place created by the White Tiger clan to show off Huju's greatness, but to the clan members, it's also a sanctuary that delivers Huju's teachings. Among the many books that have remained, there's a substantial amount of hidden books that make up Huju's constitution. I need to find those hidden books, acquire those pieces, and match them up to see what Huju looks like in that painting. After that, Huju. Furthermore, I'll be able to identify the weaknesses of the people behind Huju. Changxian thinks, and system says, using the acquired knowledge, a new type of skill is being constructed. Skill combination is in progress. Huju's martial technique of destruction. Skill combination progress 39%. Changxian says, guess this is it, it's time for me to leave. This means that this is the limit of information that I can obtain about the technique of destruction in the 3rd grade library. Then, does that mean I need to open the 1st and 2nd grade library and fill in the remaining areas with the skills that I obtained throughout my achievements? But, it's not here. I looked through this place 3 times, but it's really not here, the Advent steps. As expected, I guess it's in the 1st or 2nd grade library. Since I have around 3 hours left, shall I take a look around one last time? If there's something like a word or sentence that I can't understand, then that means there's a high possibility that it's in the 7th grade library. Immobility is reaching its final threshold. Peace of mind is stabilizing your wavering concentration. Your willpower has strengthened by 1 level. Divine being, all that pierces through the twilight, is supporting your willpower. He suddenly touches a book and gets really excited and thinks, I found it. He picks up a book called 100 Dishes That Can Make with Monster Meat. I'm not totally sure if this is the Advent steps, but I know for sure that this is hiding something remarkable. If I turn this upside down, flip the pages in the opposite direction, and read it in a specific pattern, then Changxian says, what's this? This isn't the Advent steps. Someone is stabbed with a lot of spears. He reads that, this place. In this place, I leave a deep grudge. Do you know how it feels to be bitterly betrayed by someone you have treated as a brother, as someone of your own blood? I know. The child, Moonsung, has made me feel that way. Changxian thinks, Moonsung. Gum Chunho. The man who established the White Tiger clan with Director O, and is recognized as one of the top 9 greatest black tigers in the world. He is also Hyojin's apostle. Changxian thinks, and the person who wrote this book is speaking as if he were close brothers with such a being. Did Gum Chunho have a connection to this guy? Gum Chunho was one of the only mercenaries to have spread his name in the player world. He went through countless hardships and created his own martial art, and Hyojin, who kept an eye on him, took him in as his apostle. But according to this boo, that isn't true. He reads, "My name is Hanyu. I am Moonsung's mentor." Well, I was his mentor. I had been training my swordsmanship for a long time to become the successor of the Ilman clan. But one day, Master brought in an apostle with quite an age difference from me. As Master's health had been dwindling of age, I treated him as a close brother, had him hold the sword, and trained him as if he was my trainee. But I had no idea about what kind of thoughts the normally quiet apostle had been having. And what our guardian spirit, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, had been thinking about our clan. As you may able to tell from the name, Hyojin, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is a chaotic god who thrives off of battle, chaos, and feat. From the perspective of someone like that, he didn't appreciate our clan's choice to pursue peace and go into hiding for training. Of course, he could have found a different apostle. The problem was that our clan was the one who had been handling Hyojin's doctrine the best. We see that he uses a really powerful attack, and says, because of that, he couldn't just choose another apostle. And bared his teeth. Changxian thinks, so Hyojin's power was intentionally sealed away. I have heard of this before. That there was a short moment where Hyojin's power dwindled. I was wondering why such a war-obsessed being hasn't shown his face for almost a century. It must have had something to do with the Ilman clan, which Gum Chunho was a part of. After all, the greater Hyojin's faith gets, the more chaos and calamity are created. Hanyu must have been against too much bloodshed and wouldn't allow it. Is that why Hyojin chose Gum Chunho over Hanyu? The one who's watching. Changxian thinks, he's reading that book backwards. He was just pretending to be smart. Ridiculous. Changxian reads that, Moonsung's ambush must have been planned ages ago. Since I was physically unable to hold a sword that day, he had been poisoning me, for a long time. In places I hadn't been expecting. Slowly. His apostle was the one who was giving him a poison, but in the end, maybe it was a final show of respect, he decided not to take my life. He cut off the veins in my lungs, blocked my magic power brazier, and trapped me in an underground cave in Ilman's possession. Moonsung. The divine spirit would no longer protect me either. From that moment on, the new priest became Gum Chunho, and I could do nothing but watch his clan build over the land where Ilman once stood. After ignoring my master's warning to never enter the outside world, and being unable to do anything except watch the chaos that the new priest would proceed to cause over the next 10 years. One day, I heard the voice. The voice. He sees that all the next page is a blank. He thinks, what is this? Is that it? There must be more hidden somewhere. System says, you've discovered a hidden piece. An unknown individual's leftover willpower has become a seed and entered your body. As a reward, one of your skill's completion rates has drastically increased. Skill completion rate, 51%. Changxian says, what? I thought it would take a long time to complete, but Void Monarch counter's completion rate just went up by 12%. Just for finding a hidden piece and analyzing it. There are still parts of the hidden piece hidden around here, find them all and combine them. The person who caused this is definitely not ordinary. There's no way a simple mortal could have done something like this. There must have been a godly intervention at some point. And it was probably the voice that Hanyu was referring to. I have 2 hours left. I have to find the other parts. Where could they be hidden? Based on the fact that he purposefully made his will cryptic, he must have wanted someone to find it. But he also had to make it so that Gum Chunho's followers wouldn't be able to find it. So it's probably going to be decently hard to find. He would have set it up so that once I found the first piece, I would be able to find the rest at once. They're probably all hidden in the 7th grade section. The guys who's wise he trying so hard to keep up his image. System says, divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships believes you will become its loyal priest and does not question your actions. Changxian says, he hasn't caught on yet. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, looks at you with a knowing glance. He finds another book and gets excited and says, found it. Hanyu says, that person said that he was the same as me. I was betrayed by a priest and confined to this place. A long time ago, he was devoured by his children. And he endlessly wandered around the underworld as a demon. You and I loathe the same enemy. Changxian is surprised and thinks, he was devoured by his own child. The Void Monarch is his child. He smiles and says, this is an undisclosed part of history. One of the things that the Void Monarch wanted to keep hidden. I found his weakness. Changxian starts to read again and, Hanyu says, that person has said, the one whom my master and I had respected for so long was the divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. In order to become a god, he had to become a monster, no, a demon, and devour my family. You said that you needed to see that demon's neck break, so you could rest in peace. That person taught me the method to kill the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. With this as the foundation, I was able to regain my strength and re-energize my body. After that, I avoided the stares of others and trained again in order to regain my power. And as that person had taught me, I was fully focused on my recovery. And on the day that the priest who wandered around the world returned, I made a decision. Just like how that priest betrayed me in the past, I will rise again and set off on a path in order to kill that priest. He brings out a really long sword and says, and to bring down the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, I took up the sword once again. But the first thing that I thought when I came here was, will I be able to do it? I asked myself, will I be able to stab the person whom I raised and taught like my own child? So I will leave my will here as an obituary. I plot that the grudge of that person and I will be given to a new descendant. Changxian closes the book and system says, you have succeeded in finding all the parts of the hidden piece. Then intense will of someone whose name you do not know of, burns in your heart. Achievement accomplished. He who succeeded the grudge of the ferocious tiger. Changxian's intelligence goes up by 5. And will goes up by 10. He gets the skill Black Mountain, Monarch's Claw. A skill window appears saying, Black Mountain Monarch's First Claw. There is nothing on this earth as frightening as a wild beast that possesses all of its claws. Skill level 1. Type, active, counter. Authority, currently inapplicable. Effects, excessive bleeding, chain attack, shock stacking, skill compatibility. After that we see that Hanyu and Moonsung are fighting. Hanyu is really angry and says, Black Heavenly Tiger. No, Moonsung, you bastard. Changxian thinks, Black Mountain Monarch's First Claw is one of the many skills of the White Tiger clan. It's a skill that's similar to counter. No, it's a skill that might be more suitable than counter, since it came from the same root as the skills of the White Tiger. There's no one right now that remember the skill of an ancient god. There's no stronger hatred than this. But it's a skill that uses too much magical power in one go. It'll take all of my current proficiency to bring out one claw. As expected, I need as many elixirs as possible. Looks like I'll need to go get them at the training institute. Although it's a shame, it seems like I should come back for the advent steps another time. After that we get back to the dungeon, Blackish Red Mountain Range. Changxian is walking and thinking, according to the information that I found, it mentioned that the difficulty was atrocious but it seems like Director O wanted me to clear this place. What kind of secret is hidden here for him to act like this? I should find out for myself from now on. System says, skill Faint Wind is following behind you. That person still behind Changxian. Changxian sees him and thinks I should get rid of this guy first, then. That person think I didn't think that I'd end up at the library, let alone this place. He says, just like at the library, please think of me as nothing and continue focusing on your training. Changxian thinks, I can't catch Song Yu-jun with my current skills. So when the opportunity arises, I'll get rid of that guy first. Changxian reaches safety zone. There are a lot of other players there as well. They all see him and says, wow. It's really Li Changxian. I wonder what will happen this time. I don't want to be compared to him. Changxian sees them and thinks, as expected there are 2, no, 3, useful guys. One says, whoa, whoa. Oppa looked at me. They see her and say, we have a fan here, a fan. Changxian thinks, how embarrassing. Changxian sees a blue air guy. And thinks, Baek Gyoul. I think he received blessing from another god. Who is he? And instructor comes there and says, attention. Please be quiet and gather around here. From here on out, the White Tiger's 26th trainee training will begin. Someone sees a White Tiger report which says, the White Tiger's long-awaited training camp will now begin. Those who are preparing to create a new legend. Where is the amazing triple S with triple plus signs ranking person? He gets angry and says, this has become troublesome. Wu Yonggan's niece says to him, are you listening to me, uncle? Wu says, of course, I'm listening. So, was it YTS? They want me to get them the photo cards that are sold out, right? Since they were the main models for our company's car commercial, this uncle of yours will get a specially signed one. She says, see, you're not even listening to me. I hate you. Wu says, Hyben. Wait, Hyben. Wu says, I am depressed. Damn that gate at Jamsil. If it wasn't for that. He thinks, I'm a simp that listens to everything that my niece says. It was so heartwarming to see my niece grow up. I was so terrified when I found out that Hyben was caught in the middle of the gate at Jamsil. In order to dispatch a rescue team, I struggled relentlessly, but there was no other way than a dungeon bred, so I had no choice but to hope that nothing bad would happen. I prayed and prayed to the patron, the giant with no name, to protect my niece. Someone come to him and says, department head. Hyben has safely returned. He gets really happy and says, what? He goes to her and says, I want to express my gratitude to that person. Can't you tell me who he is? She says, Changxian Ajusi. Hid himself as soon as the dungeon mission ended. I think he did that because he was worried about being exposed to everyone outside. I was wondering if it would be better to wait until he decides to reveal himself. Wu says, then, your uncle will scout Li Changxian and I will hire him especially for the clan that our group operates. Then, I will give him my thanks. How does that sound? She says, uncle is the best. Wu says, does that make you that happy? But the thing is, I can't talk to him properly. Because what I did to him when I first met him probably pissed him off. The reason I gave him my business card was because I wanted to personally scout him for the 5-star sword. But I obviously thought that he would call me at least once. That was a mistake, damn it. To think that he would go straight to the White Tiger's employment subsidiary and not even once all 5-star for the past month. On top of that, he's in triple S with triple plus grade. That means in reality, he's a genius that can't be classified with an X or R grade. I should have noticed it then. No wonder a novice like him was so strong. After that, my niece started calling me countless times a day, telling me she hates me and saying the reason why Changxian went over to that side was because I didn't pursue him properly. My older brother and his wife and even the president of the group, my father, are giving me looks. I can't deny that I took this matter too lightly, but I was so busy, what could I have done then? I thought Li Changxian had kept himself hidden this whole time. I couldn't focus on that because of what happened with High Off. How can I recruit Changxian, who has now become a beast? After that we see back at the dungeon Blackish Red Mountain Range. A girl says, hey, did you see that earlier? Our Oppa looked at me. Oh my gosh, if I die now, I'll have no regrets. She starts to drool. A boy says, your Oppa would really like to see you like that. He thinks, there's no stopping her, she was so passionate saying that she wanted to get into the same job as Li Changxian. To think that in the end, we, the ones who got the most outrageous results, passed and not even Kim Hyungjun, our leader, did. A really big guy appears behind him with angry looks on his face. He say, Hung, what's wrong? He says, nothing. Nothing's wrong. But before anything else, I think they're going to explain the rules to the training camp. So we should gather over there. Instructor says, the most important part of the rules of the training camp that was announced in advance will be repeated once more. 1. The training will last for 100 days. 2. During the first month, you will be given time to learn the 3 basic skills of the White Tiger and train. 3. Simultaneously, various necessary hands-on training will also be provided. 4. For the remaining 70 days, the safety zone will be released and you must survive using the 3 basic skills you have learned and the 3 basic skills you have learned and the practical knowledge that you have gained. 5. There are no rules for him to survive. You can team up with people you like or proceed by yourself. 6. Points will be awarded for all achievements within the dungeon. The points you can obtain will vary depending on the rank of the monsters you have defeated. 7. Instructors and security guards will be hiding in various places within the dungeon to monitor and score everyone for 24 hours. 8. On principle, the instructors should not intervene, however, they will if trainees are in danger. However, points will be deducted, and if your score falls below 0, then you will be failed. 9. Those who have failed will be disqualified from joining the company. On the other hand, if you obtain a high score, a certain amount of compensation will be given after the training period is over. 10. Those who will rank within the top 5 will be eligible to receive a blessing from a patron. Instructor says, aside from these conditions and anything that isn't considered a crime, autonomous action and judgments are allowed. Now then, I will teach you the 3 basic skills first. Those 3 skills are, Tiger's Aura, Tiger's Step, Tiger's Calamity. One of them thinks, to think I would be able to see these. Now I'm finally becoming a member of the White Tiger. Skill window appears saying, Tiger's Aura, the basic skill of a tiger tapped in misfortune. It can be used in a form of an attack by emitting magical power externally. Skill level 1. Type active, effect, overpowering effect. Second skill window appears saying, Tiger's Step, you can carry you vigor by simply stepping. Skill level 1. Type, active, effect, attack amplification. Third skill window appears saying, Tiger's Calamity. Much like how a tiger is tearing you to pieces, attack power is amplified. Skill level 1. Type active, effect, offense strengthening. Instructor says, if you have all received the scrolls, please obtain them by ripping them. Now, let's go. They all ripped the scrolls and got the skills. Instructor says, has everyone obtained them? Then from now onwards, I as you instructor, will show you a demonstration. Please observe my stance and take notes. Changxian raise his hand. Instructor says, yes, Li Changxian. Please go ahead and speak. He says, I've already learnt them all, though. Everyone is surprised to hear that. Changxian says, I heard that even during the training period, if you show that you have learnt the skills perfectly, you can bypass the safety zone. Everyone there is surprised and says, what? Already? How? Did he get the scrolls before us? No way. There are so many of you watching and they would dare to do something so shallow. Then, does it make sense that he already familiarized himself with the actions, stances, and everything else just by ripping the scrolls? No matter how crazy skilled he is. That's impossible. The fangirl says, as expected. Look at our Oppa's confidence. How is he overflowing with drive? The tyrant is still alive. That big man thinks, no, there's no reason to get angry, since that guy will definitely fail. No one else knows. But my father is an executive member of the White Tiger clan. Father specifically told me that the 3 skills did not go into the hands of Li Changxian. Instructor says, alright, please show me. He thinks, you must think that you're so skilled that you're able to use skill after seeing them just once. Stupid fool. If it was that, then everyone would be able to master the 3 skills, don't you think? If that guy ends up humiliating himself, then Xinyun so. Changxian takes a deep breath. A lot air surrounds him. And he successfully activates the Tiger's Steps and Tiger's Aura. Everyone is surprised to see that and says, wow. No way. Changxian looks really awesome. They says, crazy. Not only did he emit it, but he also made it into the shape of a tiger. The son of the executive is also surprised and thinks, impossible. How did that bastard do it? He sees something else and says, no way, even this. Changxian successfully activates Tiger's Calamity. Changxian's aura takes the shape of a really big tiger. Everyone is really surprised to see him. Everyone's mouth is open. Changxian swings his sword and attacks the instructor. And instructor hardly dodges the attack. His attack hits some monsters behind the instructor and kills them. Instructor is also really surprised and says, what, how? Changxian says, I just tried it and it worked. Everyone is frustrated, confused and angry at same time after hearing that. They get really angry and says, this guy. The person that was following him gets really angry and come to him and says, is this the reason why you were doing nothing in the library? He thinks, I can't believe this. To thinks that he's a genius who has learnt the skills that took me 10 years to learn right after absorbing them. Now I understand why Manager O wanted me to keep an eye on him. He says, so, it wasn't like you weren't putting in any effort because you were a genius. Instead, in order to refine your skills, you were putting in effort in a place where people aren't able to see, right? I thought that the way you acted in the library was just for show. I sincerely apologize and, you're amazing. I respect you. Everyone is surprised again and says, what? Although he's a genius, he's hardworking. If that's true, then will there be a day where we'll be able to overcome the tyrant? That girl says, I'm fine with an oppa who's face genius. Her brother says, she's in deep, real deep. System says, divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is looking at you with satisfaction due to your deep understanding of the doctrine. Changxian thinks. Seems like he's getting excited. Divine being, the tiger that has been tapped in hardships promises to bestow you a higher rank if you continue to impress him. Divine being, good season to hunt, as looks at you with an unsatisfied expression. He thinks, the void monarch keeps wanting to give me something to encourage me and this publicity is filled with dissatisfaction. Changes says, I think I've shown you that I'm skilled enough. Instructor says, yes, that's enough. Li Changxian, you may go ahead. Some of them sees him with really evil looks on their faces. Changxian goes inside the forest, there are a lot of insects are running away from him. Divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is curious to see how you will perform in the dungeon. Divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is looking forward to see if your declaration of clearing the dungeon will come true. Changxian thinks, so he was observing me when I was talking with Manger O. The air is really thick. Every time breathe, my body becomes heavier. They said that the ecosystem had changed due to the effects of an unknown magical power. So they were referring to the air. Changxian says, it'll be hard for normal players to withstand this. System says, you are attempting to purify the air with the 8 trigrams for divination's flames. Immobility is activating. Inner peace has been applied. Changxian bring out the twin spears and combine them. Divine being, snake that wraps around the world, is staring at you with excitement to see what types of tricks you are going to use. Changxian says, it's over there. Changxian activates, Tiger Step. Earth Quack has been activated, transcription pathway has been added. Changxian kills a monster with a really powerful attack. Changxian thinks as expected, this place. There are a lot of monsters and he thinks, is a habitat for the one-legged ghosts. The thing that I was looking for is definitely here. Before that I need to test this out once. Changxian activates Black Mountain Monarch's first claw. Changxian gets surrounded by black aura. And thinks, the Black Mountain Monarch's claw. Changxian kills. Really a lot of monster using one attack. Divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is amazed by the power of your unleashed claws. He thinks, looks like Void Monarch hasn't caught on, but as expected, the magic power consumption is too severe. I'll have to increase my magic power capacity no matter what. I'm sure it was in the one-legged ghost's habitat. A monster attack him from behind. Changxian kills him using whip. He activates Viper Eye has activated. Divine being, good season to hunt shows pure admiration for your combat abilities. Changxian kill a lot of them using his whip. Divine being, snake that wraps around the world, considers the way you act, making such great use of the bonus he gave you, which is research data. System says, you have successfully cleared out the one-legged ghost's village. As a reward, you have earned one-legged ghost's knee joint. As a reward, you have earned large one-legged ghost's club. Changxian activates soul extortion. A flower sees him, and closes its eyes. Changxian sees that and thinks, found it. He grabs the plant and pull it out of the ground. Changxian activates screeching flower. System says, a flower said to grow in Seokian between life and death. There are many times when it would screech unprompted and it possesses a potent, deadly poison, so carelessly consuming it will cause you to fall ill. Type, ingredient, poisonous herb. Effect, yin poisoning. We sees a flashback where an elder tell him that, you want that 8 trigrams earns fire. Crazy bastard, why are you asking me that? Changxian says, because I heard that you know how to do it. I don't intend to just use it for regeneration. The elder's name is Iroh. Iroh says, I heard you were crazy, but I guess it was true. You want Dao Tianzun's 8 trirams earns heat energy, which signifies birth and creation, to what? To flip it around for chaos and destruction. On top of that, you want the blood-red lightning aura. To think you'd chase after his shadow. There's no way I wouldn't. if it's something like that. Of course I'd help. Changxian says, so, are you not going to teach me? Iroh says, there's no reason for me to not tell you about my specialty. Changxian says, tell me the method first. Iroh says, the method is very simple. Grow your flames. This time, and not fuel, but flames. Of course, you will just be devoured without a trace if you simply toss on that kind of flame, so you'd have to push it down with something vicious and atrocious, right? Changxian asks Flame. Elder says, search out the monsters known as Ijeuk and Jigui. You'll be able to get the world-ending flame. Changxian thinks, Jigui. He thinks about the dragon that he saw earlier and gives an evil smile and says, that was Jigui. However, rather than mere embers of the 8 trigrams earns fire. I need to change it to a raging fire. With this flowsword that grows in the one-legged ghost's village. The screeching flower is my nourishment. Changxian swallowed the screeching flower. System says, the poison of death is spreading. Effects, 10 poison immunity Oz activated and U tolerance has increased. 8 trigrams earns fire burns brighter and will purify you. Your magic power has risen by 0.3. He says, I can light a fire and increase my magic power capacity. Very nice. System says, you have successfully cleared out the one-legged ghost's village. As a reward, you have earned one-legged ghost skull. As a reward, you have earned one-legged ghost's heart. You have swallowed a laughing flower. You have successfully cleared out the red-bearded ghost's village. You have discovered a colony of about-to-fight flowers. You have cleared out a group of dark ghosts. Achievement. Slaughter of the mountains and forests. His strength goes up by 5 and stamina. By 3. Divine Being, good season to hunt, yawns while asking how long you are going to spend just walking. Divine Being owl that pierces through the twilight, looks on, absolutely absorbed in your new adventure. Changxian reaches on top of a mountain. There is a really big nest in front of him and says, so you were here. This is the Jigui's nest. We see a flashback where Changxian says to Iroh, that Jigui you mentioned before, what king of monster is it? Iroh says, without a said body, it wouldn't be fit to call it a beast, and because it has a body, it's not a spirit, so it's quite an odd monster. Changxian says, so you're saying it's abiotic? Iroh says, sort of, it'd be more accurate to it's a herd of countless spirits. It represents fire and death. Changxian says, does it have a core? Iroh says, how would a head of spirits have something like that? But it does have something similar. It's his right eye, the grudges of spirits have gathered there. And under that incredible head, it became firmly compressed, resulting in a jewel eye. If you use that, you'll be able to change the 8 trigrams earns fire's properties greatly. Changxian jumps down from the mountain, and says, since it looks like it's left the nest now, how about we set up a trap? We see an instructor is holding a pass list. Other instructor sees the list and says, this time's 26 flag bearers, aren't they the greatest we've ever seen? Maybe it's because the trainees were motivated by Changxian oppressive score. But 40% have already passed within 10 days. We see player are going somewhere and one of them says, it's really here, right? Can't you tell just by looking? Only the tyrant could leave these traces behind. Well, that's true. Cut the small talk. Let's just figure out how to torture Li Changxian now. After that we see that those 3 players are running inside a ruins. One of them says, Li Changxian isn't he totally different from what he appears to be on the outside, like a Hako? How can that be? I think the white tiger must have given him something amazing too. Otherwise, how is it possible to perfect a skill in less than a day? Other one says, you're right. Third one says, what if the supervisors of White Tiger find out? He smiles and says, although White Tiger appears to be full of social justice and aligns with the corporate norms. It's all bullshit. The foundation of White Tiger is the same as S, high off. Murders. Murderer, although it's a word used to describe those who kill, in the industry, it's slang for those who will do anything for money and entertainment. One of them says, since what White Tiger gave Li Changxian must be something incredible, we just have to aim for that. Well, even if they didn't, he would have earned a lot during his pro gamer days, right? He's apparently from a rich family too, that bastard. If we take everything from him, I'm sure we'll get something. Third one of them says, but nothing will happen because we fought a guy who's just minding his own business, right? They both gets angry and see toward him. He stops them and says, well, you know what I mean. If we stir trouble for no good reason, and if our original plans fall through, well, then that's just shit. Participate in White Tiger's training and steal the drink of illusions. Although High Off has been cornered by White Tiger. That's the key to turning this situation around. No matter what happens, we need to get it. They say, are you worried that we won't be able to take care of a novice like him? Is this son of AB looking down on us? Do you want to die, or do it? He gets scared and says, let's do it. They says, if you talk shit again, I'll rip your head off and feed it to the one-legged ghosts. Do you best, alright. They both fly away. He also fly after them after a second. After that we see an explosion happens on the base of a mountain. It's Changxian who killed a monster with really powerful attack. System says, the unmasked evil spirit has fallen into the trap you have installed. Rune of explosion has been activated. Rune of the penetration has been activated. The paralysis effect has been triggered. It has been poisoned by the acidic poison. You have succeeded in defeating the unmasked evil spirit. The dual-headed python has fallen into the trap you have installed. A fire canine has fallen into the trap you have installed. A tiger-striped bird has fallen into the trap you have installed. He levels up and thinks, the fire ghost isn't coming. Only fire-type monsters are gathering. System says, a massacre is happening. Divine Being, good season to hunt, is saying that the explosions look beautiful and is laughing because she liked them very much. Changxian thinks, it's already the 10th day, and I still haven't gotten to the nest when I've progressed from level 29 to 32. Changxian sees the nest and says, the fire ghost is gone. Changson jumps from the mountain again and says, it's what comes after that's the issue. Should I follow the river this time too? Before that, I should take care of the things that I ought to. Changxian jumps inside nest. Blue hair man is also there. Changson sees him and think, Beck Gyoul. Beck says, impossible. Just what is that? My spear. His spear get cracked from multiple spots. Changxian says, why have come here? Are you following me? A lot of yellow aura starts to come of his body and he says, well, it doesn't matter. Since you saw what I was doing, I will have to kill you. Chinogshan goes to him with super speed and is about to stab him. Beck blocks the attack at the last moment using his spear. Changxian thinks, I saw correctly. To be able to use a spear that's longer than 3 meters. He has great skill, his skills should be around level 35 or 36. Changxian attacks him multiple times. Beck thinks, he's fast and accurate, he's aiming for my neck with such precision. Changxian suddenly thinks, dangerous. Beck's hands is covered with black aura. Changxian is surprised and dodges Beck's attack calmly. Beck thinks, he dodged. Changxian uses rusted sword to attack him. But stops right before hitting him. Beck sees that and thinks he stopped. I'm alive because of that, but why? Changxian says, why the hell are you able to use the secret art of the shadow? Beck is surprised to hear that and says, that name, why do you know it? Changxian thinks, that's because. Back when I lived a life that was filled with only conflict and war. It was only them who I could rely on. But they left me because of my madness, my precious relationships and memories. The goddess of slaughter and destruction. The dragon who slept for 1,000 years. The iron-blooded lion. And the wandering shadow Xerxes. The secret art of the shadow was a collective term of Xerxes used to call all the skills and powers that make up himself. Xerxes says, my power is quite unique. Everyone else has various authorities and divine power but, my friend, I have only one. Changson thinks, the god with just one authority Xerxes was the only one. Secret art of the shadow is a specific term only his comrades knew of. This guy, what's his connection with Xerxes? Divine Being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is raising question about the skill developed by player, Beck Gyoul. Changxian thinks, the secret art of the shadow that Xerxes uses and the secret art of the shadow that an average human developed. There's a big difference between them, so it would be more interesting if he can tell. Beck says, I asked, why do you know it? Changxian says, who knows? I'm the one who asked the question first. Beck gets really angry and says, I'll just have to force that mouth of yours open. Beck attacks him multiple times. Changxian dodges all the attacks. Divine Being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is very pleased with the fierce battle taking place between the two people who are to become his dependents. Beck shouts and says, "Speak now." Divine Being Good Season to Hunt cheers for you, saying that she won't forgive you if you lose to some weirdo like that. Changxian thinks, until I learn about the secret art of the shadow, I have to avoid cutting him down. Changxian blocks his spear attack using the tip of his spear. Beck is surprised to see that and thinks, a spear. Changxian jumps to attack him from above. Beck blocks his attack using his own spear. Beck thinks, what's with this strength? Beck was barely able to avoid his attack. Changxian uses Tiger's Calamity, in Tiger's Step. He uses skill combination, and activates Tiger's aura, and uses skill combination again. System says, as Tiger's form and Tiger's aura have been activated simultaneously, Tiger Bearing has revealed its true form. Changxian hits him with a supersonic speed attack. He goes flying and hits the wall and cough out blood. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt shakes her behind excitedly while exclaiming that it was a spectacular fight. Beck says, what are you? Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships has had you engraved in their mind once again. Changxian says, you are ghost-born, that's why you have a special ability. Ghost-born, commonly used to refer to a person born from relations with a ghost. Because they are not born through normal means, they have a hideous outward appearance and possess special abilities, and are said to bear a curse for their entire life. Beck says, how did you? Is that important? Changxian thinks, those things that look like burn scars are not caused by burns, but they are there simply because he is a ghost-born. The secret art of the shadow is not something he learned. It's a special ability he was born with. The divine reverberations I felt back then were likely from Xerxes. Xerxes's vitality has gotten much weaker. Just what happened? Why did A abandon his son in the mortal realm? It can't be helped, then. I'll have to keep this guy by my side. There's no guarantee that Beck Youl knows anything about his father either. Changxian says, it seems like you're trying to cure you ghost-born traits with the eye from that Jigui, but it won't work, so give it up. Beck says, what do you know? Changxian says, I know well, more than you. Beck says, what? Changxian says, isn't it obvious from how I knew immediately after trading blows with you for just a bit? You're wondering if the scars on your face are due to your parent being a fire spirit, leading to you inheriting those traits. But the Jigui's eye will never heal those scars. To begin with, your parent isn't a fire spirit. You cars resemble burns, so it seems you thought that why, but if that were the case, you wouldn't have been able to use the darkness attribute secret art of the shadow. Shadow of Jigui appear behind them. Changxian says, on top of that, the Jigui is closer to death than it is to fire. Its hastily aura is far stronger than a normal ghost's. And you trying to eat it. Divine Being Snake that wraps around the world tilts his head at the new knowledge you have just revealed. Changxian says, unless your intention was to actually become a ghost of an evil spirit, that is. I knew it, you were making rough guesses. You must thought maybe, since you would have wanted to escape this hideous curse you bear. Beck starts cry and says, just what am I supposed to do, then? Changxian says, I'll cure you. So let's make a deal. Beck says, a deal. Changxian says, yes. It seems that you had researched the Jigui's nature, is that right? Give me that knowledge. No, I'd like your cooperation as well. Changxian thinks, he must have researched it like a madman, he must even know all the things I don't. Beck says, how am I supposed to believe you? Changxian says, do you want me to show you right now that the treatment is possible? Beck says, what? Changxian says, extend your hand. Beck extend his hand. Changxian says, whether you believe me or not, it would be all the same for you anyway. Changxian grabs his hand and says, it'll be hot, so bear with it. Changxian uses fire. It starts to go in his mouth. Changxian says, don't open your mouth. If you try to breathe in, the magic power circulation will become a wreck. Beak scream with pain with his mouth closed. System says, his ghost-born condition is changing. His curse is being washed away. Beck thinks, by ghost-born qualities. Are breaking apart. System says, his misfortune has broken off. Beck thinks, it's entirely possible. Just a little more. If this fire reaches the center of my ghost-born qualities, my heart, then. It might. No, the embers are dying out. Just a bit more. Beck says, this is. Changxian says, don't just sit there. Check your face. All the burn marks on his body are gone. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt is surprised at the huge change. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, thinks that there is a need to research more about the 8 trigrams fire effects. Divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, laughs heartily at the household members, positive change. Changxian says, this is my limit with my current abilities. You'll need to receive treatment frequently, but even so, it will be hard for you to be completely healed. Bake says, what then? Changxian says, help me defeat the Jigui, then, we could have more firepower and it'd also become possible for you to achieve complete recovery. Changxian says, if you need the mana pack, then I'll do that for you. Beck says, no, this is enough. I'll try to trust you. Changxian thinks, this fellow, he's way more useful than I thought. Beck says, how should I help you? Beak thinks, I'm curious to see what he'll do. Changxian says, firstly, speak formally to me. Changxian thinks, it just doesn't sit right with me that my friend's son is speaking casually to me. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, clicks its tongue and says you're such a boomer. Beck says, sure, understood. He says, in order to chase after the Jigui, we need to first find out how it behaves. Usually, the Jigui would behave similar to a crow. So, if we search through the nest thoroughly, there is a lot of treasure under the Jigui's nest. Changson says, the Jigui like to keep corpses as keepsakes. System says, divine being good season to hunt, with sparkling eyes, says, that there seems to be a lot of good items. He says, the Jigui doesn't just like sparkling items, it also like expensive ones. It is able to recognize them at a single glance somehow and collects them. I guess they're like the Jigui's trophies. And it would soon forget about them as well. Which is why if we take a look at the items it has gathered, we could guess where it's going next. Changxian sees it and picks it up, its white dove bow. Changson thinks, it has the bullseye penetration that absolutely pierces through where it hits and the quintuple arrow blow that able to fire 5 arrows consecutively. System says, an unknown hunter created this bow. The wing bones are feathers of a huge and strong flying beast. Type, bow. Attack power, 100 to 300. Effect, bullseye penetration, quintuple arrow blow. Changxian thinks, I'll choose a few items here for my own usage. And sell the rest away. Changxian feels some dark energy coming out of Pearl. And thinks, the familiar stench of death. He picks it up and says, illusion pearl, a pearl that was MDE from a fixed ratio of the death flower and the destruction flower along with something else. The grudges of those who were killed from smallpox can be felt from it. Type pearl, misc. Effect, unknown. Changxian thinks, smallpox. That's a disease that people in the past used to fear as much as they feared tigers. I think I found something related to the white tiger. Beck says, I think I know where it went. Changxian says, so fast. Beck says, it was easier than I thought. It seems the Jigui was focused on eating for quite a while. I'm not sure what it did, but it seems like it's been using quite a bit of its power. Changxian says, in that case, it's probably gone deep into the mountains. To a place where mystical creatures or monsters that have powerful souls are. Beck says, yes. Changxian thinks, he's not just useful. He's very useful. He says, let's not waste any more time and proceed there. Then they starts to run. After that we see that after 4 days, they reach somewhere with a lot of big corpses. Iroh says, it'll have immense hunger and greed. Way more than you could imagine. They seize the Jigui and System says, the class 4 disaster Jigui is causing a drought. Divine being good season to hunt, is amazed at how big that bird is. Divine good season to hunt, licks her lips as she feels like hunting such a large phoenix would be pretty fun. Changxian bring out the bow and activates Viper Eye. Changxian get ready to attack Jigui using the bow and his spears as arrow. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is proud of the Toe household members who are spreading his name and has bestowed a benefit. Changxian gets really excited and thinks, out of the blue, my range of vision has increased. No, all my senses have increased by a level. After that we see that Jigui is eating some really big monster. Changxian get ready again to attack and thinks, is the Void Monarch's benefit something that increases one's senses? Divine being good season to hunt is surprised at the benefit that the Void Monarch has bestowed. Divine being good season to hunt, feels uneasy at the other gods keep giving you benefits. Divine being good season to hunt, is searching and looking for decent benefits. Divine being good season to hunt, pulls at her hair because she doesn't have anything decent. Divine being good season to hunt, thought of something after panicking. Divine being good season to hunt has bestowed upon you here own authority as a benefit. Changxian thinks, Pabilsag pulled a Pabilsag move. System says, you've been equipped with the authority. 100% bullseye. Divine being good season to hunt's benefit and authority have been bestowed. You won't miss a target that you've marked. Skill level, 1. Type authority. Effect, reverse causality. 100% bullseye. Consecutive strikes. Changxian launches a really powerful attack. His attack hits Jigui. System says, since you've been equipped with skill lightning explosion, and skill, lightning net, you are able to use lightning storm temporarily. You've dealt great damage to the Jigui. Beck is surprised to see his attack. Changxian thinks, the benefit that the Void Monarch has bestowed. Divine being good season to hunt feels triumphant. Divine being good season to hunt proudly says that one else would be able to bestow such a powerful authority. Changxian thinks, I now possess the combat senses of felt to be lacking this whole time. Divine being good season to hunt sneers at Divine being the tiger that has been wrapped in hardships and says that what he did was so useless. He gets beast sense. The benefit that the divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships has bestowed. You have become like a beast that is in a fight. You possess sharp eyes, sharp ears, a sensitive nose, agile hands, and a more sensitive tongue. Your 5 senses have been magnified, along with your 6th sense that detects the danger in this place and helps you to really become a beast. Skill level 1, type, passive, active. Effects, senses magnification, greater perception, obtain 6th sense. Skill, beast sense, is focusing all of your senses into the Jigui. You are able to predict the Jigui's actions a little better. Changxian runs toward Jigui. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships look pleased with how you use the benefit. Beck is also running and thinking, that's crazy. We might actually be able to defeat it. No, we can defeat it. System says, an intruder that doesn't have permission to join the raid has appeared. 2 really strong looking guys appears there and says, this is the security zone. Since only relevant personnel are allowed here, we need the trainees to stand down. Jigui gets 2 critical hits. The skill lightning explosion and lightning net have risen in level. Twice. One of them says, I repeat, as this is a protected area, please leave. Beck gets angry and says, there's a monster that we've been chasing for 4 days. Please, let us hunt it. He says, I have warned you. Other than those authorized to do so, none are allowed to pass, so please leave. If you do not heed our warning, you will be chased out by force. As we've warned you enough already, we will not be responsible if any accidents were to occur. Beck says, damn it. Jigui tries to run away. Beck says, the Jigui is trying to fly away. Move. If the Jigui runs away now, we won't be able to hunt it. Don't get in our way. They says, please return if you don't want to be beaten down. Changxian sees that person who's been following him around and thinks, I was promised by Executive Director O that I wouldn't be hindered at all. So has that person not been told? That person disappears. Changxian thinks, past here is where the white tiger is hidden, and it looks like Executive Director O is trying to hide something here by force. It may even be related to the illusion pearl that we got from the Jigui's nest. It could be that someone related to this secret had been, by chance, ILLKD by the Jigui. And they may be trying to retrieve or destroy the remaining evidence, the illusion pearl, meaning some others involved in this matter may be trying to hunt Jigui. I have poked at this some more, something else might come out. Changxian says, then if we don't enter the protected area, are we allowed to move as we please? They says, that's correct. So please leave. Changxian says, if that's the case, then you won't have to worry about a thing. Jigui was flying and falls to the ground in front of them. Changxian uses some dark energy on it. And fire as well. System says, the 8 trigrams earns fire has found a new source of fire and is rapidly trying to suck it in. Changxian goes near a dead monster and says, this bastard, it feels like it might have left behind a chick. Beck says, a chick, you say? Changxian says, that's right. There's the matter of it suddenly leaving its nest, and the fact that absorbing its fire had a serious effect. If it weren't sharing sustenance with a child, then none of this would make sense. If we use this well, then IT could help us immensely. Besides, the Jigui is a mystical creature, no, evil spirit, that's said to be difficult for even rankers to hunt solo. That's why much preparation is required. Beck says, has a good idea come to mind? Changxian says, what about you? Beck says, I do have a few things I prepared beforehand. But even if it goes well, I can't be sure it'll work. Changxian thinks, if it's hatched out a chick, it'll try to find a source of nourishment for it one way or another. If that's the case, it'll be easier to predict its movements. I'll have to go to the place it's trying to go first and set up a trap. He thinks, it swallows the souls of its prey. That part was very effective. System says, authority, soul extortion, is in the process of eating away at the spirit making up the Jigui. The flames of purgatory are on the spirit. The fire has been spread to the other spirits connected to it. The fire has spread across the entirety of the Jigui. The Jigui is being burned. The flames of purgatory have grown more intense. Someone says, the bastard is eating everything in sight. Changxian says, it's not that it's enthralled by hunting, there's simply some reason for its excessive hunger giving it no chance but to eat. A corpse ought to be a welcome meal. That's why I will lather it in ice poison and paralysis poison. Beck says, the Jigui can't do anything against the ice poison and paralysis poison. Changxian thinks just as planned. The Jigui consumes its prey's soul as well, and it uses a part of the soul as fuel to further its flames of death. I didn't tell Beck Gyoul, but after killing the monster, I didn't extract its spirit. That spirit will enter the Jigui's body and become a part of its flesh. And when it tries to run away, I'll use soul extraction to pull it down. Once the flames of purgatory are lit using spirit, it will quickly spread to other spirits and will eventually grow too fierce to stop. The Jigui is a cluster of spirits. It doesn't have a single method to avoid the 8 trigrams urns fire. The ashes formed from bruning the Jigui will be by me alongside its flames. The natural enemy of the Jigui, that to which it is most incompatible. System says, the 8 trigrams urns fire is endlessly absorbing the fire. Destructive capabilities are slowly being added to its regenerative capabilities. No, that which consumes it. His strength has increased by 1. Agility has increased by 2. Magic power has increased by 4. Magic power has increased by 5. Magic capacity is rapidly increasing. System says, warning, uncontrolled growth can function as poison. Please discontinue your usage of your authority. Warning. The speed at which you are absorbing the flames is steadily increasing. The properties of the 8 trigrams urns fire are changing. Control is currently not possible. Your magic circuit is growing. Your magic circuit is growing. Your magic circuits have passed the permissible threshold. Expansion has reached the limit. Strengthening has reached the limit. A shunt will be installed. The shunt has reached its limit. A new shunt will be installed. The shunt has reached its limit. No more elements may be added. As it has been determined that your magic circuits cannot use the entirety of your magic power in their current state. A new change will be attempted. Achievement unlocked. He who swallowed the sun. Reward intelligence +20, will +20, magic power unknown. Integrated magic circuit installation. The skill level of authority, soul extortion, has risen. The soul will be extracted more quickly. The Jigui is attempting to resist. They both are surprised to see that and says, what? What do we do? Changxian thinks, I should be able to unsheath it now. He bring out the rusted sword and system says, destructive properties have been completely added to the 8 trigrams urns fire. Its properties will be changing. Eternal flames are slowly peeking out. The eternal flames are burning within the fish intestine sword. The fire has awakened. Blood has foamed. You have successfully completed the latent qualification requirements of the divine artifact. Changxian thinks this is what I've been waiting for. Cry out. His rusted sword starts to burn in fire. Changxian thinks, there's only one way to completely hunt down a Jigui. And that's to unseal the entirety of the fish intestine sword. The thing needed for that is an incredible amount of world-ending flame. It's eating it up so greedily. And one more thing. Blood. His blood goes into the sword and he thinks, these two things will act as the key that can release this fish intestine sword, that had lain dormant for a millennium. The fish intestine sword had been passed down from the first Oyu Yeji to his descendants, always being closest to the brazier. As their marks were left on the sword, it's only natural that fire would take its place inside of it. Also before the fish intestine sword had reached Oyu Yeji's hands, it had passed through the hands of countless assassins and consumed the most blood. Being known as a demonic sword and a sword of death, the blood that has seeped inside this sword cannot simply be washed away. The system says, the fire has awakened. Blood has formed. You have successfully completed the latent qualification requirements of the divine artifact. Changxian smiles and thinks, after consuming my fire and blood, you are mine. Sword's shell starts to break. Changxian screams, cry out. System says, evidence of the fish intestine sword's new owner will be engraved on the blade. Sword's shell break with a powerful explosion. A really beautiful and amazing looking sword come out of the shell and also some shadows come out of it as well and says, you. Release me. Hold me. Me. No, me. No, forget him. Look at me. Changxian gets surrounded by all shadows saying, me. Changxian says, shut up. They all get scared and goes back into the sword. System says, congratulations. You have become the new owner of the fish intestine sword. Changxian grabs the sword. System says, you have succeeded in becoming one with your sword. Changxian swings around the sword. He hits a critical to Jigui. Jigui take a massive blow. He uses tiger bearing and swings the sword again. Jigui get another critical hit. Changxian uses Black Mountain Monarch's Claw, and hits it with a really powerful attack. Jigui blows up to pieces. Changson absorbs the Jigui and receives Jigui's right crystal eye. System says, the amalgamation of all of the demonic beast, Jigui's ghastly and deathly energy, as well as its fire energy. If you possess this eye, it becomes possible to observe changes in the human world as well as its counterpart, the afterlife. Type, crystal. Material. Effects, chastely energy storage, deathly energy possession, fire energy containment. You have succeeded in revealing the secret of the fish intestine sword. Your understanding of the sword has risen greatly. Skill high-grade dagger technique has risen in level. Skill high-grade dagger technique has reached max level. A higher level skill has become available. Skill, highest grade dagger technique, has been created. Skill low-grade long sword technique has been created. Skill level has risen. Skill high-grade longsword technique has reached max level. A higher level skill has become available. Highest grade dagger technique, highest grade longsword technique, highest grade offensive sword technique, and all other sword technique skills in the same category will be unified. Congratulations. Sword mastery has been created. Divine being good season to hunt, looks at the fish intestine sword with a shocked face. Divine being good season to hunt, says that she didn't know the fire stick was a divine sword very nervously. Divine being good season to hunt is slapping her mouth with her hand while cursing it as being loose-lipped for saying you should have cast that fire stick aside. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, simply nods his head, saying your knowledge in releasing the divine artifact from its seal isn't even surprising anymore. Divine being the great demon that chases after the abyss, is watching over your growth. He continues to await your answer. Divine being owl that pierces though the twilight, blesses your righteous heart and the sword that befits you most from the bottom of her heart. All the gods that are watching over you are shocked at the appearance of the divine blacksmithy Oyu Yeji's masterpiece. Fish intestine sword, one of the 9 famous swords that the original Oyu Yeji had forged, called a divine sword. Due to the shortness of its blade, it can be used as a dagger, and upon releasing its true form, it can also be used as a longsword. Its sinister thoughts can be released at this time as well. The fire, left by the descendants of Oyu Yeji and the blood left by the past owners of this blade will provide its owner with a mysterious strength. Type, dagger and longsword, divine artifact attack power, cannot be measured. Effect, sheathed bloodsucker, flame tempest, anything else cannot be confirmed. You have partially completed the qualification requirements and can use its hidden abilities as a result. You have not yet completed all of the requirements. In order to unlock other abilities, you need another set item. A hidden quest Oyu Yeji's secret has been created. Oyu Yeji's secret, type, hidden. Description. The first Oyu Yeji, known as a divine blacksmith, had succeeded in creating 9 swords, each with different characteristics and properties, throughout the duration of his life. In the current day, they are known as the 9 famous swords. The fish intestine sword, that you possess now is one of the 9 famous swords, possessing the attributes of fire, and blood. The 9 famous swords are not dogmatic entities, but organisms that cover each other's flaws and enhance each other's merits. The more you possess, the more they will sync with each other, drawing out the other's hidden abilities. As such, you are to uncover and release the other 8 swords. Famous swords which have found their match will further draw you into a mysterious realm. There may be others who will attempt to steal your fish intestine sword, so please exercise caution. Quest condition: famous sword possessor. Time limit. Completion conditions: 1. Protect the fish intestine sword. 2. Discovery and possession of the other famous swords. 3. Releasing abilities through imprinting yourself. Reward: unlocked abilities. The first OU Yeji's legacy. You are currently in possession of 1 famous sword. Fish intestine sword, fire and blood. After that we see that Changxian throws the sword. The sword goes through his hands into his arm. Changxian thinks, my right hand has become harder. It hadn't reacted much until lately, so why now? Magic power capacity 221 plus 60. Changxian says, I've nearly tripled the 76 I had at level 30. It feels like a great river is flowing through me. Those guards says, damn it, I can't believe the Jigui was stolen from us like that. What do we do now? I wonder. We can't just pretend like nothing happened. The thinks, take down the Jigui. It seems that it had been attacked while gathering finding flowers. It also seemed to possess the illusion pearl. And this was during the training. We cannot let it fall into another person's hands, so kill it. Just in case, you should go through its nest as well. They says, it can't be helped. We'll beat him up. What? Don't you think it'd be too hard? He absorbed all of the Jigui's flames. He didn't put it out, he absorbed it. How do we take down a guy like that? No, rather now's the time. Think about it, these 2 are exhausted from fighting the JGIWI. Even if he's swallowed the world-ending flames, it's clear that he's exhausted. That's true. We should overpower him now and ask about the illusion pearl, and if he doesn't give us an answer, we will just feed him to the beasts. Executive Director saw potential in this guy. What a shame. He got caught up in something pointless. Someone else comes there and says, I didn't know there'd be 2 big fishes here. No, is it 3? Other man with him says, it's 3. Li Changxian and the Jigui's treasure, as well as the white tigers hunting dogs. Hey, is it someone's birthday today? They says, how did you guys get here? Hee, what do you mean how? We just walked through the front door. They thinks there must have been a flaw in our inspections. Those guys are the Iron Mace Demon, Yang Shenhei, the Saw Blade, Park Gipyo, and the Crimson Target Bei Wugiang. The problem is that rather than approaching another dungeon in the White Tiger's possession, the sniff this placed out and came here. That means they've already sniffed out the research facilities here. Yang brings out his weapon and says, anyway, it seems like we've got a lot to talk about. He swing around his weapon really fast like a fan. The thinks, if we butt heads with those 3, the result is already obvious. Then, one calls for reinforcements, the other buys time. They attack each other and blocks. Park says, hey, you shouldn't get surprised with just this much. I'm just getting started, so let's have some fun. Yang says, where do you think you are going? And throws his weapon towards him. He blocks the attack using his sword. Yang says, oh nice. Then try blocking this too. Yang's next attack hits him in the head and destroys it. Yang laughs and says, just how weak can you be? Is that alright, man? Park says, be careful, you idiot, don't just kill off a valuable lead here. Yang says, what are you so worried about? There's still one left over there. Park gets angry and says, you're just making things harder for me. Bei attack Beck. Beck says, what do you plan to do to us? Bei says, honestly, I don't really want to do this. But it is how it is. Sorry about this, but you are going to have to die here for me. Changxian says, I don't have any plans on dying here, though. Bei says, just do it anyway. Changxian raises his hand and says, I'll consider it if you can dodge that. System says, the boss monster, Jigui, has appeared. Just my luck that they were laying eggs. I was wondering how the female would react upon learning of her mate's demise. Do your best to dodge it. System says, flaming lightning pours out from the Jigui. A really big phoenix appears on the scene. The storm rages on. The all jumps and dodges the attack. Park says, "You Sungchu. Chase it away to that side. Rip the scroll too. Dodge. You stupid bastard. Why'd you get hit by that?" Changxian is hiding behind a rock. And says, the female protects the chicks, the male goes out to find food. Since her mate was in danger, it's only natural that the female would come. Beck sees him and thinks, this guy, just who is he? Beck says, where will you go? Changxian says, what do you mean where? I'm going off to earn more crystal eyes, of course. But your current state is. Changxian says, I've gotten much better. I've recovered my stamina too. Beck says, it's still dangerous. Changxian says, don't worry. And bring out the crystal and says, I have my ways. He eats the crystal. He thinks, is there a reason to consume the crystal eye even after absorbing the Jigui's flames? Of course. Why's that? I would have grown my flames enough, so creating an artifact from the crystal eye should be efficient. You've gotta eat that, so you go from just a plain attribute addition to a core transformation. Iroh says, one more thing. Once you swallow the crystal eye, you might just become a Jigui. Yourself. System says, the destruction and ghost attributes have been added to the 8 trigram urns fire. The fire's properties will change. All attributes will change. All attributes will be merged and a change will occur. The ruin attribute has been created. 8 trigram urns fire has been changed into 8 trigram urns world-ending flame. You have become a Jigui. Strength has increased by 2. Agility has increased by 4. You've grasped the specialties of a Jigui. You've grasped the method to utilize spirits and the world-ending flame. You've grasped the method to utilize spirit flame. You've grasped poltergeist. You've grasped pyrokinesis. You are now able to use first form world-ending flame. Changxian become a Jigui and fly away. Everyone is attacking the second Jigui. Changxian is flying toward them with super speed. Park and Yang sees him with surprise faces. Changxian activates Black Mountain Monarch's claw. After that we see that Changxian is standing there and there's a sword in the neck of Yang. And Yang says, just kill me. Changxian burns him to death using the fire of Jigui. Changxian turns toward the second Jigui. Ready to attack. System says, you have absorbed the Jigui's right crystal eye. Your magic power has increased. 8 trigram urns world-ending flame will be upgraded 1 level higher. Spirits and the world-ending flame will be strengthened. Poltergeist will be strengthened. First form world-ending flame will be strengthened an additional level. By using it with distrust, you can exert far greater control over it. Current magic power capacity 287 plus 60. Changxian thinks, I've gained 66 magic power this time. Perhaps it's because this is the second time, but I'm starting to see there are limits to this. Achievement earned. The hunter that hunted a legendary avian pair. Effects. Magic power plus 10. Will 15. Jigui's vessel. Having become a Jigui, a cluster of fire and spirit, you are able to make use of the Jigui's attributes as you wish. You can raise the earth with flames of death and encroach upon the skies. As you have consumed 2 crystal eyes, you are a calamity that will cause forest fires and droughts wherever you go with the powerful flames that you possess. Type. Title effects. Earns world-ending flame. Embodiment of calamity. You have equipped the title Jigui's vessel. The Jigui's attributes will be strengthened. The dungeon's rankings have been updated. Dungeon ranking. First place Moonsung. Second place Osiwan. 9th Li Changxian. Changxian says, there must be chaos down there now. Not just 1, but 2 Jiguis, beings considered to be the rulers of the blackish-red mountain range, were taken down consecutively. Changxian says to him, you said you wanted to die, right? He says, please. Changxian says, they say that causalgia is the most horrendous pain in the world. If you want to die, then tell me everything you know. Beck sees Changxian and says, a ball of fire. It's as though he had moved the core of the sun to him. Changxian says, so you're saying that the white tiger called you off high off to the blackish-red mountain range, or whatever in order to open it? Is that right? He says, yeah. Changxian thinks, now that I think about it, the white tiger clan suddenly started to grow 13 to 14 years ago, right? The 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan. Comprised of 7 scrolls, the white tiger excavated these divine artifacts 20-odd years ago in an unnamed dungeon. What the White Tiger managed to finger were 3 of these scriptures, but even those contained extraordinary power and it was possible to derive considerable results from them. The White Tiger's clan leader, the Heavenly Sword Master Moonsung, is one of the most powerful sword masters in the world, but those following him aren't as extraordinary. However, following a sudden explosive growth, they gained immense fame. They've even become a famous clan worldwide, and this wasn't too long ago. Chang Xian says, "What's all this about?" He says, "I don't really know myself." Chang Xian says, "Explain it simply, then." He says, "Then after I tell you, please." Chang Xian says, "Whether I heed your pleas or not is up to me. Speak." He says, "All right." Each of the scrolls belonging to the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan bear different contents. Each one teaches how to call forth the strength of a different ancient constellation, forgotten in today's times. Chang Xian says, "Ancient constellations." He says, "The forgotten stars." Chang Xian says, "When light was first created at the beginning of the cosmos, there weren't that many constellations in the sky. They may have been as weak as the cosmos was then, but they each contain enormous holy power. Although with the passage of time, they may have each found their place according to the laws of this world. Traces of their existence dot the cosmos and the world." He says, "They are referred to as the forgotten stars. You can borrow their strength." Chang Xian thinks, has the Void Monarch been keeping this to himself? He says, "However, of the 3 scrolls that the White Tiger has, they've unraveled 2. I heard that the most important one is still left. Peter's key." Chang Xian is surprised to hear that. And it seems that the scripture it was meant to unlock was that. Chang Xian says, "So, why did you come here? I don't think you came here just for terrorism of revenge." He says, "It's to find the illusion pearl." Chang Xian thinks, "The illusion pearl? I did think that something was suspicious with the deep-seated grudge against smallpox I could feel." He says, "The thing obtained from the first scripture was the method to create an unbeatable warrior. Of the 7 cryptic scriptures, the first was written about a person who had lost their soul after being possessed by starlight. A person who loses their ego, but because that void is filled with starlight, they become an incredibly powerful warrior. They are reborn as a holy knight that faithfully carries out the star's orders. The ingredients required to create these powerful warriors are the wildflowers in the flowerbed in Seokian, just like the crying flower and the laughing flower. With these, you can create the illusion pearl." Chang Xian thinks, so there was reason they created a training institute in place like this. The blackish-red mountain range is geographically similar to the Seokian flowerbed. Bedids, it's perfect for testing new entrants and picking out the ones with the right compatibility to become powerful warriors. If you say that those who disappeared here simply feel victim to accidents after not listening to the instructors and leaving the safe zones, then that's that. And the person that oversees and directs all these projects must be the second in command at White Tiger, Executive Director O. However, with Bestla's tomb disappearing overnight and Peter's key simply flying off, things have taken a turn for the worse for them. Chang Xian says, "Were you thinking that you would be able to reveal the White Tiger's true face with that illusion pearl or whatever? You must have evidence aside from that as well." He says, "That's right. Now, most of these secrets have been unraveled. But there must be more that this guy doesn't know." Chang Xian sees toward the other one and walks toward Hai. He thinks, how about we dig that up? The location of the research facility where they created the illusion pearl and mass-produced powerful warriors. Now, I'm sure you already know what I'm going to say. Chang Xian says, "Right." He says, do you not fear the wrath of our patron god?" Chang Xian says, "Do you really think that your patron god is on your side?" He says, "Of course I. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, has lost interest in the believer that has failed to amount to anything." Chang Xian smiles and says, "Your patron god wants a stronger and tougher believer. Not a dying fool like you." The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, laughs hideously while watching you. After that we see that Chang Xian rips Beck's shirt. He says, "What are you doing?" Chang Xian says, "Sit in the lotus position." Beck says, "You're going to do it right now." Chang Xian says, "Yeah, I will treat you right now." Beck thinks, finally. Chang Xian says, "Steadying the residual energy of a ghost born is going to take some time. It's easy to get distracted as well. Even if it will only take an hour or 2 in the real world. For you, it'll feel like dozens of hours, or possibly even months. Quieting such hysterical energy is going to be draining. However, I will eventually end, so don't give up. If you think, even for a second, that you'd like to give up, you will begin to undergo demonization. Which naturally means that, Beck says, I'll become a monster. Either that or a ghost. Changxian says, right. If I see even the slightest indication that that's about to happen, I will dispose of you without a second thought. If I allow a broken Xerxes to roam around freely, it'll result in catastrophe. Beck smiles and says, don't worry. Beck thinks, well, now that I think about it, although Xerxes acts like Ha lacks a sense of self, he's always had one very strong desire. He says, then, let's begin. System says, the flames of the first form world-ending flame, are enveloping your body. The ghost-born is bursting in flames. He thinks, don't lose yourself. Don't ever give up. Beck is covered in purple flames. Beck is somewhere in snowy field and thinks, where am I? He starts to walk around. He thinks, if I have to be here, I'd rather. He falls to the ground. Someone comes running toward him. He picks Beck up and starts to walk away. There is another Beck and he sees all this and thinks, I'm inside my mind. My unconscious world. I don't want to remember that time. We see a flashback where Beck running inside a street. Someone shouts and says, toss that monster out into an orphanage. Where'd you pick up a monster like that? He eats food from dust bin. He sleeps on the street using cardboard as his bed sheet and cover. Two come there and beat him up and insults him. He thinks, if I hadn't been saved, then. If I'd died then. I wouldn't have needed to possess such traumatic memories, right? A shadow that looks just like him appears there and says, so you were here. I was looking for you. The wind is clawed here, so come with me. You must leave this place before winter progresses any further. Beck thinks, I don't want to be alone anymore. He is about to grab the hand of the shadow. Shadow says, that's right, take my hand. He thinks, don't lose yourself. Don't ever give up. He takes his hand back. Shadow says, what's wrong? Beck starts to run away and thinks, this isn't where I'm meant to be. After that we see that Changxian is standing in front of him ready to kill. Divine being Al that pierces through the twilight smiles faintly at your righteous heart. Changxian think, we've passed the critical moment for now. This ghost-born is very persistent, how admirable. Had he begun undergoing demonization, then, even if I had accessed the entirety of the Jigwee's vessel, I'm not confident that I'd be able to win. Well, if his father is Xerxes, then that's just obvious. Well then, while this guy's catching his breath, Changxian activates the rune of stealth. System says, low-grade rune engraving has reached its max level, a higher level skill will be produced. Skill intermediate grade rune engraving has been created. Everything within the given area will seem to have disappeared without a trace to any outside observers. Changxian thinks, let's take a look at the Illusion Pearls research facility. But before that, Ha activates Beast Sense. He thinks I'll have to get rid of the useless witnesses first. That person Ha was following Changxian everywhere. He is running and thinks, I have to tell Executive Director O the truth, matter what. While he's concentrating on treating that Beck Gyoul guy or whatever, I have to make my escape. Changxian appears above him ready to attack. He sees Changxian with a scared look on his face. Changxian sees him with angry look on his face. Changxian hits him. He releases the stealth skill. Changxian looks toward him with an evil smile. He gets scared and bring out his sword. Changxian immediately stabs him in the herd. They both goes flying and hits a tree. Changxian says, so we meet again. He says, what do you plan to do with me? Changxian says, I was originally planning on killing you immediately, but I have changed my mind. I don't want Executive Director O to become suspicious of me. He says, what? Changxian bring out the Pearl of Illusion and says, I have a very handy method to make things work out, so there's no need to take the hard path. Changxian uses Pearl of Illusion on him. System says, player Song Yu Jun has swallowed the Illusion Pearl. His sense of reason has been paralyzed. His ego has been suspended. His is in a hypnotic trance. Changxian says, stand up. Song stands up. Changxian says, is this a soulless? Or one who's lost their soul? Changxian smiles and says, now then. Changxian gives him some commands and Song follows them like a dog. Kill yourself. Song is really about to kill himself. Changxian says, enough. And he stops. Changxian comes near him and says, they truly made something unbelievable. They have managed to draw something like this out from the lowest ranked scriptures, so just how powerful are the others? Changxian says, inform Executive Director O that there are no abnormalities regarding anything concerning me. Act as you normally do, as if nothing had happened. Do you understand? Song says, yes. Divine being snake that wraps around the world is cackling with glee at your cunning plans. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships watches over you, having taken interest in your ambitions. Changxian says, no leave. Song says, thank you. Song is about to leave. Changxian says, wait. Song stops and says, do you have any more orders for me? Changxian says, that technique you're using, could I learn that as well? Changxian thinks, this looks more useful than I'd originally thought. I think it'll be a good match for Baek Gyeowul as well. Song says, it's called the Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale. You can make use of the wind for qinggong, stealth, or disguises. And because it's derived from the tiger's step, you should be able to use it. Changxian says, alright then teach me. Song says, however, I don't have a skill book, so it will take a rather long time. Changxian says, I'll figure out how to learn it on my own. Song shows him some tricks. Changxian sees him learns it immediately and starts to use that skill. Song is surprised to see that and says, how did you? Changxian says, again. They do it a bunch of times. System says, you've learned something new using Tiger's Step, as the foundation. Skill Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale, has been created. Flying Tiger's Trailing. A foundational skill for, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. A technique that uses, Tiger's Step, as a basis. With a courageous appearance, you will be capable of incredibly agile movement as though you are a flying tiger riding the wind. Where a tiger flies, the wind will follow. Skill level 1. 0 type. Active. Effects. Qinggong technique, link technique. Changxian says, so it's like this. Song says, how? I spent years learning it. You were able to learn it after only seeing it a handful of times. Song says, you are a truly admirable person. Changxian says, this. Again. That's enough, just go. Song disappears. System says, you've learned qinggong. Your skill level has risen. You've learned stealth. You've learned concealment. Changxian uses that skill and jumps really high. Divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is laughing, absolutely dumbfounded. Divine being good season to hunt has said your movements look to be outstanding for hunting skills, so she's searching around if she has anything to give you. Changxian uses skill Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale. Changxian thinks, a pair of jigui lay an egg once every century, right? System says, you've discovered the jigui's nest. He goes inside a really big nest and says, found it. System says, jigui egg. A pair of jigui lay an egg once every century. It seems more time will be required before it hatches. Type, egg, material. Effects, demonic beast hatching, attribute granting upon use as a material for an item. Changxian thinks, jigui have 3 forms, but in truth, they are a gathering of spirits. Thus, they are spiritual beings without fixed physical bodies. Because their ancestors have taken the form of birds, they continue to do so, booty they can change however much they need to according to their environment. On top of that, it's also possible to redirect their nature in a good manner and increase their intellect past what is normal for them. The balance of this egg's strength, the fact that it's underdeveloped, and its health are all ideal. Becoming a spiritual bird is the best. Changxian starts to absorb the egg as well. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships feels somewhat interested as to how you are going to hatch that egg. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships has advised that rather than the crude form of a winged animal, it would be good for it to take the form of a rare beast, perhaps a tiger. Divine being good season to hunt, raises a complaint against the advice of the divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. Divine being good season to hunt advises that a falcon or a hunting dog would be best for a hunter. Divine being good season to hunt says that she thinks a young hawk or a heavenly dog would be best. Changxian says, thank you for your advice. He thinks this chick's actually saying something sensible for once. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships laughs heartily, exclaiming that something like that would be swallowed up in one mouthful. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt is glaring at him, asking if he's making fun of her friends. Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, bares his teeth at her, asking if glaring is all she'll do. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt begins rummaging for arrows. The relationship between these two divine beings has worsened to a great extent. Changxian thinks, consume the flames within me and grow immensely. Then, shall I head to the research facility? Changxian goes flying really fast. After that we see that there is an entrance inside a mountain. Inside the facility someone says, what about the executive director? Someone else says, he simply said to wait and that it'll be resolved soon. A fat man hits the table and says, damn it. He thinks from the illusion pearls used to birth God-sent warriors, to the starlight coordinates that I developed with third-grade basic skills, various divine armaments and divine artifacts. As well as authorities. Despite all that I have achieved at White Tiger, they are sending the inspection department after me. Just because I pocketed some of it. It was Executive Director O that told me to prepare all this to begin with. I've contacted him for aid how many times now, and he is still just telling me to wait. He shouts and says, how much do you think I've done for you? The Board of Inspection said the Department of Inspection would be coming today. He says, destroy any documents that would bring suspicion upon us. He thinks, and it'll be an official third-ranked directory coming, in person. The Guildal Project. A project that Executive Director O ordered and supervised. With that alone, anyone would get curious. For someone like me, the association is dangerous. I'll have to become White Tiger rank soon, so wouldn't the 5-star blade be fine? He says, I feel a bit relieved now. They are all huge conglomerate families, so I might be able to live a richer life there. I'll have to make sure I get some good cards in my hands. Though, it is a shame about that. Baek Yowu, or whatever it was. I was curious about that Li Changxian guy too. Who knows where those guys disappeared to? It'd be great if I could check them out and take them with me. Well, this guy's incredible too, so I'll have to make do with him. He says, more importantly, why aren't the guys I sent to retrieve the illusion pearls back yet? I'll send Order S to find out immediately. Hurry up. It'll be the end for us if they find out about that. Changxian is running really fast that even the leaves are flying because of the air. Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships believes that you take after him and feels glad. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt tells him not to spout such nonsense and asserts that your brave form resembles her the most. Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships responds by saying that sleep talking should be done while she's asleep. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt mocks him by saying that it'd be best for him to shut up because of how his breath smells. The two of them glare daggers at each other. Is it here? He is standing in front of the facility entrance. He says, I've arrived. Changxian activates stealth skill. System says, all sounds have been dispersed through the wind. Changxian jumps with super speed towards the facility. Guards aren't even able to see him. Both guard talk to each other and says, didn't it feel like something just passed by us? Other guard says, what are you talking about? First guard says, maybe not. Other guard says, hey, I'm already shaking in my boots here, so quit it. What are you gonna do if something actually shows up? First guard says, right. The inspection department already has me so nervous. Changxian is going through the facility. He says, skill, Beast Sense has discerned the direction that the trap has activated in. The trap has not detected you. Skill Viper Eye has activated and has quickly scanned all the traps in your vicinity. Skill, Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale has been applied to yourself. Your skill level has risen. The 27th trap has been activated. You have success at it in passing the trap without it detecting you. Divine Being Snake that wraps around the world cannot hid his admiration at your ability to utilize your skills. He thinks, has something happened? Why is everyone in such a rush? He sees everyone is running around with the boxes of files in their hands. System says, the auditory sensations from Beast Sense have grown stronger. You have grasped all the sounds in the vicinity. They are saying, damn it. Why are they coming when we're already this busy? Hurry up and get things in order. It'll be the end for us if we get caught. We can't go from being the testers to becoming test subjects. Damn it. Bring that over here. Clear that away. We're already busy as hell here. What are the guys who went to catch the Jigwe doing? Shouldn't they have brought the illusion pearl back already? Forget it, we'll just have to accept how slow the on-site guys are. This is bad, the Jigwee's corpse has just been discovered. They says, what? Just who killed the Jigwee? Is that even possible? How would I know whether it's possible or not? I think there was report about some unconscious guys from high off being discovered on the training grounds. Just what is going on here? We gotta clear everything in there before the inspection department comes. Chang Xian sees something and says, found it. That's the illusion pearl production facility. System says, the scent of poisonous herbs is strong here. The crying flower's poisoning has permeated throughout this room. The laughing flower will cause fits. His Majesty the Tiger's calamity has his eyes on you. Effects: immunity against 10 poisons has taken effect and has succeeded in nullifying all poisons. The door is solidly locked. An approved it is required. Please enter the pattern or password required to open the lock. Chang Xian thinks, how should I open this? Should I just bust it open? No, I can't cause a ruckus this early. Password, a password. This is Peter's key. Why this? Damn it. The Void Monarch is watching me. I can't take this out now. Chang Xian touches the door. The door starts to open. Chang Xian says, Master, it has been confirmed. The locking mechanism has been released. The door will now open. Chang Xian thinks, what's with this key? What kind of ability does it possess to do this in an instant? Divine Being the Tiger that has been trapped in hardships feels slightly embarrassed at the sudden release of the locking mechanism. Divine Being the Tiger that has been trapped in hardships has several questions about whether you have talent for releasing things. Divine Being Snake that wraps around the world clicks his tongue at Divine Being the Tiger that has been trapped in hardships, asking if he still doesn't understand. Divine Being Snake that wraps around the world says that it's entirely possible simply because this human is an amalgamation of 10 red-banded snakes. Divine Being the Tiger that has been trapped in hardships nods his head, saying that he has a point. Divine Being the Tiger that has been trapped in hardships bursts into admiration over your bravery as well as the great talents that you possess. Divine Being the Tiger that has been trapped in hardships now possesses a greater desire towards you. Chang Xian thinks, Void Monarch, that bastards. I don't think he's realized that I possess Peter's key. Just what is he talking about? And a red-banded snake. I don't want to hear that from the guy that's actually a snake. Chang Xian gets serious, he sees something and says, so it's them. We see that hundreds of humans trapped inside big glass tubes. He sees that and thinks, a warrior turned ghost, the God-sent warrior. Divine Being that the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, laughs heartily upon seeing his fangs and claws lined up. Chang Xian thinks, disgusting. Divine Being Owl that pierces through the twilight has expressed a great distaste for the scene taking place before her eyes. Divine Being Owl that pierces trough the twilight, glares at Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships smirks as he asks what she'll do after glaring at him like that. Divine Being Owl that pierces throat the twilight explodes with rage and pleads that you serve justice in her place. Sudden quest Owl's plead has been created. Owl's plead. Type. Sudden. Description. Owl that pierces through the twilight, is greatly disillusioned by the strong evil and dark influence that, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, has had upon the human world. She also feels great pity for those who have lost their lives while caught up in these schemes. As such, Owl that pierces through the twilight strongly pleads that you bring peace and rest for all of them. Restrictions. Quest giver. Time limit. Completion conditions. 1. Eliminate all God-sent warriors. 2. Completely destroy the illusion pearl production facility that has created these God-sent warriors. Reward. A blessing from the owl that pierces through the twilight appropriate for your results. He sees that and thinks, she's going this far. Regardless of how angry she'd get at Void Monarch, I didn't think she would act out enough to give me a quest like this. A blessing appropriate for my results means it could be possible to receive an authority from her. Divine Being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is very curious to see your response. He thinks, accepting this means that Void Monarch will turn his back towards me. However, refusing this will mean the Minerva would completely turn away from me. Divine Being Owl that pierces trough the twilight stares intensely at you. Chang Xian is confused and thinks, what a shitty situation. As he is about to refuse the quest, he stops and think of something. He says, "There's one thing I'd like to ask of the patron god, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships." Divine being tiger that has been trapped in hardships, has gladly agreed to answer your question. Changxian says, "I assume you already know the reason that I'm here." Divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, says he does, so you can cut straight to the chase. Changxian thinks, "I can lead them on vaguely, right? Since both of them need me anyway." He says, "I'm planning on taking everything that's here. I don't intend to allow other to get the things I can't have. I'd like to know what the tiger that has been trapped in hardships thinks about my decision." Changxian thinks, "I've already greatly piqued the Void Monarch's interest, and I'm a highly desired priest candidate. They won't give up. Someone like me." Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is smirking at your obvious thoughts. Divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, says that despite that, he likes you a lot. He also states that any household member who gets tricked by you is a fool. Divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, promises you that he won't inhibit your wild ambitions. Sudden quest Tiger's Plunder has been created. Tiger's Plunder. Typed sudden. Description: the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, has a very strong desire to observe what a new priest candidate like you can do. However, if you're not able to match up to his expectations, you'll be severely punished. Limited conditions: quest grantor. Time limit: none. Completion requirement: 1. You must plunder everything you see. 2. You must assimilate everything you plunder. If you fail, divine punishment is you succeed. 1. You'll obtain the authorities for all the spoils. 2. Depending on how well you do, you might obtain the tiger that has been trapped in hardships blessing. Changxian smiles and thinks, "It's done. Now, Minerva, how will you react to that?" Divine being owl that pierces through the twilight, is delighted and said that she knew you'd make such a decision. He thinks, sure enough, she's rather clumsy. He accepts the quest. System says, "Sudden quest, owl plead has been approved." The movement range has expanded considerably with the combination of both sudden quests Owl's Plead and Tiger's Plunder. Please get rid of all the God-sent warriors and destroy the relevant facilities. Changxian thinks, "I think I've dragged this out long enough." Next up, System says, stealth status has been released. A guard sees him and says, "Who's there?" He activates, 8 trigram earns world-ending flame surging. He equipped, Jigwee's vessel. His flames takes the shape of a Jigwee. Guards are surprised to see that and says, "What the hell? Why are the Jigwee's flames here?" Changxian gives an evil smiles. System says, "You've caused a flame storm." He burns the guards to ashes. The mountaintop blow up with a really big explosion. Everyone there starts to run and says, "Fire." A fire's broken out. A fire's broken out in the central research building. Hurry up. Another explosion happens. One of the guards says, "We can't extinguish it. Don't get close. Use ice magic from afar." He uses their ice magic. Another really big explosion happens. The fat man is surprised to see that. And says, "What on earth is happening? What the hell is the security team doing for this to have happened?" The fat man starts to run. Someone says to him, "The chief. Are you Arlite?" He says, "How many people do we have left?" Other person says, "About that." He shouts and says, "Tell me, quickly." A lot of guards are outside of the facility and says, "Is everyone safe?" Damn it, it's so hot. Be careful when you breath. There's too many ashes in the air. System says, "You have a burn infection." All the guards get scared and says, "Burn infection." System says, "Warning. Burn infection is rampant in this area. It's recommended that you get out of this area as soon as possible." Changxian starts to burn everyone there. They all scream of help. Fat man jumps and dodges the attack of Changxian. Changxian says, "Not bad," and uses his dagger to attack him again. He blocks his attacks. Fat man says, "Who are you? Did High Off send you here? How exactly are you controlling Jigwee's world-ending flame?" Li Changxian. Someone says, "What? That's Li Changxian." Fat man thinks, "What's going on? Why is someone who's supposed to be far away from here right in front of me?" He gets excited and thinks, "You mean I get to work up someone like this? I'll be able to make a clan like the White Tiger in 5 years. Fat man do a slash attack and says, "Where do you think you're going?" Changxian dodges the attack. System says, skill Flying Tiger's trailing gale has been forcefully deactivated. You stealth skills have failed. Fat attack Changxian using his sword. Changxian blocks his attacks. Changxian sees him and thinks, this guy. Fat man's eyes turn black. Changxian thinks this guy is a godsend warrior. It's not just the enlisted soldiers, even the executives have been turned into godsend warriors. If that's the case, has this happened to White Tiger's other executives as well? This is actually good. This has become a good opportunity to test out just what a godsend warrior is. System says, you integrated magic circuits have begun to circle violently. The Jigwee's world-ending flame blazes fiercely. You have allocated 30 extra stats to strength. His strength goes from 111 to 141. His strength now is 141 plus 55. And he also allot 30 extra stats to dexterity. His dexterity goes from 101 to 131. Changxian attacks him, he blocks his attack with his sword. Changxian's dexterity is now 131 plus 45. Fat man thinks, you're telling me this is a newcomer. System says, your opponent's swords has taken on ghost energy. Fat man shouts and says, the heavens have come to my aid. System says, the tiger's death has thickened. Exercise caution. Fat man use another slash attack. Changxian dodges all his attacks and thinks, each one of these is considerably strong. This unnerving ghost energy is reminiscent of a tiger chasing after a person. This is His Majesty the Tiger's calamity. Changxian runs by some guards. They say, you bastard. I'll kill you. And starts to run after Changxian. They say, we'll help you director. Changxian sees them and thinks, these guys are godsent warriors too. He gets ready to attack and says, I'll mix in blood poison and create a world-ending fire barrier. Changxian surrounds himself with Jigwee's fire. They throw their dagger through the fire. They just walk through his fire without any care. Changxian sees that and thinks, this won't end well for me if this goes on. Changxian starts to run away and thinks, if that's the case, I'll have to go with divide and conquer. System says, you are in the midst of a battle. Unbending spirit has activated and your wavering mental strength has been reinforced. Inner peace has taken effect. You are now able to observe the situation objectively. One of the guards says, we've got him, this little rat. The fat man see him. He gets scared and thinks, we haven't cornered him. This bastard purposefully led up here in order to avoid fighting multiple people at the same time. Fat man shouts and says, duck, you stupid bastards. Changxian cuts one of them into pieces. Fat man gets really scared to see that. Changxian looks towards him with angry look on his face. Changxian cuts a lot more of them with a single attack. System says, authority 100% Bullseas has taken effect. Divine being good season to hunt has let your effective use of her authority get to her head. Fat man come from under him and grabs Changxian from his neck. He says, I've finally got you, Li Changxian. I'm far superior to you in both levels and overall stats, so just give it up. Changxian says, did you think you'd be able to do whatever you wanted once you have captured me? Fat man says, what do you? Changxian activates the fish intestine sword. The sword come out of his hand. His other dagger also covered in fire. Changxian says, howl. System says, twin sword. Resonance is occurring. The evil dragon Snaggletooth is awakening. After that we see a flashback if the divine blacksmith Oyu Yeji gained eternal reputation after creating a few masterpieces. Then the demonic blacksmith Teodi created countless masterpieces and products to establish his everlasting position. Even among the gods and stars, the two of them are well known to opposing forces. It's impossible to decide who is superior between the two master craftsmen. This is because the two of them sought after different things, and the eras and places in which they were active different, thus preventing the two of them from confronting each other head-on. But, right now, at this very moment, an opportunity to judge which is superior has come. The fish intestine sword, which has consumed its fill of blood, is shining brilliantly, while the evil dragon Snaggletooth has begun to show its true worth in return. System says, you've fulfilled part of the qualification requirements. The evil dragon Snaggletooth is gleaming. The lock has been undone. The evil dragon Snaggletooth is beginning to show its true worth. Fat man thinks, the dagger is growing longer. Changxian raise his dagger, evil dragon Snaggletooth. Type. Dagger and longsword. Divine artifact. Attack power. Cannot be measured. Effects. Continuous bleeding, gluttony of evil, other effects cannot be identified. As you have fulfilled part of the qualification requirements, you will be able to utilize hidden functionality. As you have not fulfilled all of the requirements, you will need to fulfill other requirements to access other functionality. Twin Sword Resonance. Changxian activates, skill sword mastery. Changxian takes a deep breath, and gets really to attack. Sword mastery. As skill that only a master swordsman that has achieved sword unity is permitted to use. It allows you to use any sword in the world as you wish. Those who walk the path of the sword will be forced to confront the forest that lies at the end of that path. Skill level 1. Type passive. Effect. 10,000 swords ownership, 10,000 swords usage. Achievement accomplished. The entirely different famous swords. Rewards intelligence +5. Skill sword mastery level up. Divine being good season to hunt stares at you in shock as you've managed to unlock her divine artifact. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, stares at you, eyes wide, as you've used a method that he never thought of. Divine being owl that pierces through the twilight requests that you use the demonic blacksmith Teotes as armaments for righteousness. Divine being the great demon that chases after the abyss, shows interest in the two famous swords. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, praises you for gaining a new set of fangs. Changxian gets ready fight. Fat man is surprised to see him. And thinks, the beast sense that I received from my patron god is telling me to dodge no matter what. If I don't I will die. Changxian uses a really powerful slash attack. Fat block tries to block his attack with his sword. Changxian sees the sword and thinks, it's crying. Is it complaining that ending it at that isn't enough? Changxian smiles and thinks, this time, it's the evil dragon Snaggletooth. Is it telling me to watch what it can do? Changxian uses another slash attack using dragon Snaggletooth. Fat man's swords breaks into pieces. Fat man thinks, if I want to live, I have to run away from here. System says, the fish intestine sword is presenting its brilliant edge. The evil dragon Snaggletooth is baring its vicious fangs. Changxian thinks, these two sure are prideful, with a desire for victory. Fat man starts to run away. Changxian uses an skill Black Mountain Monarch's Claw has been activated. An explosion happened. He gets a lot of burns on his body. System says, despair is spreading out. Frustration is growing stronger. Fat man says, I don't want to die. System says, negative thoughts are filling the stage. The world-ending fire is consuming this grudge to burn stronger. Changxian thinks, are these his regrets? Just where is he trying to go with that body of his? Now that I think about it, other than a Ghostborn, there's nobody I'd have to go to this extent for. Let's put off killing him for now and follow him. Fat man says, no matter what I have to. System says, player Ya Sangwon has died. Sangwon die right in front of a door. System says, the fish intestine sword has been withdrawn. Changxian says, even though the door would have opened if he'd just raised his hand, I can't believe he's dropped dead right at the door. The evil dragon Snaggletooth has been sealed once again. The door is firmly locked shut. Please enter the pattern and password required to unlock the door. I wonder if it'll open again. He touches the lock of the door. The door starts to open and system says, the master it has been confirmed. Changxian thinks, anyway, it looks like this key is specialized for unlocking locking mechanisms and opening doors. System says, divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardship stares at you in wonder for having managed to find your way here. Changxian sees someone is laying on a machine surrounded with wires. Changxian goes near the machine. And sees that it's a little girl. He see her and thinks this girl. What was her name again? Shin Yun So. I think that was her name. Has she been turned into a godsent warrior? System says, you are analyzing the target. You have detected an abnormality. His Majesty the Tiger's Calamity is on guard. No, she isn't a godsent warrior, it's something more intense, more fundamental than that. Demonic beasts, monsters, goblins, and the Jigwe. So that's it, the thing Executive Director O tried to hide. It looks like the godsend warriors were just a stepping stone to perfect this. Gildal was it. The head of the goblins was named Gildal, right? System says, you are observing her condition more closely with skill beast sense. His Majesty the Tiger's Calamity is in effect. It is currently 41% complete. 41%. That's too in the middle. That's too low to consider her a god-sent warrior or guildal. However, her physical body is so tough, it'd be ludicrous to compare her to a normal person. Even her muscle fibers have toughened. Even in her current condition, most players would be eaten alive by her. That's a relief. They hypnosis and brainwashing haven't started yet. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, watches you, curious as to what you will do now. Divine being owl that pierces through the twilight, requests you ate the poor girl in front of you. You have removed the glass tube. The guildalification has been forcefully stopped. His Majesty the Tiger's calamity has begun raging as his supply has been cut off. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is very surprised by your choice. Divine being owl that pierces through the twilight nod her head, saying she believed in you, she orders you to hurry, move her to a safe location. And provide first aid. Ift trigram Urn's world-ending flame, is surging forth. Destruction has begun. You have removed poisonous elements. You have removed foreign substances. His Majesty the Tiger's calamity strongly resists the world-ending flame. He attempts to resistance has been pulverized. He attempts to defy you. His defiance has been destroyed. Treatment and recovery have been provided quickly and her wounds are healing up. All external stimulation has been cut off. The first form world-ending flame and His Majesty the Tiger's calamity are clashing greatly. Changxian says, I have to remove His Majesty the Tiger's calamity and destroy all the negative aspects of guildalification, leaving only the positive aspects. However, just as with Baek Gyoul, whatever happens, Shin Yun-so must persevere. All I can do now is wait. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, questions where your ambition to take everything for yourself has gone. Divine being tiger that has been trapped in hardships scoffs at you for choosing to treat the child instead of using her. Changxian says, I didn't say I wouldn't. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships tilts his head, not understanding what you mean by those words. Authority soul extortion has activated and all the ashes of the lives you've taken in the past 24 hours will be absorbed. System says, you have absorbed the ashes. Your strength has increased by 0.01. Your agility has increased by 0.02. While mixed in the ashes, His Majesty the Tiger's calamity has broken away from your attempt to absorb them. This attempt has been superseded by the power in you authority. A merge has begun by force. You have succeeded. You have purified His Majesty the Tiger's calamity after the merge and have succeeded in taking him as a material for the world-ending flame. Your magic power has increased by 0.02. His magic power is 325 plus 60. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is laughing uncontrollably. Changson thinks, Void Monarch, you bastard, you're really laughing like a madman at something like this. Have you lost it? Now that I think about it, I remember talk about how White Tiger's inspection department was going to raid this place. It's true they were investigated, then the inspection department is under Executive Director O's opposition, Director Kwon Hyo-hai. Since Director Kwon smelled something fishy and decided to raid this place, would that sly Executive Director O really just sit still? My suggestion not close the dungeon was supported by a superficial man reading alone. So what if Executive Director O was planning to remove his political opposition or something here? And what if that's why that bastard, Void Monarch, is laughing like a madman when faced with this situation? Changson thinks, damn it, now isn't the time to dawdle. System says, title, Jigwee's vessel has been equipped. Skill, Flying Tiger's trailing gale has been activated and all your power is being used to leave this location. There a really big explosion happens, guard sees that and says, why isn't anyone coming out? Didn't they say the inspection department had entered the dungeon already? The manager has to hurry up and get out. The ground under their feet blows up as well. A really big explosion happens at the facility. Changxian is flying away with the girl. After that we see that White Tiger clan third in command Old Tiger's Fangs Kwon Hyo-hai is standing in front of the facility. He see the facility burning and says, what a mess. Some other peoples appears there, he says. Kwon says, did you find out what happened here? One of his men says, yes, it seemed that here were a lot of explosives stored underground. Kwon says, explosives. His man says, yes, from what was seen with Agni's Yan. The flames area of effect, forest of fire demons, lightning bullet. And more like these appear to have remaining traces. Quan says, so they have resolved themselves. It seems that the origin of this fire was the Jigwee's world-ending flame. Quan says, the Jigwee. Quan says, it seems everything had been planned out. It appears that they were waiting for me to enter the research facility and intended to blow me up along with everything else. I wonder why it exploded without them being able to do so. A simple mistake. Or a malfunction. I don't think that would be the case. Right. That old man executive director O is as cunning as they get. He wouldn't make a mistake like this. That would mean there was some other factor at play that even Director O failed to take into account. What could it be? There's nothing that come to mind at the moment. Anyway, inspect the area further, we don't know what might come out. The say, understood. Quan says, by the way, I heard some rat dared to let something slip. They says, we shall correct this immediately. System says, will you log out? Quan says, it'd be nice if you were to give ma hint, though that would never happen. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is pleased with the chaos filling the dungeon. Quan says, it can't be helped. I'll have to take care of Executive Director O myself. I'm sure my God desires that as well. After that we see that Beck opens his eyes and says, where? Changxian appears there with the girl and says, finally awake. She is still unconscious. Beck says, is he your wife? He hits Beak with something. And says, seeing as you're well enough to spout such nonsense, it seems you've made a full recovery. Use that mirror and take a look at your face. Beck picks the mirror and sees his face. Changxian says, you've worked hard. Beck start to cry. She starts wake up. Changxian says, hey, Miss Xinyun, so. Are you awake now? She jumps. And lay down on the ground. She says, guess I'm dreaming. I can't believe I'm in a place like this too, I'm really this far gone, huh? They both are confused to hear that. She shouts and says, did you, they tyrant, really save me when I was locked up? Changxian says, yes. She says, I didn't drool in my sleep or do any sleep talking or anything, did I? Changxian thinks, luckily, it seems she doesn't remember anything about her being kidnapped. Changson says, not at all. She says, really? He says, yes. He thinks, still, I'm sure there must be a need to provide psychological support for her, but. She says, that's a relief. Changxian says, I think you're feeling better now, so we'll have to vacate this area fist. As you can see, this isn't a very safe place. She says, what's you blood type? He says, B. She says, birthday. He reply, January 30th. She asks, then what's your favorite food? He reply, kimchi stew. Changxian says, why are you asking me this all of a sudden? She says, no, that's weird. I remember the date perfectly too. 2 years ago, on August 23rd, at San Francisco in the US, with the sudden reversal in the game against France at 3-2. You said the food you wanted to eat the most after returning to Korea was kimchi kimbap. She says, right, I'm sharp. That's right. There's no way, you the definition of rudeness, would be this king. You're a fake, right? Who are you? He thinks, should I just leave her behind? She laughs and says, no, you are him. When did you switch to kimchi stew? Beck asks her, have you changed your mind? She says, yeah, after seeing his expression. He was about to ditch me because I was being a pain, right? With that personality there's no mistake. She starts to walk and says, where are we going now? This way. Changxian smiles. System says, you've successfully completed both sudden quests Owl's Pled and Tiger's Plunder. As a reward, you will be given the rights over you spoils of war. You have earned 32 illusion pearls. You have earned a flash of wisdom. As a reward, you will receive a blessing from the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. Divine being Owl that pieces through the twilight, is painstakingly debating what gift would suit you best given the achievements you've piled up. Divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, greatly praises the results of your work and is wondering what fangs to present to you. Divine being good season to hunt speaks boastfully about how difficult it is to present you with a gift that suits you perfectly. Changxian says, stupid. Shin's brother is looking for her. He thinks, just where did she go? And it's while we were here too. 4 persons team attack him and says, stop right there. They says, this place is our hunting ground. If you proceed any further, we will attack. He says, please let me in. Please. A man named I am Juan Haed of Mr. Lim. He moves forward and says, sorry, it's not as though we are unaware of your circumstances, however. It's dangerous past here. We will be looking for your sibling as well, so please head back. I am gets angry and thinks, what's this bastard? I'm being overworked to death here, what a pain. Li Changxian. When I checked a little earlier, he was rank 2 in the dungeon. Compared to that, I'm rank 121. The more time passes, the harder it'll be to catch up. I have to narrow down the difference as much as I can. Someone like this will only get in my way. He says, just a moment is fine. So, please. I am turns around and says, I'm sorry. I am thinks, guys like these are a problem. They don't understand that the world of players is a jungle. Acting like mobs attracted to the pretty lights they see. No, they're more like pigs than anything. Her brother gets past I am with super speed. I am gets really angry and says, carelessly entering a hunting ground that belongs to someone else's. System says, Tiger's aura is spreading out fully. I am says, against the rules. He bring out his sword and says, back off. He swings his sword and says, you're in the way. Shin appears there and blocks the attack and says, get away from my brother, you half-eaten squid-looking bastard. She stands right in between them. Her brother says, you. Shin says, who said you could lay a hand on my brother? Back off, will you? He gets really happy to see her and says, Shin so. I am gets really angry and says, what did you just say? She says, back off my brother. I am says, no, not that. What you said after that. She gives smile and says, I said you looked like a half-eaten squid. Why, is there a problem with that? I guess there is a problem. You look more like a dried up and twisted sea anemone. Not at all like a squid. Was that an insult to sea anemones? He gets really angry and says, that was an insult to our team. She ties his hairs and says, bullshit. You were the ones who tried to lay a hand on my brother first. So what was that? Intimidation? A threat? An abuse of power? Should I have said that instead? They all attack her at once and he says, I'll shut that arrogant mouth of yours. Shin gets angry and says, cowards. You are facing just one person, but you'll charge them as a group. System says, Tiger's aura is flaring violently. She gets surrounded by the Tiger's aura. Beck and Changxian are watching everything from a distance. Beck says, guess we'll have to help. Chanagshan says, wait. Beck says, is there something wrong? Changxian says, don't head in, just stand back. Changxian thinks, Shin Yunso's Tiger's aura has surpassed the Gildel's rage and is currently filled with the Royal Tiger's calamity. Changxian thinks, it should feel entirely unfamiliar to her, yet she's wielding it proficiently. Almost as though it was hers from the start. He smiles and thinks, if I continue to watch her, I'll be able to understand just what the Gildel is. I'll be able to comprehend if it has any negative side effects as well. She breaks their swords. They are confused and says, what is this? Why did it suddenly? She shouts and say, a tower shield. System says, as you advance with the Tiger's step, your power is strengthened. Your speed continues to increase. Shield starts to move forwards. Shield hit them really hard. System says, skill shield attack has burst forth. They both go flying. One of them appears behind her ready to attack. She looks toward him with an angry look. She hits him with a really powerful attack. System says, Tiger's calamity burst forth. Changxian and Beck are surprised to see her. She bring out a really big axe. They get scared to see that. She says, what did you say you'd do to my mouth again? He gets really scared, unable to speak. She gets really angry and says, I've got a pretty bad memory, you see, so why don't you say it again? You de-headed old man. Divine being owl that pierces through the twilight, shows her support for the players exacting justice, Shin Yun-so. She starts to beat him. He thinks that's impossible. Some bitch whose rank is far below mine is beating me. Beck says, it seems there wasn't any need for me to get involved. Changxian thinks, just like how she warned me the moment she regained consciousness. She's managing to keep calm even after understanding these unknown powers. Shin Yun-so's talents are her level-headed judgment and her determination. On top of that, she possesses superhuman strength and sense that dwarf the Gildel flames. Her talents are blooming. No, perhaps I should say her latent potential is blooming instead. It's more in the direction of calming her physically. If she's at this level without even bringing out half of the Gildal flames, then the real Gildal must be even more incredible. He remembers something and says, wait. Would Executive Director Eo be the only one possessing a blade like this? I don't know what he's after, but his ambitions are definitely not of a small scale. I'll have to start with carefully confirming what it is I picked up from the altar. She hits him in the head. He falls to the ground. Her brother says, hey, just what happened to you? She says, some stuff happened. Changxian and Beck walks to them. Her brother says, Li Changxian. She says, it's fine. He's the one who saved me. Her brother says, that bastard. No, Li Changxian did. He sees Beck and thinks, but who's that person next to him? He doesn't look like one of the instructors. Was there someone like him among the trainees? They asks Changxian, what are you planning to do now? He says, what will I do? We have entered a dungeon, isn't it obvious? They get surprised to hear that and Beck says, then, you are planning to clear. Her brother says, but don't you know? On top of the blackish-red mountain range, being massive, there's a lot of variety in the difficulty between different areas, so White Tiger gave up on raiding it and is currently using it as a training ground. Moreover, we were only given 100 days here. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships holds doubts about whether that's truly possible. Divine being good season to hunt supports you, believing that if it's you, you'd be able to do it easily. Divine being snake that wraps around the world clicks his tongue at those doubting you, asking whether they still don't understand how cunning you are. Beck says, as expected. Then, how long do you expect a complete clear to take? Changxian says, what are you saying? Beck says, well, if you're attempting to clear this dungeon, it would take a while, so we'd have to prepare. Changxian says, prepare. Changxian uses Jigwee's flames and says, it'll be over by the end of the day. They all are really surprised to hear that. There are a lot of explosions starts to happen inside the forest. IM wakes up really scared. And sees there no one around. He says, you dare. Fire against me. Just how did she do it? Was it some kind of trick? No, she might even be a demi-demon. If she weren't, then there's no way someone as skills as me would have lost to that bitch. I'd even be able to beat Li Changxian if I were to face him right now. Just you wait, I'll expose that bitch for being a demi-demon. I'll make it so that you will never be able to walk around in broad daylight again. Some peoples are finding him saying, team leader, where are you, team leader? He sees his teammates lying on the ground and says, how do I explain this? Even if our opponent was a demi-demon, my position within the dungeon must remain unscathed. Should I just kill them all so word doesn't get out? Or should I say that we were ambushed, and then take the team and go after that bitch? The trainee that managed to take down a demi-demon intruder after a desperate struggle at the training facility. Li Changxian must be a demi-demon as well. If not, these kinds of results would be absolutely impossible. After I expose you, Xinyun So, you'll be next, Li Changxian. He says, I'm over here. System says, the dungeon mission has been completed. The final rankings will be calculated. Dungeon ranking. First place Li Changxian with 810,320 points. Second place Munsung 390,000 points. He is surprised to see that and says, what's going on? System says, rewards will be given depending on your results and ranking. Everyone is surprised to see that inside the facility they says, a clear. That's impossible, just what happened? Figure out what happened to the guy observing Li Changxian. System says, the dungeon will now close. Please beware of the shock. We see that Changxian is sighting on top of a mountain. And Beck is standing on the other one. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships take great joy in this chaotic situation. After that we see a god is seeing all this from the heaven. System says, the dungeon will be completely closed. Good work, everyone. After that we see that on every news channel and newspaper is talking about Changxian closing the blackish-red mountain range. And also in the social media. Changxian says, isn't that enough already? Some White Tiger member says, do you think we are playing around? If you attempt to defy us. Team 2 leader punches one of them using Tiger's aura. He says, where do you think you're yelling at? You wanna get you ass beat. He shouts and says, Team 2 leader. Team 2 leader says, is that any way to address me? You want another fist to the face? He says, why have you come all this way, team leader, sir? He says, to get that brat. He says, but sir, we haven't finished our investigation. Team leader says, investigation? You mean interrogation. Anyway, I'm taking him, and that's that. What? Have any complaints? Tiger's aura is roaring violently. I'll take that as a no. Everyone, follow me. Shin says, isn't our Oppa just awesome? Yeah. Her brother says, I thought he was bluffing when he said he'd clear it in a day. But after seeing that, even though all I did was follow behind Lee Changxian, I didn't think he'd clear it in just half a day. Team leader says, the three of you, follow my team members for a bit. Lee Changxian, you follow me. Team leader says, I'm assuming they're the team members you gathered up in the training facility. Changxian says, something like that. Team leader says, I see. To begin with, a team is collection of people that get along, with the biggest brains at the very center of them. Changxian thinks, I don't think Executive Director O's room is in this direction. Changxian says, yes, I agree. Anyway, where are we going? Team leader says, did I not tell you? To the me time room. The clan leader said he wanted to hear from you directly. Changxian thinks, Jiam Qianho Munsung. Director O says, so you're here. You look much better than last time. System says, the eyes of the ferocious tiger are peering at you. Changxian thinks, I'm sure he has a lot he's curious about, what with the dungeon closing not long after the research facility was blown up. Although Director Quan is fine, he should have received a report from Song Yu-jun that he doesn't know anything. I'm sure he's suspicious of me. But because clearing a dungeon within a day is something so absurd, he'll rein in his suspicion. Changxian says, that you. It's all thanks to the executive directory. Director O says, it's all thanks to you ability. Anyway, thanks to you, things have gotten quite hectic around here. Changxian says, is that so? Director O says, are you asking because you don't know? It's not merely hectic. All those team leaders from the raid division are fighting amongst each other, saying they'll take you in. There's even chaos over what to do with the reward you earned from clearing the dungeon and whatnot. Perhaps because the rumors have spread abroad, we have also gotten few calls from board members. Anyway, have you changed your mind? Divine Being Good Season to Hunt, snorts, saying he's messing around when he doesn't even know his place. Changxian says, that's something I'd like to ask you. If I don't get into the Division 1 asked to enter, I might just toss you my resignation letter. Director O says, alright, if you're a man, you have to be able to handle things properly. I'm a given, but the whole company doesn't plan to just let you go. Just look, hasn't the clan leader asked to see you directly? Forget his clan, he has little interest in worldly matters anyways. Well shall we go greet him? They goes down using the lift. System says, skill, Viper Eye has begun shining acutely. Skill, Beast Sense has warned you that it's dangerous. Changxian thinks, Void Monarch said he's raised a good apostle, but his abilities and talent should fall below that of a patron. I feel like this is my first time meeting someone dangerous after returning. System says, you have entered the Azura Flower Garden. Director O says, the meeting room that the clan leader is in is connected through another dungeon. He called in magicians to move the gate over this ways. Divan, being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, has taken an interest in the humans that have crossed over into his territory. Changxian thinks, so it really was his territory. Divine Being Good Season to Hunt scowls, saying the air within the dungeon feels uncomfortable. Director O says, per your command, I've brought Lee Changxian. He says, so you are the child they call the tyrant. Changxian is surprised to see him. He says, it seems our god has taken an interest in you lately. Divine Being Owl that pierces through the twilight has advised you to beware as things seems to have gotten serious. Changxian thinks, he's warning me. He activates Tiger's aura. Changxian uses Beast Sense. System says, skill, Beast Sense has judged that this current situation is incredibly dangerous. Changxian thinks, I decided to attract the attention of many gods and stars from the very beginning. I already expected to face jealousy and danger from the devotees with their blessings. A god could also put underhanded tricks in order to take possession over me. This is something I've experienced in troves in Arcadia. Changxian says, I am Lee Changxian. He says, you don't seem too bad. Changxian says, the fact that I am greeting a master swordsman of the 9th generation. Amuses me greatly. He says, it amuses you. Changxian says, yes, just a few months ago. I never would have thought that I'd be coming here. Changxian thinks, there's no way he'd know about my experience in the underworld. So he should be thinking that I was simply living like a cripple. But since a guy that's hit the proverbial lottery is saying, are you going to stop so low that you'd warn a rookie? It'll definitely deal a blow to his ego. What will you do now? Munsung, will you take back your threat? Or will you take up arms? He's a high ranker known to be over level 90. If we were to face off, I wouldn't be able to destroy him, but I'm sure that the gods and stars that have taken an interest in me would support me. Even if those gods do nothing, I'm confident I'd still manage to find a way to run away. What's he going to do? He appears right beside him and says, I see. Changxian is really surprised to see his speed. Munsung says, our patron has said to deliver you a gift. Since I've entrusted it to Siwon, make sure you get it on your way out. The exit open and Munsung walks through it. Changxian thinks, what's this? He not warning me. Munsung doesn't think, even the slightest bit, that he was abandoned by the Void Monarch. He believes that the link between the two of them is strong enough that having me wriggle and wouldn't shake it. Is it the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan? Whether it be the God-sent warriors or Gildal, Munsung created something and expanded his congregation, so what the Void Monarch could give him would be the sanctuary's antidote. Or something like that. That would mean, Changxian activates Viper's Eye. Divine being SNKAE that wraps around the world, has read your thoughts and found them amusing, so he has given you power. System says, your skill has leveled up. Information regarding the player Munsung has been deduced. He has a very thick royal tiger's calamity swarming him. Changxian thinks he's far above the Gildal. Munsung says, I'd prefer if you leave your peeking at that. Changxian is surprised to hear that and says, please excuse me. He thinks, it's not just the Gildal. At the very least, he's 2 levels above. Even then, he is only given the God-sent warriors to those underneath him. That must mean he intends to monopolize it. This strength. Void Monarch simply wanted to see my reaction. Munsung was simply playing along with him. It seems that Void Monarch has found an undeserved blade in Munsung. And that incredibly sharp blade is looking at something even higher. Just what is it? Director O says, our clan leader is a difficult man in many regards. Changxian thinks, the Silver Fox Research Facility's Gildal was nothing more than scraps to Munsung. He might even be aware of Executive Director O's ploys. Changson says, yes, it feels like he exists in an entirely different world. Director O says, he does indeed have such an air about him. It's still difficult for me to understand his innermost thoughts. Team 2 leader says, I'm begging you. The next time you go to the conference hall, please don't call me. Every time I go, I get chills down my spine that just won't stop. It's driving me nuts. Changxian says, more importantly, what's the present I'm to be given? Divine Being Good Season to Hunt exclaims proudly that no matter what gift it may be, it could never measure up to the benefits she's given you. Divine Being Owl that pierces through the twilight is listening intently. Director O says, that he gave me 2 choices. One is an armory, the other is a library, they've both unlocked the 2nd rank. Team 2 leader says, the 2nd rank. And 2 of them. Can't you share one of them with me? Especially the armory. Director O says, just from your gaze, I assume you'd already ascertained as much. Changxian says, not at all, I'm quite surprised. Director O says, how silver-tongued of you, to say such thing, s. Who would believe that when you're this calm? Changxian says, I've completed the mission in the dungeon raid that the tiger that has been trapped I hardships gave me. As such, I was under the impression that he'd give something rather impressive. Director O says, I see. That makes sense. So have you made your decision? Changxian says, I wish to discover more skills. I have heard there are many explanatory works of the 2nd rank that I haven't seen before. He thinks, I haven't discovered Advent Steps yet, so I will look for it again at the 2nd rank. Director O says, of course, I expected you to say that. Now that I think about it, I hear you haven't chosen our patron yet, is that correct? Team 2 leader is really surprised to hear that and says, what, Hyungnim, you can't say something that nonsensical. There's no player that hasn't chosen a patron yet. Do you think a godless would be able to get this far? Say something already. Hung, no, Jaeon Mu Nim is saying strange things. Why aren't you saying anything? There's no way, right? It can't be. Could it be? It's true. This is ridiculous. Team 2 leader thinks, so he was able to display such overwhelming power despite being godless. If this guy had a patron, just how destructive of an effortless action could he have exerted? Even a genius would be powerful within a reasonable level, but this. Changxian says, it seems that the tiger that has been trapped in hardships wants me. Director O says, is that not apparent? It's no just me, what god wouldn't want somebody like you? Changxian says, many have asked me to become their apostle. Are you going to suggest I do something I have already stopped doing? Director O says, do you realize just how little sense that makes? Changxian says, I'm telling you that if my reward is just becoming an apostle, I will hand you my resignation letter. I receive a lot of perks, even in my current state. Director O says, you truly are unique. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, wrinkles his face and swears fealty to you. Divine being good season to hunt angrily asks him why he's pestering the one she marked. Divine being owl that pierces through the twilight expresses discomfort and glares at a tiger that has been trapped in hardships. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships takes a step back and smacks his lips. Director O says, one could say, that having overflowing greed and ambition is a trait of the young, but know that your ambition will come back to haunt you one day. I've left you Jun on standby on the first floor. Allow me to guide you there. Changxian says, thank you. Director O says, however, keep in mind that our God is not as tolerant as you may think. If he can't have you, then he will make sure nobody else does either. Team 2 leader says, well, you may have a lot on your mind right now. But think about it positively. If you stay here, there are a lot of entertaining things you can do. Changxian thinks, they are full of shit. Song guides Changxian and says, from grade 2 onwards, we divide chambers by category for security. Also, leaving and entering is only possible with your assigned key. Changson says, so what category of chambers can I enter using this key? If the chamber I can enter are limited, that would pose an issue in itself. Song says, I do not know myself. You have up to 6 hours to use the chambers. I'll see you then. There are a lot of floating door in the air. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardship states that this is the real treasure which drives him. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, tries to tempt you by saying that if you become his apostle everything here will become yours. He sees a door and thinks, ferocious tiger. White tiger. Half-blind tiger. Bell tiger. Mountain tiger. Holy tiger. Split tiger. Black tiger. And nightmare-eating beast. They're all rooted from the tiger. The reward for the tiger's pillaging quest that was held back has been given. In front of you right now are 9 split paths, every path has its own special way of being proud tiger. Select the path you wish to take, depending on your choice, the nature of your key will change accordingly. However, following the offer made by the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, if you decide to become this apostle, you will receive the right to every single category. Changxian thinks, such nonsense. How irritating. Even if I don't do this, I intend to one day steal everything from here. I choose this one. Divine being the tiger that been trapped in hardships is unable to comprehend your choice and simply shakes his head. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, throws shade by telling him he wouldn't understand anything with that empty head of his. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships scowls in annoyance. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, tells you it's not too late yet, and asks whether you want to open another stone chamber. System says, you have selected half-blind tiger. He thinks, simply put, the half-blind tiger is a one-eyed tiger. Although the observation skill of a half-blind tiger may fall behind that of a two-eyed tiger, his will to live is stronger than any other. Using violence and brutality, a killer beast that does not need shielding. Void Monarch's reaction has expected. He's only looking for a life away from himself. So he thought he'd choose the last of the 9 brothers. System says, the stone chamber's doors have opened. It'll go well with the Jigui and its world-ending flame. And it'll probably go well with the Black Mountain Monarch's claw. I really want to open the rest of the stone chambers with Peter's key, but no matter how much a pushover the Void Monarch might seem like, he won't allow that. I'll rob you in a way that's beyond your imagination. System says, you have entered the half-blind tiger's room. Shin says, what's going on? What's taking him so long? Could it be that something happened to him? Her brother says, stay still for a bit. Do you think the tyrant will croak that easily? He'll come back on his own even if you don't worry, so sit down already, it's getting on my nerves. She says, he's not a tyrant. She says, his name is Song-gun, no, Seong-gun, you know. Can you not refer to Oppa in such a mmer? He see Beck and thinks, although it's noisy on this side, that side is far too quiet. The person really is. The Peck Gyeowol from that time. Right. His face went from melted ice cream to Mr. Handsome. Just what happened? What is Lee Changxian's identity? What happened between Unseo and him? There's something I don't know. Whether it be good or bad, I need to know. He see her and thinks, so I can protect that thing. Divine being snake that wraps around the world lets you know that the noise you're making as you rack your head can be heard from all the way inside. Divine being snake that wraps around the world tell you that even if you rack your head for the rest of your life, you'll still be unable to obtain the information you desire. He thinks, could it be that he's referring to Mr. Lee Chanshan? Divine being snake that wraps around the world slyly laughs and tells you that if that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have shown an interest in you to begin with. He thinks what? How did he know what I was thinking? Divine being snake that wraps around the world, states that there's nothing hard about reading a person's thoughts when it's written all over their face. Divine being snake that wraps around the world gleefully shakes his tail and says, that your habit of doubting everything makes you similar to himself. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, says that he has a suggestion to make, and asks you what you think about it. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, offers that he can take you in as his priest depending on the situation. He thinks a suggestion for me. Mr. Jiambu. And Mr. Yunso. That big man appears there and says, so you two made it. I'm so relieved. Pretentious prick. He thinks look at him acting all happy to see us, after refusing to assist us. He says, Yunso. Lee Changxian gets back. He grabs her hand and she says, what do you think you are doing? He says, you were never like that with me. You started playing hard to get with me recently, and now look at this. The reason you disappeared was just because you got a new guy. She thinks this asshole. Should I just bury him? She see Changxian and start cry and says, Oppa. That big man gets angry and says, what? What do you think you will accomplish by glaring at me like? Changxian goes toward him with super speed and grabs him from the neck. Chanogshan lifts him. He says, let go. Do you even know who I am? He sees Changxian's eyes and says, his eyes. Changxian's aura takes the shape of the half-blind tigers. He gets really scared. System says, the half-blind tiger's one eye takes you in. A skill window appears saying, half-blind tiger. Killing intent and viciousness, a tiger that only has these two qualities. Able to instill the fear of death within those who are in the visible range of the tiger's one eye. Type special. Effect. Full of killing intent, it instills fear. System says, you have been inflicted with fear, panic and shock. Warning. You are in a severe state of shock. There is a chance that your mental state might become damaged beyond repair. It is strongly recommended that you leave the area. He pees in his pants. Everyone is surprised to see that. Changxian says, let's go. She says, alright Oppa. She says, Oppa, is there anything you want to eat? Changxian says, something I want to eat. She says, yes, now that your training is over, let's go for a meal. Changxian says, not today. Maybe next time. She says, why? Media is waiting for them outside and says, Mr. Lee. Changxian, we'd like to know your thoughts about clearing an unexplored dungeon in record time. The White Tiger clan has announced they have great plans from you. Have you had any talks with the clan regarding this yet? Changxian says, there are too many pairs of eyes on us right now. She thinks that's right. Oppa has always been this kind of person. They says, I understand that many overseas clans have given you offers. Is there a particular reason you chose the White Tiger clan? How have you been since your retirement? Lee Changxian a statement. Just one statement please. There are a lot of girls confessing their love to him as well. Shin thinks what the hell are these crazies doing here? And Changxian ignores everyone. Changxian says, get it. Beck says, you mean this limousine? Chang Son thinks, it's my private car, managing director Oh gave it to me to use. It came with a personal driver. They all are sitting in the limo. And Chang Xian says, so, what did you want to say? Her brother says, pardon. Chang Xian says, when we were leaving the lobby, it looked like you wanted to tell me something. Am I wrong? He says, you noticed. Chang Xian says, with how restless you were being, it would be strange if I didn't. He says, do you happen to know of the divine being, snake that wraps around the world? Divine being snake that wraps around the world, is startled to hear his name being mentioned. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, slaps its tail in protest at how loose-lipped this person is. Chang Xian says, I do. That's one of the divine being I have an interest in. He says, that divine being spoke to me and told me to watch you every move. And report anything interesting I found. Divine being, snake that wraps around the world, is lamenting that it's all over. Chang Xian says, is that so? He says, yes, I was specifically told to report in detail about anything that seemed like it could be a secret. Shin pinches him and says, hey. Why are you only telling us that now? He says it hasn't been that long since I got the message. She says, still, you should have said something as soon as you received tea. He says, my ear's gonna come off. Chang Xian says, they really are such a handful. He says, you're not angry. Chang Xian says, angry. Why would I be? He says, well, I did feel very conflicted. Chang Xian says, so, did you discovered anything? He says, not at all. Chang Xian says, that's fine. Then, in the first place, you haven't done anything wrong by me, so why apologize? He thinks, this person is bigger than all of yous. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, says it's no fun, and buries his face in his body. Chang Xian says, more importantly, what did the divine being offer you in return? Divine being snake that wraps around the world, looks up slightly. He says, he offered to teach me black magic. Chang Xian says, black magic. He says, yes, apparently it suits my better than anything else. Chang Xian says, watch me. He is confused. Chang Xian says, he told you to watch me and report anything interesting, didn't he? So, do just that. Divine being snake that wraps around the world gets up. He blinks in confusion. Her brother says, pardon. Chang Xian says, the black magic that snake that wraps around the world knows is one of the best disciplines called Ouroboros formula. Just learning the basics of it, let alone in its entirety, is extremely difficult. The fact that the divine being offered to reach out to you means that he has a high opinion of your talent. He definitely sees something in you. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, opens his mouth in shock, wondering how you could tell. Divine being, snake that wraps around the world, grumbles and tells you not to feel too good about yourself. He thinks, I have talent. Divine being snake that wraps around the world, states that the number of people who desire his teachings is more than enough to wrap around the world several times if they form a line. Chang Xian says, so, go ahead and do as the divine being says. He says, Yunso. She says, what? He says, starting today, I'm Hung's fan. She gets really excited and says, it's about time you realized his greatness. If there's anything you want to know about him, just ask me. He says, you think I'm going to act like a crazy stan like you? Divine being snake that wraps around the world, is asking just how you got your hands on such information. Chang Xian says, just like how you kept it a secret, I'm keeping it a secret. Divine being, snake that wraps around the world, slaps his tail on the ground angrily, grumbling that he just cannot understand what goes in your head. He thinks, I used to want to learn Ouroboros formula, but learning run magic was so tough that I gave up. If Shin Jianbu can teach me the formula, it would be incredibly useful. Chang Xian says, to BQ live at Noryang Jin. He says, yes, that's correct. Chang Xian says, you're lying, aren't you? Beck says, I'm not. Even though it's tiny, I'm living in a Goshiwan. Chang Son says, tell me the truth when I'm asking you nicely. Or else I'm going to follow you, and if I find out that you lied, I'll send you head flying. Chang Xian says, you don't have a home, right? Beck says, yes. Chang Xian says, where did you stay previously? He says, I needed weapons, so I took out my deposit. Chang Xian thinks, Xerxes, you fool. Do you know what kind of life your son is leading? In any case, I have to help him fully understand Ghostborns. Changxian says, how convenient. Beck says, pardon. Changxian says, stay at my place for now. But let's get you some clothes first. Changxian gets back home and says, I'm home. His mother says, back already? I thought you said it's going to take more than 3 months. He says, the training finished earlier than I expected. She says, if I'd known you'd be home earlier, I would have made more food. He says, that's okay, I can order in. She says, order food. You are home for the first time in a long time, so of course you should be eating a nice home-cooked meal. He says, I have a request. She says, a request. Changxian calls Beck in. She says, who's that? Chanzoan says, his name is Beck Gyoul, a friend of mine, come inside. Beck says, excuse me. She gets really happy and says, you're a friend of Changxian. Alright, don't just stand there and come inside. He says, thank you. She says, don't be so tense. Just make yourself at home. Beck sees his house and thinks, it's so huge. A home such as this actually exists. I can even see the Han River form here. Mr. Changxian lives in a place like this. He sees the television. Reporter says, the tyrant Li Changxian and his teammates who were with him cleared an unattempted dungeon today. And it is being widely reported by even the overseas broadcasters. Beck says, it's kind of embarrassing watching it like this. Changsoan's sister is laying on the couch and eating something. She sees them and says, who are you? Changxian points toward the television. She turns of the television. And says, the channel. Yeah, I was channel surging and it just happened to stop there. Changxian says, I didn't say anything. She says, you're so annoying one. His mother says to his sister, why did you storm off to your room when you were watching television? We need to eat dinner. She screams and says, I don't want to eat. His mother says, that little brat, she's got such a temper. I wonder where she gets it from. She says, though she's acting like that, you have no idea how worried she was watching your entrance exam video on YouTube. His sister says, Mom. Stop saying weird things, I don't like him. His mother and starts to argue. Changxian says, come with me. Let's go to my room first. Beck says, wow. So this Mr. Changxian's. Changxian says, brother. Beck says, yes. He says, call me brother. Beck says, so this is your room, right, brother? He says, yes. This is my room. Beck says, it's incredible. It's even bigger than my house. Changxian thinks, if Xerxes were to hear this, he'd probably say that I'm messing up the family tree. He sees his trophies that he won back in his pro gaming days. And his gaming setup. Changxian says, is this your first time seeing things like that? Beck says, yeah, since I can't afford to buy these things. You even have the ranker who lived 3 lives. And it's a limited edition. Changxian says, you should play it. Beck says, is that fine? Changxian takes bath and thinks, his bathroom is huge, too. Plus, there's hot water. He really live in a different world compared to mine. Changxian says, there's not much, but eat up. Beck says, there's so much food. His mother says, I'm not sure it'll be to your liking. Does it taste fine? Beck says, it's super delicious. She says, thank you for saying so. I actually tried hard for once. He starts to cry and says, I've never tasted such delicious food in my life. She says, what nice things you say, I wish someone would learn a thing or two from you. Changson says, it's good. She says, you see. That makes my not want to make anything delicious. Did you say your name is Gyoul? He says, yes. She says, did you maybe want to be adopted into this family? I think you'll do better job being the youngest son than that guy. She says, it's a joke, do you want more soup? Beck thinks, the faint sound of laughter formed my memories. I always wondered what that was. It was my mother's laughter. Changxian sleeps on the bed. And Beck sleeps on the ground. Changxian says, can't sleep. Beck says, yeah. Changxian says, tell me if you are uncomfortable. He says, no, it's really great. Your floor is nice and warm, and the blankets are so soft, too. He says, then why can't you fall asleep? Beck says, yeah, I wonder why. He says, you seem to be thinking about a lot so stuff. Beck says, is it that obvious? I would be a dumbass not to notice. Is there something wrong? Bad K says, no, it's nothing like that, I just because. Changxian asks just because. He says, yes, I'm wondering if I actually have the right to be so comfortable right now. Changxian says, who gives you such a right? Beck says, well. He says, no one gives you such a right. You take it for yourself. Beck says, I should take it. Changxian says, you get to decide your own worth. If you think of yourself as pathetic, your self-worth is going to hit rock bottom. And if you value yourself, it'll go up. So you decide your own rights. Whether you should have all this or not. Beck says, okay. Changxian sees him and thinks, Beck Gyoul, you remind me of myself from back then. I was merely a ghost obsessed with battling. That never realized my true worth. So once I hit rock bottom after I lost everything, only then did I realize my mistake. Changxian says, I don't want you to make the same mistakes that I did. Beck says, thank you. Changxian thinks, isn't this supposed to be a father's job? Xerxes, where the hell are you? The divine being good season to hunt is all choked up. The divine being owl that pierces throat the twilight is looking at you with an affectionate expression. His sister says, Mom, isn't it weird? His mom says, what are you saying now? She says, know the loser at our house. His mom says, why must you always call you little brother that? His sister says, stop cutting me off and let me continue. Isn't that loser a bit weird these days? His mom says, what do you mean? His sister says, after being involved with the Jamshul Gate, it's like he's become a completely different person. He quit drinking, controls his temper, and I tried irritating him earlier, but he just ignored me. His mom says, what a thing to do as a big sister, you must be so proud of yourself. His sister says, anyway, he's just weird. It's like he just got old all of a sudden. He talks less, thinks more, and maybe has developed more talent. But the weirdest thing is, Mom, don't you know? He originally had no friends. His mother is confused. His mom is about hit his sister and his sister says, and all of a sudden, he brought a friend home. She hits her and says, is that something you should sya about you younger brother? His sister says, ow. Mom, ow. Stop hitting me. She says, stop, there's something else. The most important thing. His mom says, what nonsense are you going to say this time? She says, seriously. It's not like that. That friend of his face and body are totally my type. Can you please ask him if he has a girlfriend later, Mom? If he's hanging out with that asshole, he must have a really great personality. She starts to hit her again and says, why you little? They both are going somewhere. His mother says, are you going somewhere? Changxian says, we're going to go training. We'll eat out so you can go ahead. His mom says, don't overdo it. His sister says, don't work too hard, brother. He says, yes, don't worry. I'll be back. Beck says, we'll be back. Beck asks him where are we going? Changxian says, to change our weapons. Beck says, our weapons. Changson ays, then are you going to keep using this ragged old thing? Beck says, but I don't have any money. Changxian says, did you forget what I told you last night? You get to decide your own worth. Your weapon is important to protect your body and to defeat the monsters. If the weapon doesn't fit nicely in your hand, its strength is only going to become half as powerful. Not just you weapon but you armor, charm, and gems as well. So don't say anything else and just follow me. I'll get you suited up. And I'll check your skills after, so brace yourself. Changxian thinks, my first turning point was when I healed the Ghostborn. And this opportunity is bound to become my second turning point. Beck says, yes. Changxian thinks, at both turning points, this man is involved. After that we see that Oyeji gets angry and says, what, you want me to make another weapon? You think I'm some sort of magical staff or something? You thinks weapons are forges so easily? Changxian gives him 100 million won. He says, no, I'm not talking about money. The work itself. Changxian gives him another 100 million. Changxian says, you still not gonna do it. Oyeji now looks really rich, he is even wearing gold rings now on all of his finger. Beck see that and thinks, what the hell? 100 million won. And twice. Changxian says, I told you to call me CEO. Beck thinks, he's so cool. Oyeji says, yeah, you bastard CEO. So, what is it you want me to make? Changxian says, a spear. Oh Yeji says, if you want me to make another spear like yours, I'm going to bust you head open before I melt the metal. Changxian says, it doesn't have to be that advanced, just an average long spear. Oh Yeji says, what about the weight and length? The length should be 3 meters and the way. Oh Yeji says, how the hell would I know when you say it like that? Isn't there something I can use as reference? Changxian says, Yo will take out you spear for a minute. What kind of weight is this? Oh Yeji grabs Beck's hand and says, give me you hand. You mainly use you left and more than your right. And rather than wielding the spear, you use it to stab. No, you spin it and stab it. Using centrifugal force and spin to implode your strength. It's not even dull. Do you pay attention to your speed even while you're using such a heavy weapon? He thinks, all the blacksmiths before were so proud, but his person. It certainly is a master craftsman that brother picked. It's no wonder brother Changxian's weapons were incredible. Oh Yeji says, what rank do you want it to be? Changxian says, it should be comparable to the black iron of cold iron that's been refined at least 100 times. Oh Yeji says, what? Are you going off to a war or something? Changxian says, something like that. Oh Yeji says, 15 days. Changxian says, 10. Oh Yeji gets angry and says, are you insane? After ordering the supplies and making the ingot, that's the least amount of time it'll take. If I keep hammering the ingot without rest, my arms are going to be destroyed. Changxian says, they won't. Oh Yeji says, shit. But you better at least give me 10 days. Changxian says, okay. Oh Yeji gets really angry and says, you. Why couldn't you just have agreed from the start? Beck thinks I'm going to get my own weapon. Changxian says, what are you thinking about? He thinks, right. This isn't the time to think about other things. Beck says, it's nothing, I was just a little nervous. Changxian says, don't be too nervous. You won't be able to train properly if so. He says, yes. The divine being good season to hunt, is watching your spar with fascination. The divine being owl that pierces through the twilight, is organizing the information about the rewards. The divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, says it isn't fun if it's not a fight to the death and temporarily revokes his attention. Changxian thinks, is that so? He's going to be shocked in just a moment. He says, anyways, how much are you utilizing the spirit energy? Beck says, that. Changxian says, it's not working out so well. Beck says, yes. Changxian says, obviously that's the case. Beck says, do you know why? The divine being snake that wraps around the world is wondering what that sly old man is doing and tilts his head. Changxian says, you magic power shouldn't be used like regular magic power at all. A ghost born is supposedly a child born between a shaman and a ghost, right? They also call them half man half ghost. That means you possess the temperament of demon energy and evil energy. But the problem now is that you are no longer a ghost born. Wouldn't it be more strange if the energies were to move according to your will? Beck says, then. Changxian says, you just need to use a different magic circulation method than the one you were using before. Of course, that means you need to change everything from you breathing to your smallest habits. So, Changxian thinks, what Beck Youl possesses right now is shadow energy. I need to turn that into a talent or special ability for him. If I need to do that, there's nothing that more certifiable than turning him into his father. Changxian says, you must become a shadow. We see a flashback where Changxian is standing in front of the Xerxes. He says, shadow. What do you mean by that? Xerxes says, you already know that my form does not retain any specific shape, right? Changxian says, yes. You wouldn't be here if that weren't the case. Xerxes says, it's exactly as I said, I cannot even exist as a spirit, since my existence is closer to a non-existent god. Not even a great god or constellation was able to sense me, but you were different. Changxian says, so. Xerxes says, so in order to retain a body, I pulled a shadow from your body and created an artificial shell, and permeated it. Your shadow, no, to be precise, if it weren't for the other side of you that your presence has left, it would be impossible for me to show myself in the physical world. Changxian goes closer to him and take a look. Changxian says, that means, you're basically leeching off of me. I don't like that form of expression, but it's similar in a sense. Beck says, so what should I do? The divine being snake that wraps around the world is saying he doesn't know what you're trying to teach here. The divine being snake that wraps around the world is intrigued and wants to see what kind of new knowledge you will display. Changxian says, first of all, you need to learn how to control the shadow energy you possess. Changxian says, as I said before, shadow energy is handled differently from other energies, so you need to open up a path where the shadow energy can naturally flow. Beck says, by a path you mean? Changxian says, a shadow. Try to place your apprehensions into my shadow. Think about pulling my shadow toward you. Beck is confused. Changxian says, don't try to pull it by force. Think about unraveling each thread and gently coaxing it towards you. Beck focus really hard and shadow starts to change shape. Changxian says, get a grip. You cannot break your concentration. Changxian's shadow surrounds Beck. Changxian says, do not be swallowed by my shadow. Suppress it using whatever means you have. System says, the shadows are getting tangled up. Shadow energy is being exerted. The shadow energies are getting tangled up. The origin of existence is in complete disorder. Beck thinks, this is tough. I don't like it. To think's the first shadow I captured. How to be this thing? I suppose it can't be helped. I have to help out for now. System says, the shadows are merging into one. You have succeeded in getting the upper hand. Beck thinks, you should do well, since you chose not to follow me. You need to take responsibility for the hardship and humiliation that will come your way. Beck says, got it. Shadow covers the body of Beck. System says, skill making a shadow puppet has been established. Analyzing his shadow you have stolen using the shadow energy as the basis. You are granted temporary traits. You are granted temporary skills. You are granted temporary talent. There is a lot of hidden eye formation. The analysis is not fully completed and has only succeeded in replicating 71.5% of the information. Trait, shadow puppetry has been established. The conclusion is being drawn. Beck Gyoul. He looks really amazing. Shadow Solider. System cannot comprehend the power. He says, this is. System says, unique detail currently imitating the player Li Changxian quite poorly. Steal as much information as you can from the player Li Changxian, then, you may be able to imitate much more. Changxian says, shadow energy is an energy that wants to imitate something. So it's necessary to create an object it can imitate. Beck says, so that's why you told me to take your shadow. Changxian says, that's right. And the more you understand about the object of imitation, the more precisely and powerfully you can handle the shadow energy. So, try and imitate what you see from now on. Changxian spins around his spear and release a large amount of mana. Beck feels the mana says, it's heavy. The divine being, good season to hunt, would like to view your new form of martial arts. The divine being owl that pierces through the twilight, commends you endearment of you comrade. The divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, would like to make sure you have acquired their divine skill properly. The divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is viewing your achievement with pleasure. System says, cannot comprehend. Cannot be analyzed. Beck thinks he wants me to imitate that. The difference in level from the shadow owner is too great. Changxian says, what are you doing? Raise your spear. He raises his spear. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is feeling pity about the fact that it would have made a massive difference if you were able to enter more stone chambers. Changxian says, then, let's begin. The divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, says something is strange and tilt his head. Changxian uses half-blind tiger ability. The divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is absolutely stunned. The tiger that is blind in one eye status has been changed to ferocious tiger. The ferocious tiger roars. The ferocious tiger come out of the hole has burst forth. The divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships is screaming, just what have you done at the library? After that we see at the White Tiger Clan headquarters. 7th floor Director's Board tomb. Director O says, I wanted to discuss what we should do about this round of flag bearers. One of them thinks, to think things would take a turn for THW worse when things are already chaotic as is. It's not like we can just ignore I wonder what Director O thinks. It would have been less troublesome if half the training were complete. Director O says, we need to introduce a new training method. Director OC. The director Kwanan thinks, why is Director Kwan so quiet today? Kim Yonsung, White Tiger Clan director, says, what if we tried to put it together with the high off case this time? Director O says, what do you mean put it together? How? Kim says, recently, I heard that the Future Strategy Division has found the whereabouts of the Phantom. Director O says, and Kim says, meaning, what if we were to throw in the flag bearers to capture the Phantom? Thankfully, the flag bearer this round seems to have completed all of their basic training. What better way to build battle experience would there be than to participate in the actual battle? Director O says, and if the bastards on their end are loose-lipped. Kim, and since the executives are the only people from high off that know of the relationship, the trainees just need to deal with the small fry. And above all, who would believe those demonic beings, who commit unpardonable atrocities against gods and men? Director O says, Team Leader Park. He says, yes Director. Director O says, what do you think about Director Kim's suggestion? Park says, I think it's reasonable enough. Director O says, and what of the probability that it will be more harmful on our end? Park says, if they can't even handle this, who would consider them as tigers? Director O says, fine, let's proceed with Director Kim's suggestion of swapping out the remainder of their training with the high-off annihilation operation. The score will be recorded according to the accomplishments of the trainees and decide their positions as well. Director O says, additionally, Li Changxian, who has cleared the dungeon, will be separated from the trainees and be transferred to the Future Strategy Division. Director 1 thinks, so that's how you're going to come out. Director O says, Director Kim. Kim says, yes, Executive Director. Why don't you stay behind to chat with me? Director O says, I hope you are not planning anything stupid. Kim says, of course not. Director O says, can I trust you? Kim says, yes. You can absolutely trust me. Director O says, I'm not the type of person to treasure their subordinates. Because I only consider them as tools to be used and tossed away. But this time, I discovered a sword that I really like, but if the blade were to become damaged or broken, wouldn't that make me feel awful? Kim says, the sword that you plan on using, I will make sure the blade will never become damaged and make all the preparations needed to ensure this. I will get rid of any obstacles, please do not question my loyalty. Please believe me, I beg of you. After that we see at the office of Director Kim his son is waiting for him. Kim's head is covered in blood and he says, my son, kill him. No matter what. His son says, may I ask why I have to do that? Kim says, originally, I wanted to say that he humiliated you and that I wanted to repay him for it. But I've changed my mind. You must kill him, no matter what. He's the type of bastard who will keep getting in your way time and time again and overshadow you. I'm not telling you to kill him just because he humiliated you, but to take preventative measures since he's going to become a nuisance to you. His son says, yes. I understand. He thinks, right, to be a real man, I need to toughen up. After I kill Li Changxian, I will get rid of that bitch. He says, are you aware that there is another person who has been humiliated by that bastard? Kim says, is that so? Yes, it's that bastard I am Johan who made that weird team Mr. Lim or something. After that we see that Changxian is surrounded by the tiger's aura. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is quietly gazing at you. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is asking what you have done and scolds you. Ferocious tiger. Filled with the two characteristics of courage and violence, there is nothing that can face off against the tiger who shakes the mountains with its ferocious roars. Category, trait. Effects, veteran, increased superhuman strength. City tiger. Filled with the two characteristics of cruelty and brutality, the one that has been targeted by its temper will not survive. Category, trait. Effects, cruel cleavage, overpowering violence. Split tiger. Filled with the two characteristics of goodness and swiftness, it judges its surroundings swiftly with its high intelligence prior to hunting. Category, trait. Effects, increased wisdom, quick thought. The divine being, the snake that wraps around the world. Stats that you should have thought about this when you gave him ONW. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, asks what the hell are you talking about? The divine being, the snake that wraps around the world. Stats that if you give him one, he will take everything else by force. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, hardens his facial expression. The divine being, the snake that wraps around the world, states that you should give up, since you're automatically a loser once you involve yourself with him. The divine being, the owl that pierces through the twilight, nods and agrees. The divine being, the great demon that chases after the abyss, agrees. The divine being, good season hunt, states that you seem to be referring to somebody in particular, but he doesn't know who, and tilts his head. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, hardens his facial expression even more. Changxian sees that and thinks, these idiots. Well, it's not like they're wrong. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, has become more obsessed with you. Changxian smiles and thinks, with this, he will never let me go. System says, player Baek Gyeowul is impersonating you, split tiger. Shadow treading is unfolding. Shadow play is occurring. Changxian thinks, and besides, Baek Gyeowul is doing better than I thought. Should I start checking out this item from the Silver Fox Research Facility? System says, you have taken out the unknown scroll. Unknown scroll. An unknown scroll composed of human skin, it is incredibly ominous since it harbors numerous unidentified curses. It is sealed shut tightly and needs to be unsealed somehow. Category, scroll. Effects unknown. Changxian sees that and thinks, a scroll composed of human skin. System says, using skill beast sense you analyze the unknown scroll in detail. Changxian thinks, since where they forge Gildal was discovered, I'm sure it's related to the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan somehow. Normally, these demonic documents have specialized abilities even if it's just a transcript. If only I could check out the contents inside. System says, an incredible force of Royal Tiger's calamity can be sensed. Changxian sees that and thinks, what? The Royal Tiger's calamity in here. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, gazes with fascintino and wonders how you will overcome the Royal Tiger's calamity. 1. Changxian thinks, it's not just a transcript, it's the real thing. Director Oh, just what have done. System says, the Royal Tiger's calamity is raging and wants to swallow you whole. Tiger's scolding is opening its ferocious JWAS. Tiger chaos wants to swallow you whole. Changxian thinks, I have to do something. The golden key. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is carefully looking at your reaction. Changxian thinks, shit, I don't want it to be discovered by the Void Monarch yet. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is absolutely stunned by the unexpected appearance of the key. Changxian bring out the Peter's key. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, bursts into laughter and says, I knew the key would come into my possession one day. Peter's key has successfully managed to find a keyhole on the unknown scroll. The locking mechanism has been unsealed. System says, the Royal Tiger's calamity has come to a halt. The scroll's hidden contents are revealed. The sentences from the scroll are twitching and looking for an opportunity to escape from the scroll. You have acquired the 4th scripture from the 7 cryptic scripture of Hsan. Baek says, brother, are you alright? Changxian stops him. Baek thinks, he's indicating that it's dangerous and that he wants me to stay back. Baek says, understood. Hsan's 4th scripture. The 4th fragment of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan. Currently, it embodies the power of the Forgotten Stars, so you must be mindful not to become possessed by its powers while handling the scroll. It holds numerous secrets and functions, but it can only be confirmed once it has been put together alongside the other fragments. Category, scroll, relic. Effects, contains wisdom. Other effects cannot be confirmed. He thinks, the 4th. I acquired 3 fragments of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan from the White Tiger clan. I see. I now realize what I was missing. Director OMSUT have found the 4th scripture and hid it secretly. It is why Gildal was able to be forged. But just how was all of this interpreted? Since it created the Royal Tiger's calamity, I'm sure the contents must be extraordinary. And it's not like the Void Monarch will tell me willingly, but I can't keep this ominous thing out in the open for long, either. The divine being, the great demon that chases after the abyss, shows great interest in the object you possess. The divine being, the great demon that chases after the abyss, is still waiting for you answer. Changxian thinks, my answer. Is he still waiting on the proposal from the tutorial? The divine being, the great demon that chases after the abyss, states that he will substitute this in exchange for the present he proposed if you are not interested. With the effects of the benefit, you are now able to interpret the sentences on the scroll. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, screams that this is ridiculous. The divine being, the owl that pierces through the twilight, is breathing in. The divine being, the snake that wraps around the world, would like to see the contents of the scroll through your eyes. Scroll's contents is, my children who have been led here from being possessed by the starlight. Children who would like to be reborn using my powers, and children who wish to follow me, listen. I am the being that is far away yet close by, that will guide you. The divine being, the snake that wraps around the world, states they are unable to view the contents and slaps the surface with its tail. Changxian thinks, I cannot interpret this completely since the beginning is missing, but I can take a wild guess. System says, the hidden condition, character decoding has been fulfilled. The hidden condition, information research has been fulfilled. A new quest has been created to discover the hidden piece. LA hidden path in the starlight. Category, hidden. Description, you have successfully deciphered one of the secrets of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan after overcoming numerous hardships. Because of this, you now possess the most knowledge about the royal tiger's calamity, and have proven that you possess a strong mind and a physique that does not fail easily. However, the secrets that the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan possess are far greater and deeper than what you expect. Travel within and acquire the power, knowledge, and starlight of the 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan. You have met all the qualifications to become the owner of everything it has to offer. Offer condition, the decipherer of 7 cryptic scriptures of Hsan. Upon failure, contamination of the mind. Upon success, the starlight of the forgotten stars. Do you wish to proceed with the hidden quest? Changxian thinks, a hidden piece. He thinks of Jiam Qianho's power. And thinks, so this is the power that Jiam Qianho possessed. I must complete this quest in order to acquire the power that is greater than the God-sent warrior or Gildal, the starlight of the forgotten stars that the 7 cryptic scripture of Hsan embody. Director O was only using this superficially. The divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, is gazing upon you to see what choice you will make. Changxian thinks, Void Monarch, you bastard. You only gave me this scroll because you figured it wouldn't be of much as to keep it in Director O's possession. Changxian says, Youl. Beck says, yes, brother. Changxian says, do not interfere no matter what happens to me right now. And don't let anyone else come in here, either. Beck says, what are you going to do? Changxian says, you can do that right. Beck says, yes, I can do that. Beck thinks, brother is a mysterious being, I'm sure he possesses secrets I couldn't even begin to understand, I'm sure this is one of them. Then as a shadow, I must follow him blindly without any questions or doubts. Changxian accepts the quest. System says, you have accepted the quest. You will be invited to the instant dungeon for this mission. The royal tiger calamity is running wild again. The tiger's scolding opens its jaws. The tiger chaos has been created. The divine being, the owl that pierces through the twilight, would like to wish you a great victory, and presents you with rewards it has been holding off on. The unbending spirit, and inner peace have become one. Changxian says, then, I'll be back. System says, an authority has been created. You have entered the instance dungeon, Reckless Demon Cave. You have entered the instant dungeon, Reckless Demon Cave. The first season of the Return of the Shattered Constellation ends here. So please subscribe and like. And if you want me support financially, you can join my Patreon only for $5. My goal is 50 Patreon and then I will become a full-time YouTuber. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want support me. Thanks for watching.